I'll be more careful next time. I brought you back tonight. I thought the Mind Flayer parasite protects you from the light. I think it prefers you as a pile of ash. So this one, right?
Well, apparently there's a limit. Somewhere between a nice summer's day and the full concentrated power of the sun. Just warn me before you do something stupid. At least then I can get out of the blast radius. Now, shall we go?
Should we go?
Chaos you need to unleash here.
No chaos, just some questions.
Gods. All right. What's on your mind?
So about you biting me.
What more do you want?
Shut up, chat. Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here!
What were you thinking? Activating that blast. I was right. Do you have any idea how much that hurt?
Sorry, I'll be more careful next time.
No. If there is a next time, I'll be the one aiming your powerful weapon. Thank you.
Not that I approve.
I do appreciate you trying to fix your mistake. Don't do it again.
Oh no.
Now, shall
My
we go?
smoker's
Or
wheeze.
do you have any other chaos you need to unleash here?
Oh my god. See, this would have got me banned on TikTok. This I would understand. Why, Raven? Do you want him? You want to know what else makes your face tingle? What? What did she say?
Deactivating.
Have you asked the game what it prefers? Oh, here he is, right here.
Power maintenance vent opened.
So just go fast, right? I hear her. Oh my god! I'm actually getting like surround sound in my headset. Okay. But I hurt my shoulder. I feel like everybody's got like a little bit of gay in them. If you don't have a little bit of gay, do you want to have a little bit of gay in you?
Succubus spittle.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
my desk is a mess.
This just scared the shit out of
I'm
me.
not
I need
prepared
to
for
zoom
this.
in. Oh my god. Hello? 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 Is that the birthday girl, Leon's Moans? Oh my god, everyone say, oh yeah. For Leon's Moans. It is Leon's Moans' birthday today. Whomst was first today? I know who was first. It was Raw Raven. Raw Raven first. Dango's not first. Cute as a button. Mwah! I already lost it. YBC. Mwah! Jello. Mwah! Leon's Moans. Mwah, 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 mwah. Birthday kisses. Dango's, mwah, sushi guy, mwah, Bravo Penguin, hello princess, mwah, hey Mama J, mwah, what's up Supernova, I'm gonna say your name wrong, I can say Supernova, I can say that right, mwah, Fire King Scarlet, mwah, Fawn, mwah, Zane, mwah, Venice1226, mwah, thank you for the forehead kisses, what are we doing for our final walk, what's up Kitschy, what's up Necromorph, first time here, yo, welcome in! Welcome in, everybody. Did everyone say happy birthday to Leon's Moans? Leon's Moans, what'd you do for your birthday? Also, Chloe, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I had to, Is this fan really loud? Can you guys hear the fan? Is it, like, really, really loud? Because I forget my thing overheats a little bit. Sorry, it's like a cat hair in my mouth. I haven't started yet. We can hear it? Okay, let me turn it down to a 2. Alright. I'll turn it down a little bit. You'll probably hear the walking pad too when I start it. Yeah, I haven't started it yet. Here, fam, not too loud. Okay, let me know if it gets too loud, though. Also, saucy. Mwah, Jordan. Mwah. Oh, my God. Oh, I got it. I got it. We're good. Holy! Thank you, AI Brian, for the 35 months. Zay, thank you for the 35 months. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. It's not obnoxious loud? Okay. Also, Saucy, thank you for the 30 stream streak. Oh, man, they're not going to be able to see you, Charles. All right, Charlie, up. Oh, good dog. Good dog. It's weird standing. Okay. Oh, also, you guys mentioned tall. When I get in my walking pad, I'm even taller. It's going to be a weird stream. The game mostly I slept in, which was nice. Gonna have pizza for dinner and then something with my bestie tomorrow or Sunday. Depending what day they get a babysitter. Oh, hell yeah. Leanne's Mom, that's awesome. Ooh, let me leave this here. Pixel Grew! Yes, sir.
I love looking forward to your
it's
streams.
Gloomhaven night. Oh, let's go!
3.
Salsa Loki, thank you so much. Also fun. Thank you for the Prime sub for 2 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Holy! Also, Kaya, mwah, English, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. EW Prime sub. My dehumidifier for is probably making. Oh, really? Oh my God. Speaking of dehumidifier, it is humid AF today. It's like 65 degrees right now, and it has been like Silent Hill foggy outside the past couple days. It's been kind of scary. I tried to take a picture. But, like, I can't take pictures of the fog. Like, I can't, like, it doesn't, like, you know, it doesn't give it any justice, right? Oh, it, like, pissed rain for, like, the past 12 hours, Kaya. The thunderstorm was nice because the thunderstorm started right after I walked my dogs this morning, so that was really nice. All said salted Loki. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead QC. I'm gonna start the walk. I'm gonna start walking. So, oh, okay. Challenge. I hope it's saved. Pixel is finishing her Hobbit walking challenge today. She's walking 950 miles in 172 days, which is about 5.5 miles a day, because that's how long it took Bilbo, Thorin, and company to get from the Shire to Erebor in the Hobbit movies. And I did pin my second TikTok there if you guys wanted to see all of my daily walks that I've been doing for the past 172 days. I believe I started this journey in September. September 17th? It looks like? No, September 16th. September 16th was the day that I started this. March 6th, Leon Moans' birthday. Also, Benny Situation, if you guys see him, if he comes in later, it's also his birthday today. So shout out to Leon Moans and Benny Situation. It's both their birthdays today. Both of them. Hold on, I'm missing chat. I don't know how to read. No one taught me how to read. I dropped out of college. Spades. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Fun, it does, and it sucks. I wanted to share the really cool fog that I had. 85 degrees, yeah. So there's your Florida weather that you've been needing. None of this 30-degree weather for you Floridians. What's up, Lily? Lily, thank you. No, Spades. Wait. Watch. When I get in my walking pad, look at how tall I get. Lily. Mwah. Nutmeg. Mwah. Oh, it's actually like. Hold on, let me move this up a little bit. Usually 42 is where is my happy spot. Let me go up. Oh my God. Oh, look at the dog cam. The dog cam. You know, let's take off the dog cam today. Sorry. Is this better? Yeah. So is it 43? Okay. That's fine. God, should I start it? Guys? Batordi! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Hello, sweetie! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Really, Kinshi? Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Also, I'm pretty sure the Hello Sweetie is live right now, so you guys should go tell her how lovely she is. Yes, everyone go tell her how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. 5 degrees Celsius? What is that in freedom units? Does anybody know? Hi, Rosie! Alright, I'm gonna start it. I don't know what speed I should do. My comfort speed is 4.4 miles per hour. I don't know if I should do 4.4 miles per hour. About 40? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Spades, did I kiss you? Mwah. I don't know. Let's do 3. Let's see what 3 feels like while I'm streaming. Sorry. Sorry, I just lubed it up, so it's like squeaky. Ignore it. Also, I'm not using my broken pad, although I do feel like this one's on its way out. Please don't fall on stream. I should be okay. The only time I've ever, like, tripped or fallen while walking is when I'm playing Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's the only time I have ever, like, fallen while off of this. Or not, like, fallen, but, like, tripped. I may have tripped once or twice while playing Baldur's Gate 3. But besides that, Assassin's Creed Shadows, I don't know what it is. I just can't do it. Alright. Let's just keep it at 3. Just keep it at 3. What's up, Chilla? Actually, at least mods can call 911. You have my... someone has my address. You know what, Rootsy? I've actually considered giving you my brother's phone number. Well, asking my brother if that's okay. And then vice versa. So that, like, God forbid, should anything happen to me on stream, you could, like, text my brother to come, come, like, check on me. I have thought about it. You know what? I am seeing him tomorrow, so maybe I could ask him tomorrow.
Hobbit walking. I've never heard it until now, and it sounds cool.
Thanks, Dunbag!
Don't trip.
Nutmeg, thank you for the 24 monthlies. Hold on. Thank you so much for 24 months. Enjoy your 90. Your 90 emotes. You had free viewing and your sub badge. I'm going to be really out of breath today, aren't I? When I get my walking pad. Oh my god! Listen. So, this is just something I made up. There's, like, no, like... I mean, I'm sure there is some sort of, like, canon for, like, of course, there's, like, the fantasy hike app. There's the Conqueror challenges. Ooh, by the way, I am raising money for the Conqueror medals, so it is all voluntary. No one has to contribute, but you guys can if you want. But it's like those medals where you walk through, like, certain fantasy or real locations, and after you finish the walk, you get, like, a medal. I've done the Hobbit ones. Well, I'm finishing the Hobbit one right now. It's expensive as shit, though. What do you feel? I have the cherry one from last stream. I didn't finish it. I finished the grape one. What's up, Quinny? Yes! It has an actual ring, which is why I really want it. Danny, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Shabby, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I really, underestimate how out of breath I'm gonna be while I'm yapping. Oh my god, yeah, can you text me your new number, please? 911, where's your emergency? It's on Twitch! Also, Sweetie, thank you for the 20 stream streak. Wait, really, Rootsy? Okay, same brain? Okay. Well, I'll talk to my brother tomorrow. I'm sure he'll be fine with it. You do? Okay. At least a mod knows my address. Rock, dude, go help sister. She's fallen. She can't get up. You know, maybe. Spades, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the 3 million stream streak. Also, Alice! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I don't know how to read. I got you! Sorry, Alice. I had to go up and get it, but double kissies. It's somewhere in Illinois. Yeah, Kinshi! So, this is, like, how much it is, like, with tax and everything. So, it's, like, how much, like, the entire purchase is. It's, like, what was it, like, 350 bucks? But it's, like, 8 walks. So, it keep me busy. I've thought about getting a walking pad. My favorite thing. Because I have agoraphobia, so I can't leave my house. I have a... this is going to be really weird to say, but trust me. I have a very juicy booty, according to the mosquito population. I don't get bit anywhere except on my big fat ass. So. Rootsie! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's kisses. Danny, I don't think I did yours. No, you didn't. Did you really? No way, Chloe. Holy shit. That's awesome. Mosquitoes love me. That sounds like a clickbait post. I wish I was a mosquito. Shut up! Shut up, Adrian. I was diagnosed with that years ago. If I started having panic attacks, probably years ago. I've gotten better with it, but I still like enclosed space. A lot of people. Real. I was grocery shopping with my dad yesterday, and I was like, I feel a panic attack coming on. Like, my dad is so cool. He totally doesn't like I don't know. Whatever. I've dated like toxic people who like didn't give a fuck about me, but my dad's not a toxic guy, so I hold on to his coat while we're walking, and it's like, we gotta go drink iced coffee, panic attack. What's up, headband? Patorti, truly. I'd be like, oh man, the mosquitoes are out, and people are like, what mosquitoes? I'm just like, do you want to see my ass? So like I'm always like scratching my ass like during the summer. Not my mosquitoes. I swear there was some sort of like studies done. I'm starting to sweat. But I'm scared to get diagnosed because doctor stuff, and then you have to leave your house. So it's like that's the point, you know? It's like you can't go get diagnosed because you gotta leave your house, and then yeah, it's a whole thing. All right, Nutmeg, let me get your Pokemon card for you. Wait, Nutmeg, do I already have one for you? Hold on. Pixel's booty and mosquito. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, are the mosquitoes out? I don't know. Check Pixel's ass. No. Okay, good. Another Pikachu. Do we want to do another Pikachu? I don't have any other cards. Do we have any other cards that are not Pikachus? Ah! Not a Pikachu. Not that I have anything against them. Shut up, Attorney. That's so funny. That's awesome, Chloe. Well, I'm super happy for you. Yo, Headbang, thank you for the 3 streak. Alright, my little Nutmeg. Thank you so much for 24 months. It's 2 years. Do you have a capital N? It is capital N. 742. What's up, Spartan? That's like at least 12 months. My little Nutmeg. Ew, why'd I say it like that? I can't see the camera, so I hope you can see it. But you're a Jolteon! Thank you so much for the 2 years. That's huge. Thank you so much. You know what? You know what I forgot? Is how much my my nose runs. Holy shit, nipples! How much my nose runs when I do these walks. I'll be blowing my nose a lot. Bravo Penguin. I'm gonna punish you. I'm gonna punish you. Do you mind if I punish you? Do you mind if I call you a good girl? Like, I'll message you later. I'm joking. Thank you so much for contributing to my Hobbit walking challenge goal. No, not Hobbit walking challenge goal. Lord of the Rings Conqueror medal challenge. Whatever, you know what I mean. I do have it cross-posted. Shut up, Sushi Guy. I'm gonna start banning people. Oh, what's up, Val? I do have my OBS captions on, but they're not always accurate. But what was I gonna say? I do have it cross-posted. One is in my throne, and one is in the Ko-fi. Once it collectively, like, reaches, like, whatever the 350, whatever it is, I'll, like, cash out and then cancel the other one so I don't, like, double dip. If you know what I mean. Also, I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. I just realized I could read chat from here. The full 165 hertz monitor. Oh my god. Hell yeah, brother. Max! Max, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissing. You want me to read the message? You want me to cry? I thought this was an appropriate shirt for today, right? Am I gonna cry? Oh, my head is starting to hurt. I didn't take my, like, goody powder today. Do I need to, like, log in? Hello? God? Is it the here? Let me put my name this time so Ko-Fi could call me out correctly. Oh, because it said someone say it last time, right? Val, I try. It is thanks to OBS though. But bravo, seriously, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Just thank you. The doggy treadmill. Oh my god, I want an actual treadmill. What do you mean a second one? Oh, I'm not logged in. Hold on. Oh, you're gonna make me read that? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay, you're gonna make me read this. Oh my god. Do you want me to read it out loud? What's up, Too Chili? Too Chili, thank you so much. Oh, you're right. Oh, okay. Do you want me to read it out loud? You can. If I cry today, the mods almost made me cry today. So I'll have to actually finish reading the mod messages because they're going to make me cry. I'm so proud of you, Pixel. Your commitment and dedication to this walking challenge has had me in awe. I'm so proud of you and hope you continue to enjoy walking and sharing your journey with us. Thanks, Promo Penguin. You're the worst. Also, I really want to take off my shirt because I'm like sweating so much right now. But I'm not going to because people are assholes and weird and I have really big tits and the internet doesn't like fat people with big tits. Well, the internet doesn't like fat people. But then, yeah, anyhow. That's against TOS. Well, I mean, I have a sports bra on. So I'd like to think, considering what I've seen, that wouldn't be, but... Hello, God? I like fat people and big tits. Holy! What's up, Silent Scorpion? Thank you so much for the brand new tier 1 sub. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes. You ad free viewing and your sub veg. Oh, really? Oh, so maybe I'd have to do it like off stream or something, like get off camera and do it. What are we doing? Gotcha. God, I'm sweaty. Candy Crush? Oh, really? That's awesome. Like World of Warcraft? You're pulling up a chair? Wish I could pull up a chair. It is kind of nice, though, doing this, like, while streaming, because it's like... Alright, hopefully that made it to Boo. It is nice doing this while streaming, because it's like, kill 2 birds, 1 stone, right? Val, that's awesome! Well, that's dope. It did good. Thanks to the treat spawn. Let's see. What am I doing? Let's see. It hit Boo's nose? He'll be fine. Let's see. What am I doing? If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, on September 16th, 2025. Well, actually, let me backtrack a little bit. In August like 20-something. Actually, I think I put it in my calendar. I don't care enough to look. Sometime in August, like late August, I dislocated 2 of my toes. My pinky toe, my right pinky toe, and then the toe next to it. Hands down, the worst pain I've ever been in my entire life was getting those fuckers reset. Holy! I've never screamed like that. My dad had to, like, hug. My dad had like hug me and hold me down. While the doctors reset my toes. It was awful. Yeah, fourth. Actually, don't get the fourth and fifth digit. Okay. What do you mean? Canonically, it's not the pinky toe and the toe next to it. What do you mean? So I broke. All right. What did I say? Dislocated. My fourth and fifth digit. What are they called? Metatarsals? My toe next to. Shut up! I'm in pain. It was like mid-August, I remember, because it was before I went to Chicago. Yeah, it had to be like mid-late August, right? You have a 3-mile walk to the mailbox? What? Is it your mailbox? Spartan, why? Also, Jordan, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Enjoy, or I was gonna say enjoy your emails. I was like, wait, wrong one. Your repost of the hitting the sea lion for good food. But no, Dankos, I do that IRL. Like, whenever I eat good food, I'm just like, all the time. So, yeah, that video made me funny. I was like, what are you talking about? Okay, so, August, I dislocated my toes. Now, I don't know if you guys know this. Oh! Nathan! Shut up. I forgot that you said that, Sushi Guy. I need to remember that, because that is so funny. Eclipsed! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Nerdling! Nerdling, thank you so much to the raid! How are you? I hope you're doing so good. Everybody go follow Nerdling. Guys, can I stop this for a second and go put my hair up? I really want to put my hair up. Do you guys mind? I'm sweating. I forgot how much I sweat during these. Hi, Nerdling, how was your stream? Oh, thank you for the shout for Nerdling. Oh, Requiem. Without any spoilers, for Nerdling or from Nerdling, are we loving it? Yay, nay, or eh? Ah, thanks, Eclipsed. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go follow Nerdling right now. Right now. Oh, also, new Twitch badge is out right now for the umbrella badge. I think it's here to like the 14th or something. I hope you're loving it. I actually was playing it off stream a couple nights. It's so much fun. Is that what that says? Oh, Nerdling, I'm sorry, but I hope you're having a good time though. That game is so much fun. I'm achievement hunting right now. Put that hair up, yeah. All right, I'll be right back. What's up, Fruit Dragon? What's up, Icy? Hold. Oh, it did hold. Okay. I'm gonna go get I think put my hair up. I'll be right back. Icy, thank you so much for 3 stream streak. Thanks, Rune. Can we stop? What are you doing? What are you doing? Alright. Everyone go follow Nerdling. Nerdling, please get your post-stream self-care. I'm gonna go put my hair up really quickly. What's up? Yep. Yeah, I forgot I'm streaming right now, and I'm wearing a headset, and it's like, it's hot, and I just washed my hair, so my hair is wet. It's a mess. Alright. I'll be right back. What? Let's go. Okay. God, I'm sweating so much. Start. Okay. Got a little ghost face hair clip. It's actually what I use every day. Okay. There we go. Oh, Oh, it's so much better. Holy. So it's like, it's so like, it's not hot, but it's super humid right now. And I just showered and washed my hair right before stream. I don't know why. Don't ask me. So my hair is like super humid. It's like making me like sweat. But hi Icy. Hi Nerdine. Hope you guys are doing so good. Hi Remy. Happy Hobbit walking challenge day. Oh, okay, so where did I left off? So I dislocated my toes. I don't know if you guys know this, but when you dislocate your toes, you can't walk on them. And so I was just like you guys saw me, like when I was streaming during those days, I was in so much pain just from sitting. Like it was miserable. So I watched Rootsy. So I just like would just sit in my living room and just watch movies. And of course, what movie's gonna cheer me up the most? The Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit. Oh, did you? Did you crack them open, Rune? Right, Chili? Oh my god! So much rain. It's been like pissing rain. I have like a huge puddle in my backyard. So annoying. Yeah, Spades. So I was watching The Hobbit over and over and over, as one does. Extended editions, obviously. And I got to the point where it was like, I'm rereading the book too, because I was like, I'm so bored. I'm just sitting there doing nothing. And I was like, I wonder how long they were actually walking for. Like, was it a year? Was it 6 months? Like, how long did it take from them to get from the Shire to Erebor, right? So I Googled it, and according to the Google machine, it was 172 days, and they walked 950 miles. Well, that seems feasible. So I take up my handy-dandy calculator, and I do, well, how many miles is that a day? 5.5, it's like 5.53, I think, miles a day. I can do that. I used to run track and cross country. So, I just read the mod chat for a second. I was like, huh? My toes are still dislocated. They're healing-ish. And it's September, so less than a month after I dislocated them. I get my walking pad that I already owned, and I just start walking 5.5 miles on it. And the first day, you actually see on my pinned comment up there, on my pinned comment on day 1 of my Hobbit walking challenge, you see me do it in Crocs. I'm actually wearing shoes today, guys. I never wear shoes. Also, I'm not wearing like outside shoes. These I have 2 workout shoes that only are for my walking pad. So these shoes have never touched the icky outside. So don't judge me for wearing shoes in my house. They're inside shoes. But yeah, I did it. It sucked. I remember my first day, I was like dripping sweat, but I didn't know that my walking pad was overheating, so that didn't help. But that's what started. And then September 16th to March 6th, I have done a minimum of 5.5 miles per hour every single day on my walking pad. Except for like the 10 days I was at TwitchCon, but to be fair, I walked more at TwitchCon than I did normally, so I'm still counting it. Whoa, the 8th most expensive card? That's sick. That's awesome. Oh, not miles per hour. No, I'm sorry. Miles per day. So sorry. I did, Lily. I did debate that a little bit, but I did count the TwitchCon walking. I actually, I've kept track. I actually fell behind a little bit, so I started keeping them on my phone. So I'm actually started to keep track of it in my notebook again. But I did keep track of my TwitchCon walking. Oh, here we go. So yeah, I didn't count walking pad miles, I just counted my Fitbit miles. Also, I don't know when, but my Fitbit has started to not count. Oh, here we go. On day 120, reset my Fitbit because it's been inaccurate for a month. Oh. So about day 90 is when when I noticed that my Fitbit does not accurately keep track of my miles anymore. So, unfortunately, my Fitbit miles are completely like askew. Like you can totally tell on my tracking because I keep track of my Fitbit miles and my walking pad miles. Because normally your Fitbit miles would be more than what you're doing in your walking pad. And there's like a clear, like, obvious shift on when you could tell when my walking pad is just like, or not my walking pad, my Fitbit just stopped counting. So it is really unfortunate because now, like, all this time that I've spent, like, keeping track of everything means nothing. That's fine. Yeah, I did keep it on my phone for a couple, like, I put it on my phone as soon as I'm done walking. I put it down on my phone because doing this was too much work and I've been really depressed lately, so I actually, just before stream, I was trying to catch up on all the days. I'm caught up in my journal today, 164, but I still need to do the math and everything. What's up, Willie? Willie, happy, Friday! Happy Friday! Oh, really? Can she? I don't know. I have, like, you wouldn't believe it because I'm fat, but, like, I swear to God, I have, like, a really great history with middle distance and long distance running, specifically. So, I don't know if that helps me. The Fitbit can't keep up with you. Yeah, I have been looking at other smartwatches. I've been looking at a Samsung watch. That's like $500. Mine is the Fitbit Versa 3. So, I was Googling it, and they said, oh, well, just because apparently it's an issue, like as the thing ages, they just like stop working or counting things regularly. So I was like, so I reset it. I made sure it was up to date, but it still won't count. So it's frustrating. Hi, K9. K9, hope you have a great weekend. Hi, Panda Monster. Panda Monster. Mwah. Showing me the map made me so funny looking at it. Really? Yeah, I want to see that. What's up, Pocket Bay? Pocket Bay, happy Friday / Saturday, depending on your time zone. Oh my God, I'm dripping sweat right now, guys. I usually put my bangs up. I'm too self-conscious to do it on stream because you guys will make fun of me. That's how I do it. I put it in like one of those rollers. When I'm walking, I have my hair up like this, and then I put my bangs in one of those curler roller things so they could like stay nice. But I'm not putting my hair in a roller on stream. Friday at 6:30. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! 3 days until your birthday. Let's go! I'm so happy for you, Willie. We would never make fun. You guys wouldn't. I am in the just chatting category though, so you guys wouldn't. The random fucks on the just chatting category will. Don't look at me like that. Ah. G Fuel break. I keep shaking up even though I don't need to because it's the 2.0 formula. Oh, Tom's asleep right now because I was watching whoever was streaming on the G Fuel channel a little bit ago, and when they finished streaming, Tom's like, "I'm gonna go pass out now." What's up, Japan? Japan, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Hi, Jojo. Ooh, Jasper won't be able to fuck with me today, eh? Midnight has tried to walk on my walking pad while I'm walking on it. Boo has tried. I don't think anyone else has tried. Charlie used to be afraid of it. Charlie couldn't even be on the same floor as me when I'm on my walking pad. Hi, goddess. Happy Friday. What are we at right now? I'm only 3 miles per hour, so I'm going super slow. Feels weird going this slow. Only 1.5 miles. Damn! Well, 4 miles to go. This walking pad does turn off at 100 minutes, and I think we're gonna go longer than 100 minutes. So we'll have to, like, add the 2 times together. Is it? Oh, I just saw that! Oh, that's funny. 6-7. I was watching the Hobbit Battle of the 5 Armies director's commentary yesterday. Walked 11 miles yesterday. Excuse me. And Peter Jackson said 6 or 7 like 3 times in the director's commentary, and I wanted to record it for you guys. It was so funny. I was like, but this is filmed like over 10 years ago, and he's making like 6-7 jokes. Obviously, he's not making the jokes, but Jasper, what you doing? Jasper doesn't like the fan, but I have to put. Holy shit! Holy shit! What is happening? Oh my god! I'm not gonna lie, that scares the fuck out of me. Zay, thank you so much for the 1,000,000 bits! Thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome in. Someone was asking who I'm watching because they were hearing you. I don't. Oh! Hello, friends of Val. Oh my god, Tom said that too, Panda. That's so funny. It scares the hell out of me. And then, like, then it just, like, takes up the chat and was like, I think we're getting, like, hate rated or something. But saying, thank you so much for the 1,000,000 bits. Zane, happy Friday! Oh, there we go. Is the music really quiet for you guys? What is this emote? What is this? Yo, Goddess! Thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. I really appreciate that. That helps out so much. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh my god, Leon's moans. Are you seeing this? That has to be Leon, right? It is! Of course it's Lexi. Of course it's Lexi's emote. That is so cute. I love it. Music sounds good? Okay, cool. Danko. I don't know why it's quiet for me. I'm sweating my ass off. No, are you sitting? Are you kidding? That's what I'm trying to say. The most precious commodity that we humans have is time. So the fact that you guys are spending any amount of time here, I couldn't be more grateful for. Time is more precious than bits, subs, whatever else. So thank you so much. It's just so cute. Oh, that's your emote. Oh, I love it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Haku, you just reminded me of a nightmare that I had. Oh no. Have you guys seen the movie Hide and Seek with that one really hot white blonde chick? They're making a second one. It's coming out this month. It is Hide and Seek, right? So it's called. They play a song in the movie called like with Hide and Seek, and I just rewatched the first Hide and Seek because I'm really excited for the second one because Elijah Wood, aka Frodo's in there, so that's very exciting. But I just remembered I had a dream of the Hide and Seek song that they play when they count down to the hiders count down, and that just reminded me of it. So also, think of the forehead kissy. Ready or Not, that's what it's called. Thank you. It's not called Hide and Seek. It's called Ready or Not. But you know what I was talking about. Thank you. Yes. So Ready or Not 2 comes out this month. Wait. We love watching you sweat. Whether it's in game or this. Oh, thanks, Panda Monster. My shirt is drenched, though. Luckily, I'm doing laundry right now. I haven't done laundry like a month. That shit was stuffed. I might have to have it dry twice. Oh my god, Spades. Oh my god. That is so funny. Well, you said this is an Apple Watch? Yeah, my Fitbit don't do that. I hate laundry. I don't mind laundry. Ready or Not is a fun movie. Sweater weather. I'm actually surprised that I'm not sore or anything from yesterday. But it's not the first time I've done 11 miles. I wish I was better prepared for this. But depression. Oh, thanks, Chippo! Chippo, thank you so much. I hope you're doing so good. Happy Friday. I'm gonna have to go through all my notes after this and do like a final video on my TikTok, my second TikTok, and I want to see which day I did the most miles. It had to be one of the days that when I walked through all the movies. I want to say maybe 13 miles is the most I did in a day during this challenge, and the least I've done in a day was what, 5.5, because I always did the 5.5. Oh, well, good morning, Chippo. I've been sleeping a lot. Yesterday was bad. I slept all day. All day. Today, I slept all day. Pretty much the only thing I'm doing right now is sleeping, walking my dogs, working out, and sleeping. That's literally all I'm doing. Oh, and eating. Dweeb, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. It actually wasn't so bad, the 13 miles, because, you know, when you're watching Lord of the Rings, you know, nothing can hurt you then. Oh, that is very funny, Spades. That is so funny. Chippo! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I love eating. That's something I want to talk about, too. And I mentioned this the other day. It's like, I know people are disappointed that I didn't lose more weight during this, but I want to reiterate, I did not start this challenge to lose weight. I have no goals of losing weight at the moment. I have no goals. Much to the internet's dismay, I have no goals of losing weight at the moment. I just want to be active, you know? And I have experienced so many more benefits doing this daily workouts that go further than just the shallowness of just losing weight. Have I lost weight? Yes. But that's not my goal. Hello, Bravo Penguin's Pocket. It's dark in here. Sorry. But, sorry. No one will understand that except the mods. But, I just love food. I love food. I don't have a drinking problem. I don't have a drug problem. I don't have any other problems. Not that I know of. But I do find solace in food. And if you guys know anything about me, I've been very, very, very depressed lately, the past 6 months. And I take solace in food. Food makes me happy. Food makes me incredibly happy. I love the texture. I love the taste. It is a comfort thing. And so yeah, I eat a lot. But I do be walking. Exactly, Chippo. Yeah, Kichi, like, I have gained so many, like, more benefits besides just, like, the number on a scale. Yeah! Bravo, that's awesome. Hi, Sam! Hi, Sam. IQ me. Mwah. Thank you for the floor, Kizzy. How was your stream today? I believe you were streaming a little bit ago, right? What's up, Shadowhawk? Do it, Leggy. Gain muscle. Oh my god. That's a dream. When I first started doing this challenge, I was doing weights every single day. I stopped. I don't remember why. And then I know I stopped again because when I was doing the weights during my walk, my Fitbit wasn't counting them. And it was frustrating me because my Fitbit was already telling me I was only doing like 1 mile when I was doing 5.5 miles. And it's like when you go through an entire day of walking and being active and your Fitbit tells you only did 2 miles when you know you did a very minimum of 5.5, it's very frustrating. So, Jasper. Can we Go, 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 go. Fat dumbass. Why are you so stupid? Ugh. He had this attached to his legs from a piece of mail. Stupid cat. Okay, sorry. Yo, Dweeb, take it for the 35 stream strike. What the hecky? Sam, mwah, take it for the forehead kiss. Yes, Sam, it does. And I keep track of it on my phone and my journal. Every time, Fawn. Every time. Every time. That scares the heliance out of me. Saying thank you for the 5 billion gajillion bits. Scares me, man. Thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate you. Jasper, no. No, no, no. You hear him yelling at me back? No. Oh, let's see. I think one of the biggest, bestest improvements physically that I've noticed, besides like, you know, like physically like looking at me, so not like that, but like one of the physical like feeling things that I've noticed that's improved since starting this is before this I was completely inactive. I was a very like set is this the right word? Sedimentary? Is that the right word? I wouldn't do shit. I would sit on my ass and stream and edit and do nothing. Like, and the most activity I would get would be walking my dogs, right? So, is that the right word? Sedentary. I think sedentary is the right word. Sedentary? Or is it sedentary? Sedent? Is there an N in there? I'll trust you. I'm trusting you. You're not gonna make me look stupid, right? I lived a very sedentary lifestyle. Sedentary. Alright, well, two of my mods are saying I'm gonna trust them. Very sedentary lifestyle. And yeah, sedimentary is rocks. Because I remember that from like Schoolhouse Rock or something. Don't you guys start confusing me. I'm gonna trust the mods on this one. Sedentary. And whenever I'd like, specifically whenever I'd get up in the morning every day, like I'd get out of bed, my feet would hurt so much. And like, for no reason. It's not like they were sore from working out, because it wasn't. But I would just wake up, I was always like so sore. And I don't know, like a couple months in maybe, I noticed like, I don't feel any soreness. Because I felt soreness initially from being active. So I went from being sore from doing nothing, from being sore to doing things, to I don't feel soreness really ever anymore, you know? So that's probably my favorite improvement. Are you yelling at me? Do you want to walk with me? Midnight likes going on walks with me. I'll carry Midnight sometimes. Jasper doesn't like it. I think he doesn't like being this high. Okay. Midnight loves, demands me holding her while I walk. There's actually a couple videos of me holding her in the TikTok. Also, Zane, thank you for another biddies. Also, what's up, Trishinomi? Thank you for the forehead kissy. Thank you. Enjoy your rest of your day. Enjoy your nap if you're going to sleep again. I am very sweaty. You know what? This is a negative thing that I've experienced on this walking. My entire life, I'm a 33-year-old lady. My entire life, I have never had back knee. You know, like back acne. Never had it. Ever since I started doing this goddamn workout stuff, it's because, like, right here is like the worst of it, where my pants sit. Fucking back knee. It's probably the only like negative thing I've experienced is that I have back acne now. From the sweat. Oh, okay, so you get it? Okay. It's the worst. And I think it's because of my pants. Because it's like just where like the sweat congregates from my back on my pants. Oh, Bravo Penguin, please. I have that, Spades. I have that, and all it does is just hurts me because I rub it so much. I do love mine though. I do love mine, but I use that. I use an exfoliating glove, and I use a bristle brush. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Do you hear him screaming at me? But, sorry. Oh, you heard that. Okay, good. Just so you guys know, I'm not talking like just no, but I'm talking like cat. But, yeah, I was doing it really badly today. Like, scrubbing, like, the net thing, exfoliating glove, and bristle brush. It hurt real bad. He's just screaming at me. Oh, I don't think I've ever got it here. Just down here, right there in the back. Glycolic acid. Okay. Well, let me see what Bravo Penguin shows me. Also, no rush, Bravo. I keep forgetting that I have 2 screens up. Keratosis polar. Oh, that's the chicken skin, right? In Discord DMs. Oh my god! I just panicked because I saw a text message from 44 minutes ago. What'd you say, Discord? Okay. Oh, it's on Amazon. Oh, it's decently cheap! Cool. Customers usually keep this item. Good to know. It was yours, yeah. Scared me. But no, this is great. Thank you guys so much. But that's what it is, right? The KP, that's the chicken skin? No, you're good, Ritzy. Magical chick! Mwah, thank you for the forehead, kissy. Yeah, okay, I have that too. What do I use? Oh, shoot. There is something that I use. It's expensive as fuck, but it works so good. Oh, man. It's gotta be in my Amazon. It's gotta be in my Amazon purchases. What would I look up? Scrub, maybe? Oh, yeah, but you have a darker skin tone than I do. It's really obvious for me. I hate mine. I don't have a forehead. Didn't you redeem it earlier, Remy? In case you missed it. Mwah. But you redeemed it earlier when ICO was here. During swamp ass. Oh, hell yeah. That's good to know. Thank you. I hate it. Fawn. Are you fair skinned? Because I have it really bad, and I've had it all my life, and I'm super fair skinned, obviously. Skin and hair. Oh, you have the best skin and hair. But you're also like I don't know. I think you're also super hot. You're smart. You're kind. You're caring. You have a lot of good stuff going for you. Let me just type in scrub and see if that comes up with what I got. RT! You're gonna give me a complex. Not to quote Pixel Mom here, but you're too self-deprecating to have a complex. Pits, tits, and ass! Oh, here it is! Here it is. First Aid Beauty. I love that brand. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that brand, but it's called First Aid Beauty. KP Bump Eraser. For a 9-ounce thing, it's $30. I don't think I paid that much when I got it. I think I got it on sale for like 20 something. I'm still on the same bottle from the first one, but it's worth it. Yeah. This is I'll post the KP one that I have. I bought it in August and I still have it. I just don't use it every day because, you know, it's expensive as hell. Who the fuck is red? That's so funny. If you look up First Aid Beauty Fawn, First Aid Beauty, and then KP Scrub. Oh, it's so good. Oh, Bravo Penguin almost sent it to you. Chaos Chat. But I love that scrub. It doesn't, it smells kind of medicinal, but it's not a strong scent. But there's no like scent to it, which I'd prefer, because I probably wouldn't trust it if it had a scent to it. But yeah, I love it. It hurts so good when it comes to scrubbing. Yeah, I have the African net sponge. I do a lot of exfoliating. Like, the fact that I have any skin left is crazy. I need one of them in your office. Wait, what do you need in your office? Oh, a walking pad, Rooster? Also, they go to the forehead kissing. Oh my god, Groot and Root. Thank you, I got you. I don't recommend exfoliating your office. Who are you to tell me when and where I can't exfoliate? Shout out to everyone in chat sharing all their body care secrets. I need hair care stuff. My hair is falling out at an extraordinarily alarming rate. And nothing's working. But I also think a lot of it is stress. But the thing is, the more stressed I get, the more my hair is coming out, and I was getting like bald patches now. And that is making me more stressed, which is making more of my hair fall out. Spades, please do, because I am like considering VTubing and wearing wigs. It's so bad. I've heard coconut oil is like so bad though. I don't know. You too, Shabby? Yeah. I've heard tea tree. I think I've heard rosemary too. Rosemary's baby. Yeah, Rootsy, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Spades, yeah. Yeah. So, I think, coconut oil is not good for me, because I think I tried it once. Ooh! Rooster, I have those. And I almost used it in my shower today, but I didn't, because I forgot. But I do have those, and I love them. I've tried castor oil. I don't think that works for me. Okay, Bubble! Alright, princess. Argan oil. I feel like I've tried every oil at this point. I have like my one of my bathroom like under sink cabinets is this body care and hair care graveyard where I'll get coconut oil or argan oil or something else oil, and I'll try it for a couple weeks. I see it get like worse, you know, and I just put it away. Yeah, Ritzy. Beard oil? I don't know. I've never looked up what ingredients are in beard oil. It's a good thought though. But I think ultimately having less stress, like I take like biotin pills, I take prenatal pills. Swear to God, if anyone says, "Are you pregnant?" I will ban you. Like, even if you joke, I don't even care. I think people who make those jokes are the stupidest people in the world. Sorry. Not sorry. But prenatals are just good to take, like, for anybody. Because it's just vitamins in, like, a nice convenient pill. Yeah, Eclipse, yeah. Oh, interesting, Rooster. Makes me weak? Well, I can't introduce you to my brother, then we're gonna sing. He's married. Well, also, I mean, you're taken too, but still. Oh, spades. That's good to know. And Jasper loves to lick my hair. Ew, no thanks. Me whenever I see my brother. Ew. If we'll ever get off this planet. Oh, like an alien. Are you talking about aliens, Shinobi? Pea sprout. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that. Exactly, Ritzy, yeah. He is! But I know that there are some cats that that do lick people's, like, humans' hair. You get me, Panda. Minoxidil. I've heard of that. No! I've heard of that! No! No, Spades! That's the one that I've heard that works super, super well. Do you need a prescription for that, though? Ah, that's the one that I heard works really, really well. But I also heard that as soon as you stop taking it, it stops working. Crowley licks your eyebrows. Crowley's a weird boy. But yeah, I've heard that on TikTok. Oh, I don't know, Shinobi. I don't know in our lifetimes. Yeah, Spades. I don't know. I feel like I'd rather lose my hair than lose my cats, right? Although Jasper, I'm joking. But yeah, I've heard that works really well. Minoxidil. Yeah. Like, I want to have plants in my house, but the only plants that I like are all the plants that are, like, super deadly to cats. Exactly! Exactly, Panda! I actually forgot to take my, all my vitamins today. To lick my eyes and my brows. That is so interesting. That's cute, though. I'm outside the solar system right now. Are you high right now? That feels like a high thing to say. Fun. I guess that's, yeah, show me. Off the top of your head, snake plants. Yay or nay for cats? Because I love snake plants. I don't know, Spades. I don't know if I'd risk it. Nah, they're toxic. I love snake plants. I wish I was high. Real. I have done these walks drunk. It's like post-stream drinking, right? And I've been fine. Honestly, those are probably my favorite walks because the time goes by really quickly. And I have done this high. I have done the walks high before, both from stream and from just taking edibles like on or gummies on my off days. I don't like doing this high. I don't. I think I trip a lot. I've been considering changing mine are like $40 for 30 days. Oh, what brand did I get? I'll have to look it up. I got mine on sale, like 70% off. What's up, Oathbreaker packs? Made it here from TikTok. Oh, thank you! Oh, it starts off like that, Oathbreaker. It gets better. I did 11 miles yesterday, and, like, doesn't hurt at all. Hoyas? Hoyas are pet friendly. I think my dad has those. What am I looking up? Panda Monster? Oh, prenatal. Also, what's up, Marta? Marta, mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Wow, drinking a beer! No way! I love that. Prenatal. I can't remember the brand. I got them on sale, though. Hiya! Nature Made. Nature Space Made. Let me see. Does it tell me how much I paid for it? $6 for 60 soft gels, 60 day supply. So I got that super cheap. Ooh, I love greens and whites. Like green and white. Like think think chevron amethyst, but in the green variety. I like the dark purples and reds. Yeah. I know, Panda Monster. It was from Amazon Fresh. Whenever Amazon Fresh has a deal on any sort of vitamin, I grab it. But only if it's like 60% off or more. Because that's a really great deal. I got some B12 gummies. I remember to take those today. I ordered on Amazon Fresh, right? And I ordered one B12 gummy because it was like 50% off. So it wasn't like that great of a deal. But I think it was like, I don't know. I could double check, but I'm going to say like $7. It was $7. Not the greatest deal. What's up, Snowflake? Snowflake, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. But I got some B12 gummies for like $7. So it wasn't that good of a deal, but it was something. That one's okay. What is that? What is that? What is that, Ruthie? What is that? I'm liking it the more I look at it. But I like the background of that. Oh, thanks, Coffee! Oh, Coffee, thank you so much. Oh, yeah. Cigalates. Where's that wall? More interested about your background there. Gonna build some Lego? Oh. If you can still hear me, what Lego? But also, if you can't hear me anymore, it's totally fine. Go do your lurky turkey. What was I talking about? Oh! And then I also ordered some bananas in the same order. I get my Amazon Fresh delivery. There's like 3 other things I ordered. I don't know, like yogurt and some eggs or something. And then I look and there's no bananas. But they sent me 3 bottles of those B12 gummies. So I was like, I didn't get my 99-cent bananas, but I got 3 bottles of these $7 bottles of B12 gummies. So I was like, I'm not going to complain. It's fine bananas, but if you're like going to be 12 and just want days supplementation, that's going to be fine. I don't know if I'm deficient. I'm sure I'm deficient in vitamins A through Z, but I took them because it's better than nothing. But it makes sense though, Spades. One of my fave places has a pet-friendly tab. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's their wall. Oh, okay. It's a nice wall. I would take pictures there. Yes. Yeah, Spades. You were good. All the B vitamins are things you would personally benefit from, yeah. I figure nothing would hurt. Oh, also, Spades, I did get the ginger. I did get a ginger pill. I had to take 3. Oh, Rootsy, I should send you. You know what? I haven't taken my daily vitamins today. Rootsy, I'll send you a snap of me taking all my vitamins afterwards. It's a big pile now. I do it in 1 gulp. 1 gulp.
You have done amazing. Proud of you.
Oh, interesting. Woo! Holy 60 months, Batman! Guys, if I knew how to do math, 60 months is 5 years, right? Sick, have you been... Sick Terminal, have you been subscribed to me for 5 years? There's no way. I do not dry swallow them. No, not with that many. Not that many. No, I do take a gulp. Oh, I like that one! Oh, that one looks like mold. Oh my god, Sick Terminal, thank you for the 60 months. Can we get some fucking hype in the chat for 5 years? Ooh, good card, good card. 5 years. Holy, it looks like mold. Like, not in a bad way. It's cute! It's a cute one! It looks like it's got mold all over it. Holy. Oh, thank you, Sick Terminal. Don't be nice, Malcolm. Micrograms a time. Oh, really? So you're just like paying for a name kind of thing? String of Hearts. Ooh. No, I love it, Spades. I love it. I'll be nice to you. Ladies. Thank you, Eclipsed. Let's see. For 5 years. What the hell? Not through my pee. Ugh. I could never dry swallow. I can. That's because I used to have to take like daily pills when I was a kid. So, here, what can I take right now? I don't want to. I already took my allergy medicine, but you guys have seen me do it on stream all the time. I'll just like dry swallow a pill. YOLO. YOLO. Fawn, what is the vibe check hates you, Fawn? What the hell? Alright. Here we go. Can you see it? You're a giraffe! Sick, thank you for the 5 years. Bass! Bass. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See? Oh! Cat cam. Ugh. How do I get you guys to see the cat? There you go, cat. Oh, what are we at? Oh shit, I think I saw 3.23. Ooh. Those look like birds. Like birds. I like that one. Oh, an aura? Eh. I don't have any relevance to that. I gotta drink something, guys. Oh! 278? Another anniversary note. We are 1 month away from my 5-year Twitch partner anniversary. Very, very cool. I am thinking I do want to make that Pixel Jeopardy game. I know, Rootsy. I know. Which, not to humble brag, but Sick Turmoil with the 5 years means that they've been around since before Twitch partner. I know, Rootsy. What was your Red Wolf 05 OG username? I think is what I knew you from. Red Wolf. Do it, lady. Yep, yep, yep. So I think we'll do a Pixel Jeopardy day. 6 whole years. Sheesh. Kishu! Kishu! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Hey! No, Spades, I don't think so. I didn't start walking. Hold on. It needs to go through all the thing. I didn't start walking right at the beginning of the stream. I waited like 10 minutes. Freya! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, okay, Spades. Makes sense. I'm at 3.33 miles and 67 minutes. On God, I'm at 67 minutes. On God. That's crazy. Yeah. Alexa, set a timer for 31 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. It just turned 67-0. That's what it turned. No way. I want to take off my shirt. I'm sweating. It's so wet. At least I'm doing laundry right now, so I'll be able to change my shirt after this. Are you gonna keep walking after this? Oh, yeah. I want to look up, because I did look up how many days and miles it took Frodo and Sam to get from the Shire to Mountain Doom. Did I really? Sorry for anyone's ALEXAs I just set my timer for. Guess what? Chicken butt! Also, hi, Ninja. In front of my salad, Derpy? Derpy thinks my daily dose of dick is. Everyone go tell Derpy how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Thanks, Derpy. That scared the dicks out of you. Yo, Smoothie! Thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, so I did look up days and miles for Frodo and Sam. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. I could just Google it right now, but I'll do it in a second. Sorry. 1350. How many days is it, though? I'll look it up in a second. Derpy. Mwah. Mad Eye. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kids. You so spicy! No way! Have you played it yet, Freya? Oh, hell yeah. Mad Eye, we're playing Outlast Trials on, Wednesday, and we really could have used you. Oh, thank you! Thanks, Mad Eye. When I looked up the Lord of the Rings, like, how far they walked and how long it took them, I was like, yeah, 6 months? Yeah, I can't do that. So I think sick, what I was going to do is I was going to double it. I was going to do double the time. You did! It's alright, Mad Eye. I know. No way, Freya! Oh my god. I'm glad you did the tutorial, though. I'm glad you did the tutorial. Because I ain't gonna hold you. It's kind of necessary for that game. Truly. Alright, hold on. Let me do it on my phone. Oh, I have to do my Duolingo. Shoot! I'm excited for you. It's such a fun game. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, so it's basically, I would have to do like 10 miles a day. And I ain't gonna hold you. I could physically do 10 miles a day. I don't know if I could mentally do 10 miles a day. 1,800 miles and 185 days. No, I'm good. So I was thinking of like doubling it and doing 1,800 miles in what? 370 days? So like a year, essentially. Ah, shit! But, yeah. I'll do 10 miles a week too. I don't know if I could do, I don't know if I could physically, mentally do 10 miles every single day. Double and give it to the next person. Not me though! You love the gore? Oh, Freya, I can't. I hate it so much. I love the puzzles, but I hate the gore. I hate the murder. That's what the coworker says they don't want to go home. That's totally fair. Really, Mad Eye? Well, I'll send you a message next time I'm playing. What were we doing? Oh, we did Cult of Lamb on Wednesday. We did Cult of Lamb, and then we did Outlast. Only did it for like 2 hours. I did my first solo rebirth, though. That sucked. And Shabby had to, like, hold my hand through the entire thing in chat. Your eyeball hurts? Do you need gunners or something? I'm joking. Oh, really, Spades? Like, I know I could physically do 10 miles every day. I really truly could. I just don't know. Like, I struggle setting aside, like, the hour and 10 minutes it takes me every day already. No! Oh, Krusty Sock. First of all, love your name. Also, that sucks. I'm okay width-wise. It's the length-wise that I care about. Because I have a long stride, and the first walking pad I bought, I literally kept sliding off every single stride. I'd take like little baby steps. Hated it. But I luckily I haven't had any issues with width-wise. It's the length ones that I need to worry about. Oh, Freya, that'll do it. Fawn. I think actually Gunnar has a prescription sale going on right now. Sick, exactly. Like, if I did it during stream every day, I could totally do 10 miles a day during stream. But thank you, Utsi. I struggle mentally doing this, and it's only 5.5 miles. I don't know if I could do it double. Hi, Sabrina! Mwah! Thank you for the 4 Kitsy, a little ignorant. Mwah! Thank you for the 4 Kitsy. Also, hi, Cass! What's up, Pumpkin Patch? Thank you, Irish Queen! Also, Pumpkin Patch. Mwah! Thank you for the 4 Kitsy. Yeah, sick, that's what I do. I just put a movie on. That's what I did yesterday. I watched Battle of the 5 Armies, and I walked 11 miles. It was only 4 miles per hour, though. So it was slower than usual. I'm only doing 3 miles per hour now, because I'm yapping a lot. And I'm trying not to, like I am, like, losing my breath, but it's not so bad. Yeah, I'm only going 3 miles per hour, so it's pretty slow. Oh, go make your dinner. Oh, I hope you're loving it, Patch. Oh, I hope you're loving it so much. That's awesome, sick. I love that for you. Yes, I am on a walking pad. So I'm pretty tall when I'm on a walking pad, but I'm not on my walking pad. It's not so tall. But thanks so much, guys, for cheering me on. You guys are so hot. What the hecky? Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I know this is a weird stream. It's under your bed. I have 2. I have this one, which is my main one, which is usually upstairs. And then I have the one, the exact same one, that is the broken one, because it broke like 20 days after buying it. But then they sent me this replacement one. But this one I keep in the corner back there. And that's my basement one. But it overheats like crazy because it is broken. It's my overheating one. So it still works. It just overheats obnoxiously. And I didn't want to use that one today. So I brought my main one downstairs. Because it heats, but it doesn't overheat. Oh, we have the eclipse. They do. Oh, thanks, Serena. I hope so. Hi, Music Kid! I gotta message you back. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I got 2 walking pads. Well, 1.5. Everything y'all have seen about the difference in perspective between the 2 game modes is true, and I'm not well. Oh, you mean like in first person and third person? Balthazar loves heat. Midnight likes it, but Balthazar loves it most. Yeah. Whenever I have any sort of like heat or anything, Balthazar is the first one. Balthazar is the tuxedo. My Mina. So I have 3 DMs to catch up on. Cool. Batch, truly. We're not gonna talk any spoilers in this stream because I know we're just chatting, and I don't want anyone to get like, not jump scared, but spoilered from hanging out like in a stream. But I have been playing on another playthrough after we finished our first one, and I'm playing Grace in third person now. Grace in third person is easy mode. No, you're good. I'll have to look up what the second one was. Yeah, playing Grace in third person is easy mode because, you know, you're not, like, as immersed, right? It's great. I swear to God, she runs faster in third person mode, too. Swear to God. Alright, I'll move on because I don't want to, like, I don't want to do any spoilers or anything, but I love that game. It's so much fun. I'm playing Doom Eternal. Oh my god. It's a fun game, though. I do love the juxtaposition between those two. Between Grace and Leon. It's a beautiful game. Wonderful game. I really want to start walking faster, because, like, I hate walking this slowly, but I know if I walk any faster, I'll be out of breath. Because I'm not usually yapping while I'm doing these walks. Usually just watching my boobies. Yup. This shirt is so big too. Ooh, that's another positive. What about my boys? That's another positive though, is that this is I think a size large. So, oh no, or extra large. I don't remember. I'm down 2 shirt sizes and down 1 pant size. So that's nice. So this is pretty large on me now. What else? Oh, Fitbit tells me that my resting heart rate has gone lower, which is nice, I think. Oh. Here it is. Yeah, my resting heart rate has gone down. Aw, thanks, Freya. Oh! Oh. You know what's so funny, Eclipse? I thought you were my brother for a second because he has the same color. Name. Really, Spades? I bet your heart rate is like super low. Healthy gamer? I wouldn't say I'm healthy. I definitely wouldn't say I'm healthy, especially with my eating habits. But, you know, we're getting there. Yeah. Okay, Spades, that makes sense. I was like, I don't know. You seem like a low resting heart rate, homie. Yeah, I'm in the 70s. It was a lot higher though. Wait, what do you mean, Patch? 237. You're just like a bunny at that point. Yes! Increase your VO2 max. Oh, wait, no, I don't know that. Just kidding. That looks familiar, and now it's not. You caught a shiny! No way! Holy! No way. Let's go! W shiny Frostmoth. That's exciting. GG's, Eclipse. Your resting heart rate is like 70? That's what I'm at right now. Frostmoth is very pretty. You know who doesn't like moths? Ben. Ben does not like moths. Aren't you like the one with like a lot of heart issues? Like recent heart issues? Whoa. Spades, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh, well look at me. See, now my resting heart rate is like almost at normal person heart rate. What is it right now? Oh, I don't know if I can rely on my Fitbit because it says it's 124 right now. Which is like not great, but better than it was. Patch, I believe it. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I remember your heart rate, yeah. Fight for a dragon! Exercise. Thanks, Rune Dragon. Have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. Ooh, I will not be live tomorrow. I will not be live tomorrow night. I have a family thing tomorrow night. So, I might do an extra stream on Sunday. What do you guys think? Should I do an extra stream on Sunday? Sunday stream? Maybe. Up to you. Yeah! Yeah, that sucks, Spades. I'm so sorry. Oh, man, okay, you know what? Say less. Leaning towards yes, then. I'm not sure what time, though. I haven't decided yet on Sunday stream. Kind of depends. The thing is, I say it depends on how I feel. I know I'm going to feel like not doing anything. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I appreciate you. What's G feel? Cherry. That's an old one. I haven't changed it yet. Tom's my G Fuel changer. I keep forgetting. 'Tis the cherry Nuka-Cola. Oh, thank you, Kaya. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Eclipse, how dare you? What else? Someone else said something else. Sunday supper. I've never seen SNL. I know that disappoints a lot of my friends when I say that. But yeah, I'm not. I've only seen like clips of SNL like on TikTok. Oh, we're at 4 miles. 4.18 miles in 84 minutes. Oh, is that the song that's playing? I can't even hear it right now. Ooh. Oh, that's what I was going to say, bravo. Every day, I was like, oh, it depends on how I feel. Every day I feel like not doing anything and just sleeping. But I always feel better when I stream. So I don't know what time I'll stream on Sunday, but I will stream. Put it out there now. No stream tomorrow. I got a family thing. It's a good family thing, not a bad family thing. And yes, we'll stream on Sunday, just don't know what time. I love being busy with that thing. I just don't do shit. I was waiting for that. It's a rest day. Every day is a rest day for me. I do exercise like walks when I'm not depressed. So yeah, this is what I do. But I do 4.4 miles per hour. So it is cardio. Oh, it's the same one from Everyday Kaya. From 2020, the ColourPop X Safia Nygaard collection. In the Mrs. Norris color. Tell your family I'm their biggest fan. I will. Safia! Yeah, I love doing cardio. Cardio is my favorite thing ever. Which is funny for a fat person. I understand the irony of a fat person saying that they love doing cardio. But I do. No, Eclipse, no, sorry. No, you're good. I was just going off and I made it about me. Sorry. Cardio sucks. I love cardio. Don't get me wrong. I also like to do the weights and the squats and whatever, but because I'm limited to what I can do in my own house, because of my agoraphobia, I can't leave my house, and I can't go to the gym because of the agoraphobia. I just gotta do I can't do like the machines, you know? Oh, baby, wait! You love it. Oh, I take care of a screen, no you. Oh, yeah, Pots will do that. My legs are like disgustingly muscular. I will Scout's honor. Most of my weight is in my legs. Most of my legs is in my butt down. That's where most of my weight is. Really, Lily? Oh my god. It's not fun when you try to do it after not doing it in a while. Sushi. But after you start, though. Think of it this way. I am the fattest, laziest, most sedentary son of a bitch in the world. Truly. Nothing could get me off my ass. You gotta find your inner autism and find something like the Hobbit to hyper-focus on and to get you off your ass. Because that is literally the only reason I was able to get off my ass and do this. Is because I pulled that autism out of me and it was like, how can I make this, how can I actually commit to this for 172 days? So, shout out to autism, the only good thing you've done for me. Thank you. Oh, see, I wouldn't even know what I can do, Bravo Penguin. I wish I knew, like, how much I could do with my legs. I love me a good pair of leggies. Roots, you need to feel my thighs. It's been a while. You're a stick and twigs? Yeah, I can't relate. Also, 5'10". Hello! I've been nationally ranked athlete for 5 years and regionally ranked for 10 years. My fitness is not the problem. I hate doctors, man. Man, I wish I knew. I want to know what I could leg press. I know I'm a lot stronger than I look. When I'm walking on my feet, yeah. Yeah. Damn, D-Man. Ha! Kai, I love that. Have you tried working out? Blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Of course it was a he. Yeah, I think that hyperfixation I think would help Sushi. Dirty. Every day is leg day. Yeah, I want to do my arms again more. My parents got me this really dope like dumbbell like weight set or whatever for my birthday. Not last year, the year before. I think it was the year before, 2024, my birthday. I love that. Really? I don't think my back has ever looked nice. Used to have really good core. Down 30 since October! Oh. About to pull spades from Lurk with the Tractor Supply. Tractor Supply. Just in case they're Lurk. Oh my god. Bravo Penguin, I ain't gonna hold you. If you guys are curious about what type of women I look for in a woman, Wobble Penguin. I can't even twirl my hair because it's up. Yo, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Oh, Freya! Wait, Freya, what do you got planned? Smash. I know, right? I think the most I weighed was 260. I'm just guessing because I never weighed myself in 2023. But that was the most I weighed in 2023. I think when I did this challenge, I was at high 240s, 248. I'm 220 right now. So, almost 30 pounds. I don't think I've ever been to Tractor Supply. Nothing. Hey, nothing can be great. Are you happy with doing nothing? Oh, really? Lily, I can't. I love soda. I actually got the closest to quitting soda in my entire life. 2019. It was like end of 2019, early 2020. Just before like COVID really just like boom hit. It was like January 2019 was like the last time. Oh no, it was like February of 2019. Wait. No, 2020. It was February 2020 was when I started having soda again. Because I think I just got furloughed from my job. And I was like, fuck it, I'm drinking a soda because I was mad that I got furloughed. And then, been drinking soda again ever since. My max weight, I think my max weight was 260. Maybe like 260, like 5. But that was my most. I could show you guys. Cover it up for privacy's sake. But, here. This is me at my sister-in-law's wedding. And she's so pretty, but for privacy's sake, I don't know. But this was me probably at my biggest. And it had to be about 260, 265 maybe? I don't know, I didn't weigh myself. I didn't weigh myself that year. You look amazing? Thank you. You know what? I should try on that dress. I still have it. I should try on that dress again. Shut up, Rootsy. God, I'm so gay. We're at 4.63 miles and 93 minutes. I missed chat. Hold on. You recently had your first bit of coffee for the year. Oh, no way. Okay. All right, chat question. Holy crap. Hi, Space Invader. Hi, Space Invader. You're so hot. What? See? Sorry. Anyways, that was really chill. Anywho, what was I saying? Oh, question for chat. How do I want to verb this? verbalize this. Can I get a poll? Can I have a mod do a poll? What could you not live without? Soda or coffee? I don't know if there's any other options I want to put in there. But yeah, if we can do a poll, what could you not live without? Soda or coffee? Soda for me too. I just spit out my Gatorade. Thank you, buds. Sorry, I'm missing on chat. I was 178 at the beginning of January, and when I weighed myself a couple weeks ago, it was 173. So, oh, no way! Good for you, Lily. Oh, Kaya, This should not be a goal for anybody. Dagna, yeah. I just bought a whole bunch of Dr. Pepper yesterday. Oh, shut the fuck up, the pickles. Shut the fuck up, the pickles. I can't do cool. I mean, I love coffee, but I don't need it. I love soda. You know, like Pepsi products, Coca-Cola products, so Sprite, Mountain Dew, like those sodas. I wouldn't say sparkling water. Like, I wouldn't say, like, bubbly. What's up, Biscuit? Oh, okay, Leon's Moans, yeah. Guys, everyone say happy birthday, Leon's Moans. Wait, my Dr. Pepper? I posted bubbly. You know what? I think there actually may have been some Dr. Pepper in that picture, though. I think I'm into Diet Coke right now. I don't have any at the moment. I love coffee. I think it's so good. I have a coffee sponsor, X-Fish Coffee. I actually just had some this morning. But I think I could not live without soda. Coke Zero. I could do Coke Zero if it has like a flavor, like a vanilla or a cherry. I can't just do regular Coke Zero. Oh, take you, Eclipse. Homie fiction. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Oh, Nespresso coffee machine. Okay. Hi, Shatoni! But I got some more bubbly yesterday. Oh, I'm such a carbonation slut. Oh my god! I love carbonation. Oh, really? You live in Japan? Big Red, but since it's mostly a Texan thing. Oh, okay. I'm busy! It's alright, I love that about you. Oh, thank you, sushi guy. Oh! I liked that one. I had it in the zero sugar iteration, Leon's Bones. I only liked it when it was cold. I can't do a room temperature strawberries and cream. Shut up, Lily! Well, that's dope! Cool. Really? If I wasn't experiencing so much migraine and head pain, I feel like I wouldn't mind. Oh, I forgot to vote. So, 69. Okay, good thing I didn't vote. So, most people would be able to survive off just coffee. A lot of us wouldn't be able to survive without soda. Yeah, Biscuit. There's only one game that's made me trip, and it's Assassin's Creed Shadows. I don't know why. I can play Baldur's Gate 3. I can play Return to Moria. I can play a bunch of different games. But Assassin's Creed Shadows, I'm busting my ass. Oh, Dragon Age. That's another one I did. Oh, right, Vid. It's because we're doing caffeine options. I'm sorry. Oh, really? Level 1000 skill. Oh, really? I was doing it on controller for SS. Oh, Alexa, off. My walking pad's about to turn off in a second. Hold on. 4.9 miles. 98.5 minutes. Okay. Oh, do you guys want to say hi to TikTok? Sorry, I didn't mean to scream that. I don't know why I screamed at you guys. Do you guys want to say hi to TikTok? I gotta do my video for my TikTok. It is day 172 for my Hobbit walking challenge, where I walk 950 miles in 172 days, which is about 5.5 miles a day. I'm currently doing my walk live on my Twitch channel, and you guys want to say hi TikTok? You say hi TikTok. We are currently streaming on Twitch my walk. Yep, yep. And let's see. This is about to turn off. We're at 4.95 miles right now. We're about to hit the 100 minutes where the walking pad turns off. And we're at 3 miles per hour. Alright. So that's going to stop in a second. Because it resets at 100 minutes annoyingly, but it's alright. It is what it is, and it is what it is. So I think I just press start again and it'll be fine. .98. Okay, so it stops. Mom, I'm famous! And then I can just press start again. And then back up to 3. So we only have a half mile to go. Eclipse, yes! That'd be a good one. Sorry, my nose gets so runny when I do these walks. Yeah, and it's only 3 miles per hour, so I'd be well and done if I was doing my 4.4 miles per hour. Oh, have a good night, Space Invader. I hope you're doing amazing. Cheering you on. Everybody say good night, Space Invader. How long? Like minutes-wise or hours-wise? Also, thank you so much for the follow. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. It's not so bad. And also, I'm also doing this while yapping the entire time, too. So, I guess I want you guys to know, it's like, this is super easy, right? Like, a lot of people have been really sweet and have been commending me on doing this challenge. A minimum of 5.5 miles every single day for the past 172 days. I did it when I had the most aggressive period cramps. I did it when I had the most awful and aggressive migraines for those 2.5 weeks. That was the worst part. That was the worst part. I did it for Christmas. I did it for Christmas Eve. I did it on Thanksgiving. I did it on my birthday. I did it every single day for the last 170 days, from September 16th to today. Didn't miss a day, which is crazy. But, like, look at me. I'm not fit. I'm not even mentally well. And I want you guys to know that if I can do it, literally any and every single one of you guys can do it. I'm not saying, like, look at how great I am. Like, look at how painfully average I am. And I can do this, you can do this. You know, it's once you do it, you can keep going. It's so easy to just keep going. I don't even know how many hours I've been doing this. But thank you so much for hanging out, Irish Queen. Enjoy the rest of your workday. No. I wasn't trying to make, like, a dig at me. I'm just, for all intents and purposes, I'm a very painfully, like, average human. You know, like, there's nothing, I'm not trying to make a dig at me. I swear to God, like, I'm not trying to make a dig at me. I just, like, there's nothing, like, special. I'm no Elisa Leo, right? You know, who is pretty amazing. She's dope. But, you know, I'm just doing my own, I'm just doing my own thing, right? Shut up! I'm gonna start banning you guys. Oh my god. Like, Lily, truly, it's a godsend. And the thing is, you guys have probably seen pictures from like my random posts. You'll see like my living room. My living room does have my walking pad jut out from underneath my entertainment center. Not so badly to the point where it's like a fucking eyesore, but also I live alone. Who gives a fuck like what my house looks like? But so I do have to like walk around it, but my living room is big enough that it's not a big deal. But it is nice, especially with ADHD, that it is out there in the open where I have to see it and I have to walk past it. And I'm watching, like, if I sit there in my living room watching movies or watching YouTube videos and just staring there. I'm just like, I could be on my walking pad right now. I could be watching this YouTube video while on my walking pad. And then I get off my fat ass and I do it, you know? So having a walking pad there, it takes away any and all excuses to not do it, you know? Shut up, Dangos! Miss Monk, this is the only Hobbit shirt that wasn't dirty. What's up, Reaper Buddy? Hello, Electric Panther. Mwah, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Ooh, I have an elliptical in my laundry room that I love. I just don't use it ever since I got my walking pad. I got my rat's pee fishing area set up and... Oh, okay! That's so cute, Belle. That's true. I was doing this with 2 dislocated toes at the beginning. Thanks, Electric Panther. I got it from Hot Topic. What's up, Moth Madam? Moth Madam, happy Friday. It's going great. And we are at 5.26 miles and 105 minutes. And I'm at 3.0 miles per hour, so going super slow. But so I can, like, keep up the yapping. I did, Dangos, yeah. Exclamation point, Hot Topic. If you guys want to see my Hot Topic storefront, I do get commission whenever people order off my storefront. Also, you guys don't have to even get anything off my storefront. You can just, if you buy anything but use my link. There's no discount code at the moment, but I'll let you guys know whenever there's a discount code. Thanks, guys. Benny! Everyone say happy birthday, Benny. Benny. Birthday kisses. Moth Madam. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Everyone say happy birthday to Benny Situation. Happy birthday! Benny, hope you're doing so good. It's also Leon's Moans' birthday too, so you guys got birthday buddies. Oh, I need to figure out something that isn't Lay's barbecue potato chips. I ate cantaloupe before stream. Jewel Asco, shout out to Jewel. Went there yesterday grocery shopping. Buy one, get one free of this huge pre-cut cantaloupe and honeydew melons. I got one of each. And I've been... I'm not skipping that. We're gonna have to you're gonna have to listen to the entire thing. Oh shit! Bravo Penguin, are you still here?
Oh, you go dummy mommy. Last day. Congrats. You're there and you stuck with IT. Such a feat. Now send me feet. Feel at 52 hug, 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 feel at 52.
War! Let me know what color pussy you like for the pussy wall. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Thank you for the tier. Hooray! For 53 months, you fucking sweat lord. Oh. Oh my god, Reaper Bunny. Reaper Bunny, you are so sweet. And Reaper Bunny's been one of those homies. Reaper Bunny, Dirtface, and so many people have been following my alt TikTok, which is pinned in the comment, and has been cheering me on like pretty much like since the beginning, like every day since. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Reaper Bunny. I truly adore you, truly. And I can't wait. When do you get your own space? Also, War, let me know What kind of kitty cat you like? Green. All right, green. I got you. I'm gonna wait for Bravo Penguins. Bravo Penguin contributed to the Lord of the Rings medals. I forgot to ask her for her pussy preference. Yeah. Oh, Bravo Penguin! Bravo Penguin! What color pussy would you like? For my wall. Oh, can you pick two? Because I didn't do your last one either. I'm so sorry to hear that, Reaper Bunny. I hope you're doing okay. Also, Benny, thank you for the Thursday rib streak. Happy birthday, Benny. Jesus Christ. Pink and yellow. Pink and yellow. Getting like really out of breath right now. I think I'm just excited. We should be almost done, actually. I really want to change my shirt. I'm sweating through this thing. Sorry, I want to see what we're at right now. Oh! 5.49! Alright, hold on. Are you guys ready to say hi to TikTok? We'll do another hi TikTok. So you guys want to post, we can say, hi TikTok! Oh, I gotta wait for it to go back around again. So if you guys want to be in the TikTok video, everyone say, oh, hi TikTok or bye TikTok, whatever you guys want to say. Yes. Hello. And I'll get you guys' pussies, and then we'll play a game. I don't know what yet. Oh. 0.51 miles plus the 5 from before, and 110.5 minutes at 3.0 miles per hour. Hello? Let's go! Oh, Eclipse! Eclipse, thank you so much for giving this up to Reaper Bunny. What the hecky? Alright. That was it! Oh, wait. I gotta stop this. Oh my god. Alright. So that is it. That is day 172 done of my Hobbit walking challenge. I walked 950 miles in 172 days. I will do the math of everything, of how far I officially walked according to my Fitbit and my walking pad miles, but that is it. Oh, hold on. Everybody say hi TikTok. That's it. We did it. Yep, yep. Oh, thanks guys. Oh, you guys are so cute. So cute. I will probably be doing another challenge. I haven't quite decided what yet, but I'm going to keep walking. I'm going to keep doing it. Probably do some sort of modified Lord of the Rings, Frodo and Sam journey. But thank you guys so much for all of your support. That's day 172. Done. Oh my god. I want to cry right now, but I still have to stream, so I don't want to cry. But this is really cool. Oh. Whatever. Whatever, it's not that big a deal. Oh, Jasper, you're so cute. But we did it. Holy shit. 950 miles in 172 days. Officially done. It is a big deal. That is very cool. There you go.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
It's a dangerous business, Frodo, going out your door. You step onto the road, and if you don't keep your feet, there's no knowing where you might be swept off to.
Whatever. How many minutes was that? Shit, I don't remember how many minutes it was. Let's just put 115 minutes. Kyle, thank you for the 100 biddies! 950 miles and 172 days, which is about 5.5 miles a day. Thank you so much for your money. Thank you so much, Shadowhawk. Thank you guys so much. I gotta write this down. I'll forget it. 5.52 miles. 3.0 miles per hour and streamed. Oh, and 3.6. There we go. Proud of sec. Thanks, guys. Holy shit. Let me. Yeah. Oh, hello, Jojo. Hold on. I gotta send this a snap to Raven because she'll love this. You're so cute. So cute. Here's Jasper laying down on my mess of boxes from G Fuel. Fucking hell, mate! Alright, let me move my walking pad out of the way. Ugh. Big boy! Oh, I gotta change my shirt too. I'm fucking sweaty. I ain't gonna lie though. It's kind of nice standing and streaming. You know what I mean? Oh, too far. There we go. It is kind of nice standing and streaming though. Oh, this is a standing desk. Pixel, you just completed 950 miles in 172 days. What are you gonna do next? I'm going to Mordor. Ah! Please look at the snap I just sent you. Do I need volume? Hold on, let me put my volume on just in case. Oh, it's a picture. Okay, good. Picture is easy. Shut the fuck up. I'm saving that. Watching the streamer on followed on Twitch. I don't know. What do you think? Shut up. What's up, Mooncourts? Yo, Mooncourts, you just finished streaming? Guys, everybody go follow the homie Mooncourts. Oh, it's so weird. Everything's like so like short now. Guys, do my... That's a good picture. I really want... can I say... Wait, can I just save this? I know I saved it in our chat. Can I like download it? Here, save the camera roll. I like that. That was a good one. You did? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Everybody go follow Mooncourts. I mean, the first stream ever. I just finished doing my 5.5 miles. I actually, do you guys mind if I go change my shirt really quickly? I'm just like painfully aware of how sweaty I am. So I'm gonna do that really quickly. Hold on. My headset's also like really sweaty too. It's so gross. Ooh. Okay. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, so so much better. Holy! Yo, this shirt is way too hot to be wearing right now. I should have grabbed a t-shirt. What's up, Cabal? Cabal, happy Friday. Yo, Kitchen! Can you think of 100 bits? Electric Panther, what the French toast sticks are you doing? Oh, it's so sweaty. Happy Friday. Can we not yell at mommy? Oh, you can reach me now, huh? You couldn't reach me before when I was walking? Sorry I'm so sweaty, guys. Holy shit! Oh, this is way too tall. Holy shit, talking mushrooms! Yo! Electric Panther, thank you so much for contributing to my, Lord of the Rings walking challenge. Thank you so much. That is the next thing I want to do for the, what is it, the Conqueror medals, where you get a medal to do it. Can you let me know what color, Pussycat post-it you like? If you'd like a pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. Thank you so much. But yeah, I just finished. Super easy walk, but it's just really hot. I'm sweating my ass down here. I'm gonna leave this fan on for a minute, if you guys don't mind. Jasper, go away, muffin. Blue, I got you. All right, so War, Bravo, Electric Panther, perfect. Thank you so much. I don't know what to do next. I honestly thought that this walk would take a lot longer. I guess like 2 hours, not too bad, right? Not too shabby. It is weird that I'm still wearing shoes, though. Shoes, yeah. I have 2 pairs of workout shoes that I only wear while I'm working out on my my treadmill. They don't leave my house because I don't like outside shoes being inside, if you know what I mean. So. Yeah, these are my old, no, these are my new ones. My old ones are the old shoes that I have. Hold on. Let me take this off for a second. The old shoes. So you see, like, there's tear right here. The old ones have, like, there's no tread. 0 tread on my old shoes, so these are my newer ones. My Guipocopos. While you're hanging out next to Lil Ignorant. And now we gotta get Guavo Penguin. Hello, princess. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yo, Kitchen! Kitchen, thank you so much for the bits! Oh my god. Hello, God? Thank you so much for the bits! You did not have to do that. Oh, you guys are being so nice. Don't be nice. I'll come. Thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so, so much. What is it? The horse one, right? No, it's so sad. I was having such a good bang day. I was having such a good hair day. I don't know why I showered and washed my hair right before doing this. Stupid. I can't even see what this looks like. It's fine. Just don't look at me. Don't perceive me. Alright. Bravo Penguin. Bravo Princess. God's favorite princess. Ever hurt you? Oh my god. These are some good cats. These are some good looking cats. That came out when you said a good bang day. It's been 84 years since I've had a good bang day, Kyle. Alright, Bravo Penguin. Hope you're ready for your pussy. So I had to do one of each. I had to do a silly and a whatever this is. There's I'm at that point, Kyle. All right, Bravo Penguin got it going right under Slasher Bunny, and then right under Mystic Simba. Simba. All right, and here's Electric Panther. That's Cabal. That's you know what? That's what they remind me of. It's not what I was going for, but ever since POCO P.O, whatever it's called, came out, I can't unsee it. Now all I see is Ditto. It's not what I was going for, but it is a happy accident. All right, Electric Panther. Do you have underscore? You do. Electric Panther underscore. Perfect. I knew there was one. What do we do for you? I think we're gonna do another silly Goofy Goober one. But this one's gonna be super silly. Well, you'll see in a second. Oh! Oh, it came out so cute. Oh. This is cute. It's a silly Goofy Goober, but it's cute. But they're all cute. Look at the eyes! I made them like super wonky. Oh, Jamon. Thank you so much. And you're going to go right under YBC. Hell yeah. Alright, I don't know what to do now. I didn't think we'd get this far. You love it? Thanks, guys. I do want to hydrate, though. Moon Quartz. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh! Yeah, here, I can show you right now. Oh, no, they're attached to the other one. Yeah, I'll send you snap. And in case anybody else missed them. Oh my god. Oh my god. They just make me so happy. Should we do a celebration shot? Bless you. No, bless you. What would be a good celebratory I just walked 950 miles and I will walk 950 miles more shot? Would that be Malort? Yes! Oh, I don't have a shot glass. Oh, I have shooters. I could do a shooter. Because I'm lazy. Oh, these are all bad ones. Kraken. Oh, you like that one, don't you? Here, let me show you the nasty ones that I have from last Easter. So, every year for Easter, my dad will get these, like, little shooter alcohol bottles. Alright, yeah. And he'll hide them in these, like, this sized Easter eggs and then hide them in the backyard. And then me, my brother, my sister-in-law, and my mom, and then sometimes my aunt, will go and find the Easter eggs that are hiding in the backyard, but they're full of liquor. I didn't think I could get both of them, right? And these are all that's left over from last year. So I have Devil's River. Oh, they're different. Oh! I was like, why are they different? Here, I have agave, or what are they called? Devil's River. And one is an agave bourbon, one's a bourbon whiskey. This one sounds interesting. Also, Kyle, it's 90 proof, or I'm sorry, 80 proof. This one's 90 proof. This one's 80 proof. 40% alcohol. I also have Wheatley, not to be confused with Wheatley. 41% alcohol, 82% proof. Pendleton whiskey, 80 proof, 40% alcohol. There's a reason why these were made to be last. And then Gordon's dry gin. You know what? I'm gonna save the gin because I have some green olives upstairs. Oh, Taco! Think with the forehead kissy. Also, hi, Jinx. It's really cool, Cabal. I would recommend it if you guys can afford it. Who would be the DD? There's quite a few people in chat that don't drink. So whomsoever they are, if they want, obviously. Because just because people don't drink doesn't mean they don't want to be DD, you know? Also, Jinx. Think of the forehead kissy. And we go back to the treadmill. I have done that. I have done workouts after a stream where I've been drinking. You, Raven? You too, Freya? I'm not one of those people. Nah, I would get drunk. 1 drink max. Is that what you're doing for your birthday? Benny, did I ask you what are you doing for your birthday? What have you done today? I'll be the driver? Okay, so we have 2 drivers. You don't like gin? Gin is not the greatest. I had gin at a party once. I don't remember. It was free. It was like one of those parties I was invited to. Oh, is that what you posted in the Discord? I only saw it for a second. Hold on. Oh, okay. No, I remember you said that. Who has gin? I have this awful gin. Gordon's isn't great. But you oh, that's right! How was your trip, Benny? I totally forgot. Benny, how was your solo trip? Go all the way back. I want to ask you how you know that. Ooh, some wine would be nice. I'm the only reason I'm going to drink one of these is because I don't feel like going upstairs. Too lazy to go upstairs. What do you want, sweet summer child? Do you want cat time? Do you want to be on camera? Is that what you want? Here, do you want to be on camera? Everyone, say hello to Jasper, because Jasper wants to say hello to you. Raven, how could you? Oh, Moonfire was here the other day, Eclipse. I don't know if you were there for that. No way! Did you name it Pixel? I'm joking. Oh, that makes me so happy, Moon. You know what? Okay, what do you guys think? The agave bourbon or the vodka? Are you really, Moon? Catnip tea? I've seen that before. Oh my god, I have like 10 messages I need to respond from you. I'm so sorry. To be fair, I haven't responded to anybody's messages, alright? I have like 3 mods that have messaged me I haven't responded to. Oh, holy agave, okay. Alright. If it's gross, I blame you guys. It's probably gonna be gross. Yeah, I'll get back to it, I promise. There's actually some sponsors I need to respond back to. Yikes! Worst streamer ever. I do have rope. It's the craziest thing. Also, cool Cam! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisser. Really? Oh, I love that you guys think of me when you see Clefairy. To be fair, it's been very, very cool. Oh, no way! You know what? I kind of want to play Outlast now, too. Good luck, Freya. Good luck. Godspeed, Pilgrim. Alright, speaking of Godspeed, let's try this disgusting. I'm gonna smell it first. You guys know me. I gotta smell when I'm putting it in my mouth. What is that? What is that? Ugh! Oh! You guys wanna whiff? Here. Here, let's get closer. You guys smell that? Sniffer. Oh, rough! Alright. I don't know if I'm gonna drink the whole thing. Alright, well, cheers. Here's to 950 miles and 172 days. Sin responsibly. I'm already shivering. I didn't drink it yet. It's not as bad. Oh, that's tinkly. Ugh. That is not a good mix. Oh, that's not a good mix. Not bad. I thought it would be worse. Not a good mix. I did not like that at all. Yikes! I need something else. Oh, here we go. This is like a week old. Yep, there's no carbonation of that. Woof! Woof! Also, Dragon Set Ablaze. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh my god. What's up, Petunia? Thank much for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Holy shit. Yo, how was your DBD? Oh, you know what? I was thinking of doing DBD today, too. And I can't decide. I can decide what I want to do today. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Every go follow Petunia. Petunia, please. Go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies. Bathroom. Breaks. Namis and bevies. Go eco pico poo. Go stretch and drink. There it is. There it is. Holy. How was your stream? Were you doing Survivor, Killer? Oh, Mafra. Mafra's an artist that War showed us. Crazy talented. I want to do RE9 because there is a new sub badge. I know a lot of people have it already. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we do a poll? It was good. Hell yeah. Oh my god. I love your I love your Hattie emotes. Shirtless Leon. I wouldn't even know how to even do mods. I mean, I could do my mods, ladies, but I don't know how to do like mods. Also, I changed all my settings to my game to like high settings because I've been playing offline. I've been playing offline, so I put all my settings up, so I'd have to turn my settings back down again. My visual settings. Oh my god. Petunia, thank you so much for raid. Please get your post-stream self-care. I'm gonna do a raid trailer really quickly. Because I didn't do one after we got ready from Nerdling either. Should I get chicken tendies or chicken? Always chicken tendies. Always chicken tendies. What about X mods? Yes. Let's do Raven's favorite. I keep messing up every time. This game just seems like just a bunch of cheap jump scares. What in the M. Night Shyamalan signs is this?
She had seen during her time with
Boobies!
the Pope.
Honkin' tibbies! Those are knockers! I actually kind of want to stay in the screen again. God, is that the hatch right there? Yo, speedrun. Because I might have a big butt, but I got a small brain.
Okay, crawl.
I love your titsy stuff. Thanks. Thanks for the raise, guys. Alright. Poll is going up. Let's do, I don't know, 3 minutes. 3 minutes sounds good, right? Alright, you guys tell me what to do. Would give me licking my screen. Oh my god, I saw a TikTok of someone whose cat was licking their screen. And Leon was on their screen. It was so funny. This seat is wet, and so is this one, and so is that one. You guys saw that too? Oh, that shot went straight to my head, by the way. Oh, you know, I'm gonna wash my hands really quickly, and then I'll put my rings on. 1 second. Vote in the bowl! Tell me what to do! Oh, that's so nice. Get that shit. Yes. I want to see her carry. I'll ping her. I'll ping her if I get on Marble Rivals. She probably doesn't have Rivals installed. Wait, her or me? Because I have it installed. It's just not updated. You know what? I'll update it right now. I'll update right now, but I don't know if my stream will start crashing. I'll probably have to validate my or something my files again or whatever. Yo, that shot went straight to my brain. I guess it doesn't help that all I've had to eat was cantaloupe today, but still. Where's my other ring? Oh, there it is. Eileen was holding out on me. Only cantaloupe, yeah. I woke up at like 4. Alright? So I've only been up for 5 hours. Yeah, I usually have a protein shake afterwards, but this is my first time doing it on stream, so everything's a little wonky-tonky. Yeah, it goes straight to your head. Shut up! Whatever, Eclipse. Do as I say, not as I do. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Sorry, that was my bad, I was trying to do this. Sorry. Sorry. Oh. Outlast is winning? Oh my god. Significantly. Alright, well let me ping Mad Eye. To see if he wants to join. No obligation. Okay. Mad Eye. Also, Kyle, what are you doing? And Pixel's not writing it? Yes! Freya, what if we get in the same lobby? Let me send a message to Shabby, too. Just in case. Oh, I've missed messages from them, too. I don't want to send a message to Sam too, and then have everyone say like, yeah, and then I have to kick someone out. So we'll see if someone says no, and then I'll message Sam because those are my regular suspects. Kyle, Samfire, Shabby, and Mad Eye. Those are my go-tos. But then there's also Sarah Stria, Softbag, but he's streaming right now. He's playing Dead by Daylight. If your typing is trash, I think it's the keyboard that makes it sound like it's faster than it is. Okay, so Shabby says maybe later. My head's kind of hurting. Cookie clicker? There's a cookie clicker that I'd play, but it doesn't involve cookies. If you know what I'm saying. Ladies. That means pussy. So Outlast Trials, huh? Update failed. All right. Let me play Outlast Trials. See, Raven gets me. One more zoom in. I hope it zoomed in. I couldn't see my screen. Oh, sorry for the ads, homies. Oh, now I want Subway. Shut up, Jasper. No one asked for your bitch-ass opinion. I'm sorry, did anybody ask for his bitch-ass opinion? Oh, it's so cute. Okay. That was kind of cute. Really, Raven? I did? Oh, God. You guys are such haters. Well, you know what? He should look offended. Rootsy, I want you to know that I offered to play Marvel Rivals and no one wanted me to play it. Just so you know. I offer to play Marvel Rivals. I voted for it. Well, you were the only one. I think there's only one vote for it. So just saying, Rootsy, no one wanted me to play it. Give treats? I'll give treats. I'll give those treats. I'll give them good. Come here. Come here. I'm assuming you want them for Jasper. Oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. What's up, Mad-Eye? Mad-Eye, do you want to play with me? You don't have to. I'm sorry. Are you a cat? All right, well, you're going to turn into a kitty cat now. You turn into a kitty cat. You're going to turn into a kitty cat. Why does he eat those? What a weird boy. No more. No more. No, you didn't eat your dinner. Bitch, go away. My vote counts for 10. Tier 3 subs get 10 votes. I like that. Enjoy your lurky turkey spades. I'm so sorry, honey. Ew, I just called you honey. Ew. Ew. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, at least I'm gonna call you hun. I'm not gonna lie. And no offense to anybody that says the word hun, but I think the worst nickname to be called besides like cum dumpster is hun. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I get the ick when other people get called hun. You know, like H-U-N. You know? Hun. Or H-O-N. Can I take a rain check? No! It's play with me now, Mad Eye, or play... I'm sorry. That's the shot talking. I'm sorry. Why? I don't know. It gives me the ick. I'd rather be called cum dumpster. Don't call me cum dumpster. I'm sorry. It's the shot talking. I'm sorry. I want to take another shot. Should I take another one? I shouldn't. What is tier 2 cat then? I can't say that, TOS. I hate wearing shoes, guys. I can't. Get these off my feet. Get these feet gripper prisons off my feet. I can't stand wearing shoes. I'm sorry. How you doing tonight? What's up, what's up, Ewok? I'm gonna go to the corner. Yeah, go to your bad kitten corner. Gets you time in hell. Oh my god, gripper prisons. You guys are gonna make me play this game alone? Solo? Hi, Ewok! Ewok, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I can't believe all the homies hate Pixel. That's fine. Should I message Sam? I guess I'm gonna home. Oh man, you guys are gonna make me play solo? That's crazy. Alright, guys. 1's in chat for another shot. 2's in chat for not another shot. I've already done my walk. You believe in me? Wow. And the birthday girl says yes? See, Moon Quartz, you're a homie. Everyone else hates me. I'll get more cantaloupe. Sushi. Sushi guy. Hold on. Where's Shabby? Shabby's playing Overwatch right now. Says maybe later. I thought you were gonna put 7. I thought you were gonna do 6, 7. Boo! I know! Go play with my shoes. Guys, I have another question. Not an alcoholic one. There it is, thank you. Want my torty instead? I don't know. Torties can be really bratty, too. Should we do that shot of vodka? Alright. Oh, wait, that's the chin. Alright. Okay, should I do the other Devil's River, which is a bourbon? Or should I do the vodka? So, bourbon or vodka? What was I about to say? Oh, okay. So, I have a question. If I were a worm, would you accept me? I would. I would love you, and I would keep you... I would give you the best, moistest dirt and soil. That's fine, Kyle. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody hates me. It's fine. I'm joking. No, seriously. It's truly fine. I'll entertain myself. Wait, what was I going to say? Oh, guys. Bourbon or vodka? They're both going to taste like ass. But someone tell me. Vodka is 41%, 82 proof. Bourbon is 45%, 90 proof. I just spit everywhere. Gotta hate her and beg to have Jasper back. Maybe we'll keep Jasper. Vodka? Bourbon? Vodka? All right, we got 2 vodka, 1 bourbon. Thank you, Sushi Guy. I really appreciate the hype. Truly. Oh, thanks for making it tied. Thank you. Also, birthday girl, actually 2 votes, so no tie. Benny, where's our birthday boy? All right, 2 vodka, 3 bourbon. Anyone else? More like 11. Oh, you are tier 3. You are tier 3. All right, we'll do the bourbon. But cherry vodka? Oh, like finish like the little like spit that I have left in this. What's up, Jesus? Oh, actually, that reminded me that I need something to chase this with. Oh, here. I have the Coke. I have a little spit left of Coke. What's up, Jesus? Jesus, happy Friday. All right, what'd I say? All right, we'll do the bourbon. Jesus, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, so I have another question. Happy Friday. So I do have a code. I have a code for Resident Evil Requiem. I'm not going to give away this steel case. This is mine. But I am going to give away a code for a PC copy of Resident Evil Requiem. So the code that's on the back of this fake paper thing. I'm going to give away a code for Deluxe Edition PC Requiem, Resident Evil Requiem. Now, question. I did say that I was going to do it either this week or next week. But now I'm thinking, because my 5-year partner anniversary is next month, should I do it then? Or should I do it next week? So what do you guys think? 1's in chat for next week. 2's in chat for save it for my partner anniversary next month. What do you guys think? You're so generous. You are so sweet. I got the physical copy. It came too late, so I got the digital copy. Partner anniversary? All right. We'll save it for the partner anniversary then. All right, cool. Sounds good then. A good price for partner. I won't have a. I don't think I'll have a sub goal for that, right? Oh, Raven. A lot of people were saying that they need an arachnophobia mode. Apparently, there's a mod that they turn it to a Thomas the Tank Engine. Thomas the Tank Engine instead of the spider. The Forbidden 6 option. That's English for you. That's English for you. All right. This shot is going to put me on my ass, guys. My lips are already super tingly. Get to take a second shot? Jinx, I don't want to put that pressure on you. I'm a little scared to do that. Whatever you're comfortable with. Yep, smells like bourbon. Oh, hold on. Oh, thank you, buds. Is that she's half Jasper size. Ooh, I like that. And Jasper, a big boy. You big boy. You big boy. All right. Should I take this shot? What is this again? 90 proof, 45%. Mr. Pickle, am I going to regret taking this shot? Not a chance! Not a chance! Not a chance! That tastes like ass! Eat something, please. I do have to. I'll probably get some more cantaloupe. Or I'll get a protein drink. That was gross. I did not like that at all. I didn't like that at all. Did you really, Jinx? Did you just do it today or recently? I say don't, Mooncore. It's only because you care about me. Also, look at you with your slutty little ditto badge. I need to find someone who's playing Pokepia so I can get a badge for that. It doesn't even work on my children. That is a funny emo. I love that. Oh my god. Alright. What, about 2 minutes? It's about to get really weird in here. It's because of the shot. Woo! Remember, if I start getting too weird, it's because you guys made me. Alright, how do I play this game again? I have 4 tickets. 4 tickets. Really? Oh my god, Jinx. I'm very proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you. Do you feel good though? If I watch long enough, I might spawn in. Listen, I'm not gonna make you. The invitation is open, Mad Eye, but I'm not gonna make you do anything. But I'll be more than happy to have you. Wait, hold on. Can I do that again? Wait, I wanna do that again. Hold on. Oh. Alright, well, I think I should warm up with my usual. Although... No, I'm not doing the hardest game mode. We'll do introductory. Yeah. We'll do introductory to spoil the auction. Rock Dude, can you hear me? Mr. Chocolate Crown. Hi, Rock Dude. I want to see if he can hear me. I'm gonna see him tomorrow anyway. Oh, I just remembered something I needed to wash in my laundry and I forgot. To spoil the auction? Never foreseen! Made dude. Yeah, he'll usually watch my streams on mute. Although they were watching my stream when I was playing Resident Evil though. Hey Zeus, it takes forever. My first time playing this, like my first like 2 or 3 times, or 1 to 3 times playing this, it took like over an hour. But now it's a lot easier because I know what to do and where to go. But yeah, it took a long time the first like 1, 2, 3 times. And of course, like I've done the secret a bunch of times too. Yes, Raven. War. I agree. Hell yeah. Oh, really? What does that entail, Jinx? If you don't mind me asking. If you do mind me asking, that's okay. 2 hours? Oh, really? Is that the first one? Oh, yeah, English. Yeah, that'll do it. I'm okay with mannequins. Oh, I just got a battery. Oh, that's huge. Getting a battery booster in this game is kind of huge. Oh, shoot! Oh, I forgot to change my loadout! Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I forgot to change my loadout. That sucks. But that's fine. It's just, we're playing on introductory, so it's no big deal. I'm finally doing things myself. I'm very proud of you, Jinx. I'm super very proud of you. Armor mannequins? Oh, really? Oh my god. I never would have thought of that. I never would have thought of that as a trigger, so that's good to know. Also, hello, lag? What the... I just wanna win. Oh, there's another adrenaline. English? I'm not gonna lie, that would scare the hell out of me too. Really? English is kind of scary. Welcome to Dairy. Oh, I've heard of that before. I've heard of that show. Yeah, I meant to duck. My finger is even on control right now, but I pressed open before I pressed duck because that was drinking. That was drinking, Pixel. Because I was pressing control. Yeah, English. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all for that. Oh my god, I can't get out the door. Man, introductory is easy. There's not even anybody in here right now. Yeah, English, that sucks. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Ow! Oh, wrong button. Sorry, Jane. Pre-game stuff, ladies. I have not played Trials for a little while. We just played it on, what was it, Wednesday? Let me get warm really quickly. I just played it on Wednesday. Yeah, which is nice. But it's been in my head for a while, because we haven't played it for a while before that. And now we're big. We're big. Ooh, actually, I want this instead, yeah. I know I'm only playing an introductory, but what I like to do is I like to collect all of these items and put them in, like, my quote-unquote base, you know? Quote-unquote base. Just so I have everything where I know where it is, you know? So we'll grab that, we'll grab that, we'll grab that. And that was it. So I'll put all my health right here. I know, again, I'm only on introductory, but still. And then crazy juice we'll put right here. Yeah, it's again, I'm only on introductory, so it's not like the biggest deal to do. But oh, I should have grabbed. I don't think there's. Oh, there's that. Another adrenaline? Jesus Christ! So actually, let's. Ah, you bitch. AJ, happy weekend! They kind of stopped hanging out? Ah, that happens, man. It happens. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, though. I think this is good enough stuff. What do we got? We got crazy juice right there. Wow. Wow! Introductory gives you a lot of stuff. Okay, so what do we have? We have my adrenaline here. Health. Throwable. Crazy juice. Okay, we'll start it now. Oh, you haven't? Oh my god. Well, I've done the secret like 5 or 6 times now, just trying to help people get it. I still need to upload a YouTube video of me doing it, even though there's probably no point in me doing it, but I'll probably just do it anyway. I'm gonna grab a canned juice. Come out. Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street. Thank you, AJ. Thank you so much. Oh, Jesus, I totally get that. Yeah, for sure. All right, we're gonna do Dream Demon. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, it tastes like Smarties. Oh, there's another one right here. No, I haven't. No, wait, I did. I did see it. The one with Lilia. Yes, I did see it, actually. It was super cool. Such a good can. I agree. I agree, I agree, I agree, I agree, I agree. Am I stupid? Oh, there it is. Oh, American. American Spartans. I should have said that. I should have been more, Pacific. Hey, Zeus, do you know how to do the secret? Yeah, I guess I'll grab that. You don't? Okay. So there are 6, count them, 6 paintings of bondage women in bondage around the map. There's, and they're always in the same spots. And then there's also one room that has the switch to open up the secret door, but you need to find these 6. Here, I'll show you. Hold on. Where are my throwables? You need to find these 6. Hold on. Oh, actually, let me grab one more. You need to find these 6 paintings, and behind each painting, you throw a throwable at it, whether it's a brick or a bottle, and then there's a number, and you need to find 6 numbers. The last number is, so there's 5 in this main house here, like in this like main area, and there's 1 in the basement, right outside where the secret room is. Also, hi Shabby! Shabby, are you done with your Overwatching? Because it's okay if you're not done with your Overwatching. But if you are done, I would we just started. But I'm doing introductory, so it probably won't take me too long. I figure introductory would be a nice warm up. I agree. I totally agree. I think this is one of the coolest little. Well, that was rude. I've never seen her do that. Never seen her do that. That's crazy. Like walk into a room right at the beginning. Interesting. Probably got tired of waiting. Oh shit, nipples. Oh, I do need 3. Where's the 3rd one? Is it not in here? Am I stupid? One, 2. Oh, really? Last of Us? I still have never played that game. Oh, here's the last one. Okay. Jesus! I realized he moved. Oh, there she is.
Shit. It's the big one.
It's the big one. I used to play Magic the Gathering back when I was a kid. Like in elementary / middle school. Not a long time though. You know, wait. Wait, you know when you randomly crash out of nowhere and instantly get hit with definitive exhaustion? You mean every day of my life? Am I being chased right now? I fear I'm being chased. Oh! 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 Run away! What is she whispering in my ear holes right now? Because you gotta stop, lady. I used to play it a lot. Chappy, are you doing okay though? Oh. Okay. Oh, I'm all done with owl? Okay. Jesus, Jasper. Okay, we'll go this way. What do you mean I'm an introductory? You gotta be nice to me. You're not being nice to me. Is that Crazy Juice guy? I thought so. Thought that was. What's it so cute? I always do! Also, hi, Quinny! No, you are totally fine. Chubby, you are absolutely... Shut up with your daddy. That is so cute. Did you make that? Well, no, Shabby, you are Gucci's Gucci. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I was just clicking back into the game. My bad. You did? It is so cute. Also, shout out to Daddy. I love it. That's awesome, Quinny. Also, hi, Quinny! Oh, Girly Pop, just unlock the door, sweetheart. Alright, so that's number 3. I need one more, right? Uno muscle. Ah!
Also, 22 months. Less than
Pitch. Oh my god. Thank you for... Oh, I was just about to pick up a bottle. Well, can I pick this up now? Quinny, thank you for the 22 bucks. Also, hi, Mood Fun. Quinny, enjoy your 90... Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view and ad. Get so bitch. Let her offer you salvation. Shut up! Also, Nikki, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. I do love it. Oh, very much. He's so cute! It's almost as cute as you are. Oh, here's the last one. Got it. Just go ahead and use this now too. Really worth it though. So worth it. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so, you crazy lady. Jesus! I thought I was crazy? What? Oh, this is what happens when Mad Eye doesn't play with me. I'm joking. It's because Lilia is just obsessed with Mad Eye. Oh, wrong door, sorry. Oh, shit nipples. You didn't see anything, right? Right? It's time. Are you about to play some Outlast? Why do you do that? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right, that's right, that's right. Hello, Ossifer. I'm so excited and terrified. You should be. Those are the correct things to feel. Oops, I missed. I need one more now. One more. One more. One more. There it is. Oh, alright. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. Oh, I need to use the last wolf door. Let me. Oh, okay. Here's the. Also, Jesus, this is the room where you open up the secret door. The bear door up top. You have to switch that open, and then you get the bear door, or you get the secret door open. Because even if you get all 6 secret numbers, you can't get there without the secret door being open. I got you, Jesus. I got you. Where do I need to go? I need to go over here. Ah, bitch! That's right. I just want to open. I think this is the last wolf door. Yeesh. And then there's also a room in here, or a painting here. There's a painting right Boop, there. I still need to check out Lilia catalog. Oh, really? I think I need like one more, and I'm about to finish the catalog. I think it's like one more like $500 one. Bear. Oh, I want to go bear. I have $190 out of 350. Are you really right behind me? That is so homophobic. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, the secret's not bad, especially if you have someone else. Especially if you have someone else with you that's like taking, like okay, let's say, optimally, 3 people, at least 3 people is like the breast, right? Because you have one person that's taking Lilia's attention, you have one person that's getting the jewels, and you have one person that's getting the numbers that you need for the secret. And that's like optimal, right? I know, I hear you, I know. Yeah, that's like the dream team. It's at least 3 people. I got 3 rubies! 3 rubies in a dream. And we go around. I'll grab that just in case. We'll go around. Have you played Remothered? Is that a mission in Outlast, or is that like a totally different game entirely? Either way, I've never heard of it. So no, I have not. I was so locked to your stream that Lily made me jump, as she should. There's no way you're about to come out right now. That's crazy. Oh, it's a crazy guy too. Ugh. Oh, really? Okay, so it's a totally different game, and it's called Remothered. Ugh. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda have to pee. Alright, this should be enough. Damn, I ran right into that. Don't mind me! Yeah, I have 280 out of 350. I should be good with these 3. Not too shabby, right? Really? Hey, this just sounds awesome, actually. Hey, not too bad, not too bad. Nice shade, dude. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Do I have any more throwables? No, because I dropped them all downstairs. Actually, that's fine that they're all downstairs. I will grab an adrenaline, though. Hello? Destroy the lot. There you go. Oh, I don't need this. What's up, Zinka? Zinka, happy weekend. Why she gotta make that choking sound? Nothing's even happening to you, lady. Chill on it. Where is she? Lilia? Where are you? Not there she is. There she is. There she is. Yikes. There we go. We're good. Now, I'm so scared trying intensive. Yeah, like I would if I'm with somebody, but not solo. Hell no on solo. Hell no. Hell no, we won't go. Oh, here's the last one. So here's the secret room, and there's the last painting. That's number 6. Usually I'll just get 5 of the numbers, and then get that last number here as number 6. Oh no, you're totally good, Ruthie. Oh my god, you're so understandable and hot. Especially right now. Right now is the worst part of the level. But that's the last part. The pleasure is pain, and then you're here, and then there's the secret, and then you just put all 6 of the numbers in there. I usually just get 5, and then this is the last one. This is number 6, but usually I'll just get 4 upstairs, and this would be number 5, and I'll just guess the last number. It's easier that way, for me, personally. Why does it sound like she's like right here? How many? Ooh! Why were you right behind me? Oh, you're so slow, lady. You're so slow. All right, we'll drop it. We'll drop it. We'll drop it. Curious how many found that out. I saw instructions on how to do that like the same... Bitch, I was through the door. The same day that the DLC released. It's actually insane how quickly people found out how to do it, you know? Have a good night, Kaya! Kaya, thank you so much for hanging out! I appreciate you. Everyone say good night, Kaya! Truly, thank you so much for being here. Make it stop. Girl, it hasn't even started yet. Here, let's get the out of the camera angle so you guys can see what happens. Because this is the worst part of the game. Shit. Oh, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you! I hear ya. And I actually put on X-ray instead of, you know, the usual shit, so I have the wrong items on. I'm stupid. Oh, I did not mean that. Bitch, are you still How are you still behind me? Oh, I did it again. Oh, no. Wait, hold on. Wait, Lily, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so this is not where I want to be because I can't open that door. Oh, you can see me. That's weird. Wait, no, you can't see? That's stupid! No, I did again. You stop! You're through the door, you stupid! There you go. Sorry. Guys, I'm scared. See, this part is the worst to do solo because you can't have, there's no one to help you, like, distract Lilia while you're doing this. Here, let's rip off one of our limbs now. Yippee! Said nobody ever. Take a run to the finish with the hooky! Oh, okay, alright. You gospel away, lady. Oh shit! Oh my god! Hi, Mikoshi! You know what? I don't need this. Oh my god, Mikoshi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Ah! Oh, how was your RE4? Oh my god! Were you having the best time? Yo, everyone go follow the homie Mikoshi. Mikoshi, please go get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies. Bathroom ranks, Namis, and Babbies. Go Eco, Pico, Fogo, Shut Drake. Welcome in. We are currently playing Outlast Trials. Ugh. I know, it's gross. I know. How was your stream? Oh my god, thank you so much for the shout. Sorry. I hear you. Where are you? Oh, there she is. Was this your first time? No way. Are you going through all of them for the first time and then doing Requiem? What is the plan here? We played through Requiem already, but no spoilers for anybody that's in here that doesn't want to have spoilers. I totally get it. All I will say is that the game is amazing. That's all I'll say. I hope you had the best time. Oh my gosh. Everybody go follow Mikoshi. Thank you so much for the raid. If you guys are new here, welcome in. I just finished a very special workout challenge for me today where I walked 950 miles in 172 days, and today was the last day of that challenge. RE4 is so good. You're calling it the road to Requiem. That is amazing. That is a good title for it. Okay, where did I stop? Girl, I'm trying. Not gonna lie, you should have bled out by now. Listen, if your head was attached to it, I would have done your head first, you could have died. I'm playing RE0 through RE8. Oh my god, I love that for you. I haven't played all of the Resident Evil games myself, but I have watched every single game in some sort of like playthrough capacity. So I've seen all the games get played, but I haven't played them all myself. Please go get some food. Oh my god, please take care of yourself. Thank you so much for raid. If you guys are new here, welcome in. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. And we were doing something called something I made up called the Hobbit walking challenge, where I walked 950 miles in 172 days because that's how long it took Bilbo Thor to get from the Shire to Erebor in the Hobbit movies. Oh, thank you! Oh my god, sweetie. If anyone is an inspiration here, it's you. It's you. Don't even dare flirt with me right now. Wait, where's my other one? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Woo! Lilia, please! I was looking for my other adrenaline. Oh, okay. I guess you just won't be doing that. Fine. Where's the other adrenaline? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's fine. Okay, that's the wrong one. Kicking my hair and twirling my feet. Got it. That's alright. That's alright, Lilia. You can spank me all you want, lady. Watch this. Oh, I hit the wrong one. I think she saw me. She definitely saw me, right? What's up, Spooky Dragon? Spooky Dragon, happy weekend. She has no idea where I am. That's stupid. Oh, let me turn this fan off. I was like, why am I so cold right now? I was sweating my dick off earlier while I was working out, but now I'm good now. I do have to go pee after this. I did take 2 celebratory shots. There she is. There she is. Girl, I'm trying to kill you. Trust me, this is the worst part about doing this solo. She went the right way. Perfect. So I'll hide this closet again. A convenient closet. I have to pee after this. I think I just said that, but I'm gonna say it twice because I want to make sure that I don't forget. We might be able to finish this now. I think I can finish this now. Yeah, she's right there. We should be good. Jam, 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 go, 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 go. Even if I get hit here, sorry, I know this looks stupid, but I'm trying to like. Got it, got it, got it. Let's go! All right, adrenaline, and we're out of here. Yeah, we're good. We're good, Lilia. We're so good, Lilia. Yeah, even with the adrenaline, I think we're good. I think the adrenaline will run out right before we get to the end, but we should be good. Gooch. Oh, and she's here. And she's here. Woo! I'm looping. I'm looping. I'm looping. Oh my god, yes! Comfy clothes, please! Give me a jumbo Reese's cup. Wait, like the big one? Oh, that is so sweet, Spooky Dragon. I love that for you. Hey, B+, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. GGEZ. I triggered a bunch of sound traps. That's all right. Oh, I forgot I don't have my Crocs. I gotta put my shoes on. I'm gonna put my shoes on, go back upstairs and put my Crocs on. Even though these aren't like outdoor shoes, they're just my indoor shoes, my indoor workout shoes. I don't like wearing shoes. Like a tism thing. Can we listen to Mafra? Yeah, let me put it on Discord. Or by Discord I mean Spotify. Would you say Mafra? I got you. Oh, it's not on Spotify? There are 2 songs that are on Spotify. Lovely, Reimagined, and Doomed. Are these the ones you're talking about? Shadowhawk, to be fair, that's like my 15th time playing this level. Oh, okay, so we're good. Okay, well, I'm gonna go pee-pee. I will be right back. Was there like a trap? Oh, there's a trap right here. Ugh! message. Hello. There's someone in Wiki Way, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because like I feel like America's like chocolate is like shit. The gates are done? Or not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh my god. Guys, I touched one generator. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has like really like shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. Wait, this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Pugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap, though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have, like, a bunch of, like, different, like, flavored Kit Kats? Like, you get, like, a strawberry, like, flavored one, like, a matcha flavored one. I would like that. Oh, God! Did I just... Guys, did I just smack both killers? No! Nah! Did I just get both killers? Can someone go back and see if I got both of them? Oh no! Ah! I'm going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Where was the door, guys? Guys, where was the door? Oh no, I'm ah! Ah! There's the door, bitch! No, I deserve... I am. Let me, Sable. Can someone please clip me, stunning both killers, please? I will actually, like, kiss and make out with you. What? Oh my god, you're so hot. Oh my god, you're so hot. Guys. There's a door over here, right? Oh my god, Sable, please get out. I hope Sable gets out. Guys, Sable gets out, right? Wait, was there a door over here? Shit, I wasn't paying attention. Guys? Guys, was there a door over here? Oh my god, guys. Oh shoot. Hatch! 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 Ah! Guys, I didn't pay attention. I also remember to get a protein shake. I know it's not an actual meal, but it's like, it's what I like to have after I do my walks. Oh, and I grabbed a shot glass too, just in case I take more shots. Spades, I need you to know that this moment in the VOD was me reacting to your message in the mod chat. I need you to know that, just so you know. That was my reaction to your message in the mod chat. Poured over cereal? Oh my god, I got these on sale at Amazon Fresh. I got like a shit ton of them. They were like 50% off. I think technically they were 47% off, but I got them, I round up to 50. They're so good. I'm obsessed with them now. Those are okay. My favorite one is this one, the chocolate peanut butter. The cinnamon ones are okay though. I just started drooling everywhere. Hold on. But also, hi, Tiny Tiger. Sorry, I don't know if I said hello to you. Sorry, I'm gonna chug this if you guys don't mind. I don't like to sip it. I like to chug it. Ugh. Alright, that was Mafra. Let's go back to the stream playlist. Okay. Alright. Woo! I like the chocolate. I'm not a huge vanilla fan when it comes to drinks. I like vanilla cake. Vanilla ice cream. Not a vanilla drink enjoyer. But I like the chocolate peanut butter one. The banana one's okay. The strawberries and cream's okay. Every other flavor that I've tried is just okay. The only one I like really liked was the chocolate peanut butter one. Pleasure, the prosecutor solo, almost done with the Genesis tasks. Oh, I would have to look at that. What's my favorite chocolate candy? Ooh. Well, if you had asked me like 20 years ago, I'd say Reese's Cups, but since then, the Reese's Cups has changed, so I would not say Reese's Cups anymore. Chocolate candy? Mr. Goodbar. Mr. Goodbar. Yeah, I'd say Mr. Goodbar. Hershey's with almonds. And just like regular Hershey's chocolate. Like milk chocolate. You need to get A+. Oh, really? Reese's Sticks? Oh, you know, I think I've had those before, Kyle. The peanut butter Twix. A new tennis ball, one for each, since they fight over one and they're not fighting over it. Likely the normal. Oh, really? Well, that's so cute, Spooky Dragon. How many dogs do you have? Just 2? They have to. Yeah, they have had to have changed it. I've never heard of anyone else having Mr. Good. Yes! Oh my god! Mr. Joopy. Mr. Goodbar is literally so underrated. Can you believe it? Really? I don't bite my Hershey's. I suck on them. I suck them. But Joopy, I hope you're doing so good, Angel. My family Duke is on me for it. It's peanuts and chocolate. But no, I totally agree. There are people that will be like, what the fuck is Mr. Goodbar? And I'd be like, who the fuck are you? Interesting, Tiny Tiger. More for me. Yeah, that's what I get. I've only had one big Mr. Goodbar, only once in my life. I eat the mini ones. I actually have a pack right now of the variety pack. I don't like crackles. I used to send all my crackles to Reaper. I don't know what I want to do with them now. Because no one in my family eats chocolate. I don't know. I'll have to find someone who I'm sending a package to already and be like, hey, you like crackle candy? Because I don't like crackles. Crackles and what are they called? I think they're called crisps. Crunch! Yeah. Crackle and crunch. I don't like them. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's wrong with my brain that makes me not like those. But I don't like either of them. A dark chocolate. Oh, yes. Terry's orange. Oh, those are so good. I like the milk chocolate. Oh, really? I could do that, Kyle. Because there's 2 paintings I have to send. I have to send a painting to Slasher Bunny and to Salted Loki still. Used to be Reese's too. Yeah. Reese's used to be my favorite, but then I swear to God, they changed the recipe. Mini Terry's. I've never heard of the Mini Terry's. Guys, I know you said you voted for Outlast Trials, but I'm not gonna lie, this game is no fun without people. Do you guys mind if I do DBD? I know it's weird. I know. Like, why? Like, me? DBD? I know. Guys, like, I don't want to play DBD right now. Weird. I know. I would do Marvel Rivals, but it's not updating. Release Spades? Launch failure. An incompatible easy anti-cheat driver version is already running. Oh, it's because my game's still running. In Outlast Trials. It's weird. I want to play DBD. Like, don't get me wrong. I love Outlast Trials, but I don't want to do it solo. I'm not going to lie. I really don't want to do it solo. You're right, Dana, right? The cat's like, no. I would have been down for Marvel Rivals. And hey, who knows? Maybe I'll get on the game. I'll get on Dead by Daylight. Be like, oh no, I want to do Marvel. But it's not. It didn't want to update for me, so we'll see. We'll see if I'll do an update. Oh, treats. Oh, Spooky Jay, do you want cat or dog treats? Excuse me. Sorry. I just had a protein shake. I was burping. Sorry. If you like salty and sweet, Terry slice with Ritz crackers. Shut up. Fast breaks, you know what? I don't think I've ever had a fast break, but I have. That's the Reese's, right? Dark chocolate, Reese's Thins. I've never had any of the Thins ones, but I would totally be down. I'm not going to eat one of the vanilla ones. I don't like vanilla chocolate. I like vanilla ice cream. I like vanilla cake. I don't like vanilla chocolate. I'm so picky. Bitch, get away. No, I'll do boo. Oh. Charlie, treats. No, I know exactly what that looks like, but I've never had one. I've seen them in like the checkout aisles, but I've never gotten one. Oh, that was almost a disaster. So I'll need to grab one next time. He is a needy boy, isn't he? Three Musketeers. Nah. No. I would say no. I would say I'm anti Three Musketeers. I'm also not a big Snickers fan either. Like, I'll eat a Snickers if I'm craving chocolate. What's the other one? It's Three Musketeers, and isn't there, like, another one? I can't remember. Milky Way! Yeah, I don't like either of those. But I would do Milky Way over Three Musketeers. I think it's just, like... I don't know. I don't like the texture. I would do Milky Way over Three Musketeers, but... I would choose Snickers, Milky Way, Three Musketeers, but also those three are still down there. Like, they're not high up there. It's too much fluff, yeah. Yeah, he's a big boy. Yeah, Salted Loki calls Charlie the horse. Yeah! You know what, Tiny Tiger, you're the only other person I've met that's ever said that they don't like Snickers. Like, I won't go as far as say I don't like, I used to not like Snickers. I used to say, let's say that I used to say that I don't like Snickers, but I think your chocolate tier list, maybe, like my own personal opinion, you guys would probably just get pissed at me. You probably just get mad at me the whole time. Snickers, ooh, you see those? Ooh, Jesus, those and the Twix ice cream bars. But I love a Snickers ice cream bar. Those I'll get when I'm craving some slutty little chocolate ice cream. Yeah, I'll get the chocolate ice cream bar for sure. Yeah, Tiny Tiger, we're kind of on the same wavelength there. Heat of the moment. Guys, it's kind of cold. Spades, are you online? No pressure if you're not. Oh, man, I have to make my own builds. I'm not 2v8. Twix is okay. All right, guys, be honest. Be honest. Is there an actual literal difference between the left and the right Twix, or is that just, like, something like the joke on? I think I need to play Ace. Conviction, Resilience, Soul Guard. Huh? Huh? Holy! It is a joke? Hi, Lydia! Oh, I don't like Almond Joys or Mounds. Yeah, I hate coconut. Oh, Lydia! Lydia, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to Lukito, Sassy Decay, Swooda, Yellow Belly Fox, and Anarchy! Oh my god, thank you so much. Also, if you need to go gift and run, don't worry about it, but if you're here for a moment, let me know what color kitty cat you like. Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. Marketing ploy. Okay. Pink. I got you. Lydia, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. The only way I'd eat coconut, I hate coconut. I can't do it. Lydia, thank you so much. You're so hot, tall, talented, and handsome. I could see that. I could see it. Oh my god, you know what, Lydia? I almost got into Marvel Rivals tonight. I almost did. But it won't update for me. I think it's because I'm streaming that it won't update for me because I have an update that I need to do. I'm coming with you, dear Maria, count me in. Sorry, I'm drinking. See, I don't even like coconut flavor. Oh, our first difference! Shredded coconut. Ooh, I can't do that. See, that's why I won't eat Samoas. The Girl Scout cookie Samoas. I can't eat those because they got that shredded coconut. Coconut! Oh, look at the derpy kitty. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. What the French toast sticks is happening? Thank y'all so much. You're right under Henbane and right next to Electric Panther. I don't know what class to do, so we'll just do this class. Thank you so much, Lydia. I have had 4 margaritas and 3 edibles, and I'm fine with the homies. Thanks for... Oh my god, good for you, Music Kid. I've had 2 shots of whiskey. Wait, what was the other thing we differed on, Ty Tiger? I kind of can't feel my lips right now. They're out of my tagalongs. No, tagalongs are the best. Ugh, my eyeshadow, I do the same eyeshadow every single day. It's from the Anastasia Beverly Hills Norvina 5 palette. It's the one that they sponsored me like 5 years ago. 4 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago. And I got it for free. And it's the same eyeshadow that I do literally every single day because I'm afraid that if it's not broke, don't fix it. Also, because I wear glasses, you can't see any of the mistakes that I do. And there was a mistake that I did in my eyeliner. Just don't look at it. Gorgina, thank you. I hate pickles. The thanks a lot? Oh, I don't remember those. Oh, it'll come back up. I'm sure it'll come back, Tiny Tiger. We'll come back and we'll talk about it. And we'll be like, that's the one. Yeah, tagalongs are my favorite. Oh, okay. I don't think I ever had those. Damn, I would be so mad if they got rid of my tagalongs. Bye, Lydia! Mwah! Thin mints, but they're overrated. I agree.
Help is on the way, dear! Mrs. Doubtfire! Help is on the way!
Yo! Welcome in, Raiders! What is up? What is up, my friends? Everyone go follow the homie Zombie. Zombie is so cute. Whenever he is streaming certain games, he'll have his VTuber wear certain outfits. And I was watching your stream earlier, and I meant to say this on like all the other streams that I watched from you, but I love your little like Fallout outfit that you have. You're so cute. Guys, everybody go follow the homie Zombie Magic. Hi, Amy. Hi, Crazy Bat. What's up, Zombie? Hi, Melinda. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you. We actually finished my walk earlier. We did 5.5 miles earlier today. And we finished my 950 miles in 172 days. What's up, Tech Woos? Holy! Thank you so much. Everybody go follow the homie Zombie Magic. Zombie Magic is really one of the coolest people I have ever met. And not only online, but IRL too. He's such a homie IRL as well. I love it. I think it's so dope, Zombie. Oh, thank you! Guys, tell him not to be nice to me. Thank you so much, Amy! Oh my god, and can you believe we're actually playing DBD? Well, I have not, Tiny Tiger. I could do one after this game, if someone redeems it. Guys, everybody go follow Zombie Magic. Also, thank you very much for the shout out for Zombie. Zombie and friends, please make sure that you guys go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies and bathroom breaks and nummies and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. If you guys are new here, welcome in. My name is... Oh, is this a Krasu? Wait. I've only gone against a Krasu like once before. This is very exciting. Thank you for the 100 bits. What the hell? Wait, this is my almost first time, like maybe the second time ever going against the Krasu. What shirt am I wearing? Just some shirt I got from Victoria's Secret. This is usually a sleep shirt. This is usually a sleep shirt for me. But I had to change out of shirts because I was sweating after doing my walk. But I have 3 cats, I have 2 dogs, I have anxiety, ADHD, and autism. Ooh. And we were just doing a special challenge today called the Hobbit Walking Challenge that I made up. Where I walk 950 miles in 172 days. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, I guess my beam didn't want to beam. That's fine. I didn't want it to beam either. Think unknown when looping. Oh, is she chasing me? Oh, she is. But she can spray her juice at me now, right? Because she used her... Oh. Oh, God. Ah! Look at this outfit! Yo! This might be my first time going against her. If it's not my first time, it's my second time going against her. I think she is the newest killer, right? Let's see. What else can I say about myself? Oh yeah. We did 950 miles in 172 days, per my Hobbit walking challenge that I made up because I dislocated 2 of my toes in August, and in September I was like, I'm tired of being sedentary and not doing anything in my life for my life. So, how did I counteract that? I decided to walk 5.5 miles every single day, and today was the last day of my challenge. So, very, very cool. I'm gonna keep doing walks. I just don't know what yet. I haven't decided. I have until tomorrow to figure it out, but I want to keep doing it every single day, for sure. For sure. And 7 years ago. Wasn't there a gen right here? Aha. I think you should too. And it's literally just, I just Googled how many miles Thorin and Bilbo walked from the Shire to Erebor and in how many days. And it was, they walked 950 miles in 172 days. And I just Googled that and I divided that by, I just divided 950 by 172 and that was like 5.5 miles a day. It's like, easy. I still have to add up how many miles I walked in total. But I'll have that posted tomorrow. Did you really? What level did you do? Literally know you, Zombie. Literally know you. Everyone go follow Zombie. Also, thank you guys very much for starting the hype train. Choo-choo! Please go lurky. Please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eco, pico, pugo, stretch, drink. And that goes to all the raiders, too. Please go take care of yourselves. We did just load up some DBD. Oh, how is the audio for DBD, by the way? Because it's been a while since I played DBD. So let me know if the game is too quiet, too loud, etc. Let me know. Because we were doing just chatting for a while I was doing my walk. And then we swapped to Outlast Trials for a game. And then now I'm doing DBD. So let me know if... Sorry, I'm trying to fix my headset. So let me know if the audio is okay. Oh my god, let a homie fix her hair. Seems normal? Okay, good. Cool. Thank you, Raven. Appreciate you. I'm still like a little, my hair is still like a little wet. 1 from washing it right before I started streaming, and then 2 from sweating. Oh, what's this? What's this? Oh, okay. Okay, this is, okay. So Rebecca would need that right now. Can I pick that up and give that to Rebecca? Or is that a... She has to get that herself kind of thing. Thank you guys very much for the hype train. I really appreciate you. Holy! It's our first hype train of the day, right? I think. Choo-choo! Oh, I can? I can feed that to her? Cool. That's good to know. Oh, I healed her. Good, so I have conviction. Yes. Oh, I could drop it. Okay, well, that's good to know. Okay, thank you, Spades. Sorry, I know you're, like, playing right now. Man, thank you guys so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me tonight. Today was a really big deal for me, so I really appreciate everyone hanging out and supporting me on this. Because today was really special for me. Five and a half miles every single day for the last 172 days. I've got a lot of great skill checks. What is wrong with me? That ain't right. I need to pick up avocado more often. It was an idea of a genius to add to this bowl. Really? I have currently 5 avocados in one of my, like, fruit bowls. I love avocados. And they were on sale for 69 cents, too. Oh! Sushi guy, I saw your tweet while I was peeing. Thank you. Yeah, I check Twitter when I pee. Whatever. But thank you so much for quote tweeting my twat That's so sweet of you. Everyone's being so supportive, and I don't know what to do with myself. Oh. How did you know? What do you mean? How did you even know I was there? That's crazy. I think she just got lucky. What? Why did they not blind you? I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad at the game. Thank you, buds! And their avocado toast. Oh my god, so I did have avocado toast the other day, and I almost tweeted out saying something about like MAGAs against their avocado toast or something like that, but I was like, I don't want to get canceled by tweeting out against MAGAs, so I didn't. Mystic! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I hope you're doing so good, Mystic. I hope you're doing so good, Master Finds. Cilantro, lime, rice. You had me at all that. Shredded cheese, cucumber, grape, tomatoes, avocado. Oh my god. Oh my god. That sounds amazing. Was this a pre-made thing, or was this, or did you get it from a restaurant? Holy gens are done. Let's go! I appreciate you, Sushi, truly. No, rub my butt. Yeah, she's probably gonna want to get me out of the game because I'm her only one on Death Hook. Right? Oh, none of the doors are being worked on. Alright, well then we'll just, yeah, she's gonna want to get me out. No one's at a door yet, though. So this is gonna be rough. I think I die here. Oh, she might have no way out. Oh no, someone's on a door. I'm assuming she's on this door. I need someone to take a hit for me, though. Oh, they're both here. I don't know where she is, though. Oh, there she is. I found her. Alright, I know which door she's at. Cool. And I have my homies. We're good. Huge homies. Oh. Oh. We go back. Huge homies. Look at them! Look at them! My tanks! My tanks! Oh, wait. She opened this door. It's this door. It's this door. It's this door. No! That's alright. That's alright. I have conviction. I have conviction and soul guard. No! No! I had conviction and soul guard too. That would have been it. That would have been my out. Damn. She wanted her 1K though. You can't thank her for that. Free Shabakadu! Yo, GG's. Not bad. My first time going against the Krasu, I'm pretty sure. That would have been it though, because I had soul guard and conviction. GG's. No need to lose your head. That was I agree, Spades. I agree. You made it? Shut up. Oh my god. GG's. Space so talented, so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. I'm gonna do a raid trailer for you guys really quickly and I'll be right back. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Thanks for the raid. I didn't think it'd actually blind you. Flabbered my Gasta. Gasta my flabbered. Flabbered my bastard. Also, add now, no ad in game. What's up, Poison Soul? Poison Soul, welcome in. Guys, my bangs look so good today. And then I worked out and I sweated and now my bangs look like shit and now I'm self-conscious. Just gaming. If I do open lobbies, I'll put it in the title. What was I gonna do? Man, they changed all of these settings. I can't... Oh my god. Control audio. There we go. Turn my audio up a little bit. It's too late. I have to drive in the morning. Ooh, yeah, okay. Good call. Good call. Bet, bet, bet. How are you? I'm fantastic. How are you doing today, Poison Soul? Happy weekend! Reminder, I will not be live tomorrow, guys. I will be live on Sunday. So no stream tomorrow. Stream on Sunday. I always leave a 12-hour buffer, which is probably on the overly cautious side. No, I think that's a good idea because there are some days where edibles hit me harder than others. And honestly, I feel like 12 hours is a good buffer. Especially if you have to drive. No, that is, as far as I'm concerned, that's a pretty appropriate buffer to have. Because there are definitely some days where an edible will hit me hotter than others. I don't even risk it. Good call. Good girl. Good them. Malort stay. I still have to ask my brother about a Malort cocktail. What did you call it? Hold on. I wrote it down, but I forgot to ask about it. A Malortov cocktail. I still have to ask my brother about that. I'll see him tomorrow. Oh, I'm back. My crack, my pussy, and my sack. I'm sorry. Toba. I like this map. A lot of people don't like Toba. I love me some Toba. Oh. Ah, you bitch. I don't mean that like that. I mean... Sorry. What's up, Catastrophe? My box. Ladies. The Knight? The Krasu and the Knight. Okay. Yeah, you liked that, didn't you? Why are Femboy Angel and Lady Aiku... Oh, what is happening? Shit. Spades, I don't think this is working out. What is this skin? What did just happen? Oh, okay. I thought that was a survivor that walked through that. About 2 years ago, it was with Sinar. Artichoke liquor. Malort, Sinar, lemon, pineapple, grapefruit, simple syrup. So, whenever I go to the Malort crawl, every year in Wrigleyville at UP, they very frequently do offer, they do make citrus-themed Malort cocktails, like grapefruit and lemon, pineapple, orange, any sort of like citrus flavors. Those are super popular to do with Malort. I don't know why, but it just works so well with Malort. These citrus things. But relax. Yeah, he had a good start to the game, so he's probably gonna play super aggressive. Oh, all right. I'm just gonna kill myself. In game. I'm just gonna go to the opposite side of the map. I'm just gonna go all the way over here. There it is. Miller has grapefruit rind, yeah. And that's why they go along together, yeah. I think grapefruit is probably the most popular thing that I've seen mixed with Malort that actually makes the Malort cocktail taste good. Night, relax. What's up, Chip? Chip, happy weekend. Are you going to, or, oh no, you're not in Illinois, right? Like, I'm not crazy? No. I have Brazilios. Do you live in Illinois? not remember GP. I still have to ask my brother if we're going to. No, okay. I thought you did not anymore. Yeah, okay. Okay, because my brother and I go to the Malort Crawl every year, and what was it? Two or 3 years ago, and one of the bars that we went to at the Malort Crawl was a Ferris Bueller's Day Off bar. It was so cool. Hangry! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss. See? The dangos. It's super fun, though, the Malort Crawls. We've gone 3 or 4 years. I can't remember. I want to say 3 years we've gone. I think we're going to go this year. We didn't go last year, though, because I think both of us were busy. Hi, Hangry. Happy Monday. Happy weekend. What has everyone got planned for the weekend, by the way? I have a family theme tomorrow, and then we're going to stream on Sunday. I don't know what we're going to do on Sunday. Well, I think if Mad Eye's available, we'll do some Atlas Trials. And then, yeah, I don't know. Sleeping. Oh my gosh. All I've been doing is sleeping, but I don't think it's because I'm exhausted. I think it's just because I'm depressed. Scion campaign and no lifing Path of Exile. I've been seeing Path of Exile all over on my Steam. Thank you, Hangry. I need to do an updated version. I still need to do my Lady Dimitrescu cosplay for you guys. I actually don't know where it is now. I bought it so long ago, I have no clue where it is now. Oh, Ottawa? For what reason, Master Chief? Outer Worlds? I have heard of that. I've heard of that, but ask me what kind of game it is, and I wouldn't be able to tell you. All I know is that it is a game. Oh, I have a lovely. Actually, I have an Asian supermarket called Mitsuwa. That's pretty close to me. And apparently, my dad was telling me about another Asian market that just opened up next to us as well. That I'm very, very interested in trying and going to. I think that would be really nice to try/go to. I don't know what it's called though. What's up, Boris? Boris, happy weekend! Oh, thank you, Hangry. When I had my week off a couple weeks ago, this Nancy's so hot. Ladies. When I had my week off a couple weeks ago, I was actually thinking of like, oh man, I really miss doing cosplay stuff. I miss doing photo shoots. I should probably do more. And then I'm depressed again. So, but I would like to do them again. Hi, Nyquist! Nyquist, how was your stream today? Everyone go tell Nyquist how hot and talented and handsome he is. Everyone go follow him. I was watching you before my stream today, Nyquist. Hope you're doing so good. Ah! Ah, shit nipples. Ah! You don't take like any single time? Like you don't take any time to go through that? Oh, hello, Spades. Oh, I have conviction. Bitch. Shit. That's right. Oh, I'm gonna fall. Damn. Were you watching me? Always watching. Always watching, Mike Wazowski. Always watching. I'm doing okay, Wrong button. I'm doing okay, Boris. We're hanging in there. Yeah, Hanker, you get me. You get me. I'm trying. I really, at this point, I'm only feeling like happy / sane / okay when I'm streaming. And whenever I'm not streaming, I want to die. So, and sleep. Sleep till I die. Die till I sleep. Je know. Je know, je know. Literally, right, Boris? As soon as it's not going well, I'll just hang out anyway. Thanks, Hangry. Why do people keep hating me? Why do these killers keep hating me? Why do I keep getting targeted today? What's happening? Oh, let me get a shout out for Nyquist. I know. I'm gonna go follow Nightmares. Yeah, we're doing our breast. That's what matters. Ew, what is that? What is that? What is my mod chat? Ew. Ew. Shrek. Yeah, fuck that guy, Nyquist. He sucks. Hello, Jackie. Well, if I'm gonna die, I might as well get some points. Ugh. Nah, did you sign up for that thing in the DBD creator Discord? The thing that we got emailed about? I hope you did. I did. Like, immediately. Guys, I'm too scared. I'll run. I'll use my thing. Oh, there he is. Have you had any sweet treats lately? What do you mean, hangry? Yeah, okay, nice. Me too, me too, me too. Oh, you know what? I didn't finish my gen up here. Or I think they're both up there. So then I will move on. Good. I haven't heard anything about it yet, have you? This past Sunday, my mom got these cookies called, I think it's called stuffed or something. I don't know. But they were like these stuffed cookies. Oh my god. And I had a THC drink at my parents' house. And it was, so I was like kind of high while eating this cookie. And it was like the most delicious thing in the world. Oh my god. It was like a red velvet Oreo stuffed cookie. I don't know. I have a picture of it. I should post it in the Discord. It was crazy. And then yesterday I had a Lindor truffle. I think that's what they're called. I had one of those. So yeah. I'm also my period though, so I'm eating a lot of sweet things. No, okay. Okay. Good. I'm good. I'm glad you have. They're so good, Boris. Oh my god. My dad is so sweet. He spoils us. Or spoils me, because I'm literally the only one who drinks them. I'm gonna leave. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Lara. I got scared. Sorry, Lara. I got scared. I'm a little bitch. But the THC drinks, because they're usually the ones that my dad gets are 10 milligrams, which is usually what I get anyways for myself. Like, for like a gummy. And I'll have a drink of that at my parents' house. And they're literally the best things ever. They're so good. I gotta try the coconut Ferrero Rocher. Okay, well that's good to know, Hangry, because those are literally the most disgusting things to me. And so, should I ever have any more of those, I know who to give them to, because those are literally the most disgusting things in the world. I hate coconut. We actually were just talking about how much I hate coconut earlier. Or we collectively as a stream hate coconut. What's up, Irish Green? Irish Green, I hope you had such a good day at work. Yo, Lara, you want to go finish that gen? I'm not going back over there. You can go back over there. I'm Death Hook. And I'm bad at this game. You can go finish that gen. I'm not going to. I'll be your garbage disposal. Shut up. That's so funny. Yeah, I'm not a coconut fan. And I'll sometimes get gifted those like multi-packs of Ferrero Rochers that have the dark brown ones, which are probably like, I don't know, dark chocolate ones or something. And then like the regular milk chocolate ones. And then the coconut ones. And I'll never eat the coconut ones because they're so gross. Ooh, don't go down, Lara. Don't go down, Lara. That's alright, Lara. I got you. I got you, sweet angel. Nothing's gonna harm you. Gummies don't work for you? Oh, I can't relate. They work too well for me sometimes. It's too powerful? Oh, really? Not while I'm around. I hate coconut with a passion. Same. Coconut flavored things, coconut textured things. I'm an equal opportunity coconut hater. Bounty bars? Oh, I'm not sure what a bounty bar is, but I'm assuming it has something coconutty, right? I'm assuming. Really? Are you a Les Miserables fan? We did a Les Mis play in high school, and I was stage manager. That's what I was called. Oh, he's guarding that gen, I see. Man, I really fucked over that gen, didn't I? Because I forgot he had DMS. So I completely fucked over that gen. Nothing's gonna harm you, no sir, not while I'm around. Demons will charm you with a smile. Yeah, this guy said, this is my gen. There are many like it, but this one is mine. I definitely ruined it, though. This Lara will probably say something really mean to me in chat. It's like, you fucked over. Yeah, that looks like something I would probably, I'm not gonna lie, Raven, if I were to eat that right now, I'd probably throw up. Whoa. Yeah, he's probably gonna want me because I'm Deathhook. Help! Ayúdame! Help! Help! Ayúdame! Oh. Hello, Spades. I didn't see you there. Why do you not have... Oh, you have Noah, don't you? You're so fast. Oh, you don't... Why were you so fast? Yeah. Man, why does every killer want me? What did I do? Oh, he lost me. Oh, fuck! I was so close to getting away, too. Oh, good! Oh, good. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, good. I hope you're doing so good. Oh, there he is. Shit. Okay, we're good. Okay, I got away. And that's what matters. Oh, I just realized that the Nancy was dead. When the fuck did she die, by the way? Sweeney Todd now? Oh, I said Les Mis, didn't I? I'm so sorry, guys. I never said I was a smart man. Yeah, I meant Sweeney Todd, not Les Mis. Oh, he has no way out. Oh, shit, nipples. Baby. Yeah! Oh my god, A-Pods, thank you so much for the 8 months. What the heck? Enjoy your 90? Count them. Your 90 emails, ad-free, view it, and your sub match. Yeah, sorry, guys. I got Les Mis and Sweeney Todd. I sing both of those, like, equally on stream, and that was definitely Sweeney Todd. I'm so sorry. Y'all know Vecna's and Sweeney Todd? Wait, what did she say? October. Wait, what? Alright, well, let's play a game, chat. What do we think? I'll let... No, I was literally healing Lara, by the way, Spades. Alright. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's right! Sorry. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I was thinking Vecna as in, like, D&D Vecna. Poor Ada. I agree. I think we definitely, at least for, definitely 2 of us could have gotten out. I don't know why the Lara left. I know she was definitely playing with the Nancy, and I'm assuming that the Nancy just told the Lara to leave. But, yeah, GG's. GG's. We're back. Oh, God. I'm sorry, Spades. You did the most that game. I did the least. As usual. Guys, what if I told you how to pee? I had a fun chase. I'm glad. Listen, I'm really glad that you told me to leave because that was probably going to be my only escape tonight. So, big Spades! I'm going to go pee. Do you guys mind? You guys mind if I go pee-pee? It's going to be the only time I escape tonight, alright? Also, should I do another shot? Not having a bladder? Oh my god. If I can get rid of one piece of my body, it would be my fucking bladder / anus. Maybe not the anus. But, like, I would love to never have to go to the bathroom ever again. There is nothing that wastes my time more than pissing and pooping. Like, I hate those. I hate having to, like, evacuate my body. It's so inconvenient. It takes away all my time. All I want to do is be a hydrated queen without having to pee every 30 seconds, all right? Can I just be hydrated without having to piss? Can it just happen? Can it just happen? Fist bump. All the way, brother. Come on. Come on. Don't head bump. There we go. Dumb dog. All right. All right. Here, we'll give him this one. And then I'll go Piff. That was my entire hand he just shoved in his mouth. I love food too much, APOS. Not the fact, because I don't eat when I'm hungry. I eat when I want happiness. I eat to be happy, not to be full. That's my thing. So I do love eating. I love drinking too. So that's my thing. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. I'm gonna go pee now. Sorry. I'm gonna go piss, girl. And then, guys, when I come back, let me know if you want me to take another shot or not. Because I'll, like a good submission. I'll do whatever you guys tell me to do. I'll be right back. Oh, wrong scene, sorry. Was there like a trap? Oh, there's a trap right here. Okay, bye. What's up, brah? Hello. W message. Hello. There's someone in WikiWay, but they don't nearly taste as weird. Interesting. Well, it also might be like an America thing, because like I feel like America's like chocolate is like shit. The gates are done? Or not the gates are done. The gens are done? Oh my god. Guys, I touched one generator. Oh. He doesn't want the sauce, guys. He doesn't want the sauce. Kit Kats are so good. Yeah, America just has like really like shit overprocessed garbage. However, speaking of which, hey Raven, if you want to try some American candy, I'll send some to you. Damn. Wait, this heal's going pretty slow, even with a medkit. Oh, I thought you would go for me. Damn, sorry, Pugman. Damn, that's funny as shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll go save my friends or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna step in a trap, though. Kit Kats are good. Kit Kats are always good. I don't think I've ever had a bad Kit Kat. Yo, don't they have, like, a bunch of, like, different, like, flavored Kit Kats? Like, you get, like, a strawberry, like, flavored one, like, a matcha flavored one. I would like that. Oh, God! Did I just... Guys, did I just smack both killers? No! Nah! Did I just get both killers? Can someone go back and see if I got both of them? Ah! Best piss of my life. I just finished off my hibachi. I finally got my birthday. Oh, no way! Oh, hell yeah. What is hibachi? All right, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I know what hibachi is, but I don't know if I would, like, be able to spit. I don't know if I can verbalize what it is. Spades, I'm gonna let you take it. I vote you get a snack before taking another shot before I come down there. No, I had an entire protein shake. You can't be mad at me. You can't be mad. I mean, you can be mad at me. But I had an entire protein shake. Boris, Spades has you. Spades is our resident knowledge of everything. No, Raven, you're Gucci's a Gucci. This is my protein shake at the moment. I got these on sale, Amazon Fresh, and I'm waiting for them to go on sale again, but they're not, so I might have to spend full price on them, but it's fine because they're so worth it, because they're so good. And they're a really good meal replacement / post-workout drink. Oh, yeah. Let me do a shot of Malort in support of Jupit and for Nyquist. And don't worry, we have our pretty Malort. You miss it because you chugged it? Yeah, I did chug it. I don't know why. I don't like I don't really like protein shakes, so I have to chug it. I'm not gonna sip on it. Lex! Think of the forehead kisser. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Sushi guy, and I'll do it. I'll spend the money on them again. Because it's not like they go bad. Hibachi is a Japanese-style cuisine. Hibachi refers to the heating device. It translates to fire bowl, but in America it refers to a giant iron teppanyaki grill that chefs perform a show. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so I would have described that very incorrectly. And have problems with sure, so I hear. Oh, so I hear. Pretty my lord, pretty my lord. This is not a double shot glass, so I fill it up to the top. Yucky. Boathouse Chai? Is Boathouse the brand? I've never heard of that brand. Alright. Pretty my lord! In my Jägermeister shot glass. Shout out to Jinx. Jinx loves their Jaeger. Uh-huh, Raven. Cheers. L'chaim. Yo, what's up, Strange? Yucky. Sushi guy, that's the dream. Boathouse is the brand. I'll have to look that up. Americanized slang for food cooked on a teppanyaki grill. Interesting. Spades, I love you. Thank you so much for doing us a teach. I would love a Malort sponsorship. I would love for them to... How does this work? How are you laying here? What is this? One paw here, back paw here, his head there. What is that? What is that? Strange, I hope you're doing so good. Yo, if you guys want to get a little strange, make sure you guys are following Strange Funk. Yep, yep. Oh, no way! A fidget? What kind of fidget toy is it? The 4th was my birthday. Oh, happy birthday! And it was fairly fun. Had cheesecake in Rocky Road. Oh my god, yeah. My girlfriend took me to lunch. My mom got me 40 D&D books. My eldest brother and my sister-in-law got me DLCs for Far Cry. Oh my god! Holy! Lex, it sounds like a really good birthday. I hope you had the best birthday ever. Raven, retweet. Everyone go follow the homie Strange Funk. Strange, I hope you're doing so good. Strange, what do you got planned for this weekend? Anything fun? Lex, do you have anything fun planned for this weekend? It was super fun. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. You deserve to have a good birthday. Truth be told, you all deserve to have great birthdays, but I'm so glad you had such a good birthday. That makes me so happy. Being a Malort, I'm sure there's a pink Whitney. That would be so funny if I got a pink Malort. If I got a pink Whitney sponsorship. Not just before Nyquist, but like instead of Malort. Like, that'd be so funny. What's up, trans girl? Happy weekend. Pink Malort. Ew. I have a bottle of Pink Whitney, but I'm gonna try not to drink it. I'm gonna do the best I can to not drink it, you know what I'm saying? I have to adult Saturday classes. Oh! We love that. We love a good, educated individual. Ooh! Off for 2 days. Any fun stream plans for that, Strange? I'm not streaming tomorrow. So, a reminder, no stream tomorrow, homies. But I will be live Sunday. I will be live on Sunday. I don't know if I should do this, Gem. I'm gonna do it anyway. You want to get a little strange? That's a song, right? I'm not making it up. I'm not being weird. Yeah, my family's got an event tomorrow, and then Sunday, nothing. I think I'm gonna get this to halfway, and then I'll go get the homie. Oh, just kidding. You know what? I kind of want to go and steal the healing so I can get my conviction. Yes. Yeah, okay, Strange, that's fair. That's fair. Womp womp. Not yet, Sushi Guy, but they haven't met me. That would actually be really funny if I just reached out to them. I'm still bitter to Malort because they ghosted me. After Malort reached out to me to send me free shit, and then they ghosted me after I gave them my address. Like, they reached out to me, asked if they could send me some free shit. I gave them my address, and then they ghosted me twice. Yeah, they ghosted me. They reached out to me. They said, hey, we love your posts. We would love to send you some Malort swag. What's a good address to send it to? And I gave them my address, like, immediately. And they didn't respond to me. And I sent up a follow-up, like, 6 months or, like, a year later. Or both. I can't remember. And they left me on red both times. I'm done with college. I got the... No way! And now job! Ugh. So careful with the word job. Might trigger some people. And get a Harley trike? No way! Pool float? Okay, I'm not familiar with that. Did you guys hear my cat? Hi, Magically! Magically happy weekend! She see me? I can't tell if she sees me. Oh, I just realized someone's right there. I didn't realize someone was hooked right there. My bad, homie. I had no idea they were hooked. Sorry, love. Oh, really? Okay. I see them do, like, a shit ton of giveaways on their Instagram, but it's like, I'm not gonna bother entering any of them. Because, you know, they left me in red. I'm mad. Bye, Lex! Lex, I hope you had the best birthday ever. Please go take care of yourself. Everyone say, bye, Lex. Okay, Bet Joopy, thank you. Maybe they'll have it on display for the Malort Crawl. I have to ask my brother if we're gonna go for sure. Bye, Lex! Everyone say bye, Lex. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me get my shout out for Strange. Everyone go follow Strange. Fuck! Also, did you guys see that the Pokemon Fossil Museum was being featured in Chicago? I want to get tickets for it, but I want to see if my brother will be okay if I tag along with him and his wife when we go, or when they go, because I can't go alone because I'm too scared, and I don't want to like assume that they'd be okay if I like tag along, because no one wants like their little sister to tag along with them, you know. So I gotta ask my brother if he'll be okay. That's what I'm trying, Sushi Guy. If anyone wants to use !Malort or tag Malort and be like, hey, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who loves Malort. But no, I'm not gonna make anybody do that, but sponsor Pixel Malort. Thanks, Tom, who's literally sleeping right now. Thanks, Tom, for making that clip. I haven't watched that clip in a while, so I don't remember what I say in there. So I don't remember if I bitch about how they ghosted me. But it would be really funny if I bitch about how they ghosted me in that clip. It would be really funny. Oh! Have a good night, Lily! Everyone say good night, Lily. Ooh, I hope you don't get a headache. Oy. I hope your nap takes care of you. But thank you so much, Lily, for hanging out. Thank you so much for cheering me on. Everyone say good night, Lily. Oh, and everyone go follow Lily, too. Lily is so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. Go give her lots of love. No, you. Oh, hello, Ada. Holy great skill checks, fam. Oh, sorry. My fat ass is in the way. Spades, why does all of our teammates hate you? Oh, they want to help their teammate. Oh, I see, oh, I see, oh, I see. Max heal points? Me? Oi, Jamoy. Listen. Listen, Linda. We don't have a limit on shoutouts. I'll shout out whomstever and whatever I want and whenever I want. So thank you very much. Do I really? That is a fun fact. So to be 19, I have a lot, actually. Oh, she has poop. Poop! Good enough. I actually need to double check how many bottles I have now, since making that video. 'Cause that video is pretty old. Well, not old, but oldish. At least a year, I think. Also protest. You so humble. Damn. A year, 11 months, yeah, okay. So, yeah, I probably have more bottles since then. That cat's being weird. It's just shocking absolutely nobody. Oh! Oh god, she has ears! Oh, there's no pallet here. Yeah, she probably heard that. Don't pick up right away, don't pick up right away. Ah, poops. So add like 10. Oh, I don't know about 10. I don't know about 10. I'll have to do another count. That's why I know less than that. Yo, Sasha Buddy, welcome in. What's up, Japan? What's up, Darkies? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. We are playing some DBD. We just finished my Hobbit walking challenge where I walk 950 miles in 172 days, and today was day 172. And very, very cool. I know, Japan! Welcome back. It's Slash my Murder Bunnies. Ah! Also, your holiday's coming up next month. Easter with the bunnies. Guys, everybody go follow Slasher Bunny. Slasher Bunny is not only a moderator of the stream, but is so hot, so tall, so talented, so handsome. Everybody go give him lots of love. Thank you so much for raid. How is your stream? Oh my gosh. Also, if you guys need to go raid and run, do not feel bad about doing so. Please go get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babies. Go eco, pico, puko, stretch, go drink. We did our 5.5 miles earlier today. And then we played a little bit of Outlast Trials. And then we were doing a little bit of Dead by Daylight now. So, yep. Oh no, I hope you feel better. Oy, that's the worst. I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better. I've had 3 shots today. So we've been drinking, but we're having so much fun. We're playing with one of our other moderators, Spade System, right now. Oh no! Oh, Slasher. I got all my wisdom teeth taken out when I was 17. So thank God my teeth grew super quick, because having that shit as an adult is awful. I can't imagine the kind of like discomfort and pain anybody is in when they have their wisdom teeth when they're an adult. Truly. Yeah, it's so much easier when you're young like that. And maybe take a shot of birthday cake whiskey? Oh no! Wait, is it because of the tooth or because of the flavor, Slasher? I was like, Slasher, please. Japan, you're a good one. You're a real one. Guys, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you. Hurt so bad I didn't even notice the wisdom tooth pain. Oh, we love that. We love that. We love being in so much pain that we don't notice the other pain that we're in. Yippee! The same week that I had all 4 of my wisdom teeth taken out, I was doing my cross-country practice, and I was, like, spitting blood because it was surgery in your mouth, you know? And I was spitting blood while I was, like, running my cross-country practice, and my coach behind me was like, they called me my nickname, and he goes, like, you okay? I was like, yeah, I had my wisdom teeth taken out. He goes, like, go wait by the car. Because he used to drive me to practice, and yeah, he was not happy with me. He was really upset that I didn't tell him, because you're not supposed to do any sort of, like, workouts or activities. But I was like, I was feeling okay. But no. He was not mad, or he was not happy with me. He was pretty mad. Had 0 room to swell due to being in the face, so it swelled all the way up from my mouth to my eye. I've heard of things like that, because the nose piece rested right on where the swelling was. Trying to swell, no room to swell. I've heard of things like that. A huge dental work done. They had casually mentioned, oh yeah, the x-ray showed a wisdom tooth is sideways. Yeah, don't worry about it yet. Keyword yet. Don't worry about it. Well, guess who has to worry about it now? It hurt so bad it lifted ice. Yeah. Was it really? Mine was so easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Like, they put the laughing gas in me, which was just like, it wasn't even like a mask. It was like a needle in my hand, which was traumatic because I really don't like needles. And I passed out. And I remember being like super loopy when my mom was like driving me home because I was 17, so I was a baby. And my mom drove me home. And I remember, like, my brother's friends came over and they were yapping with me. And, like, I had, like, the gauze in my mouth. And I was, like, talking to them. But I was, like, mush mouth. So I couldn't, like, I wasn't making it into, like, making sense. But I think I was, like, drinking, like, a smoothie or something. I was drinking, like, some sort of, like, liquid drink. Springtrap. Oh, that's 4 different killers. Krasu was the first one. Then Night. Then Spirit. Now Springtrap. I love it. I love a variety. That makes me very happy. And mine was easy breezy. Whoa, whoa, it's Matthew Lillard! Oh, shit. Slasher, I'm gonna start banning you. Guys, one's in chat for me to ban Slasher Bunny. Oh, you didn't fall for that? Slasher Bunny, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Holy! If you guys got gifted sub, make sure you say thank you. Slasher Bunny, let me know what color pussy you like. If you like pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. I can't imagine being awake for that. Nah. Like, numb all you want. I can't imagine being awake for that. No way. Yeah? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Who got gifted a sub? Boop! The Awesomest. Trinket Bug, Barbie Fairytopia, Lady Thundercat, and Kyrie Kowalskia. Slasher Bunny, you are way too hot, way too tall, way too talented, way too handsome. If I have pink and purple, then I need a blue. You have a pink? You have a purple? You need a blue. Got it. Blue. Thank you so much. Now will you go get your post-stream self-care? Woo! Oh, it's my last one, too. So I have to get a new blue packet. Thank you so much. That is way too sweet. Yeah, we're already almost at our weekly sub goal, which is crazy. We're not streaming tomorrow. Yeah. Go get it all, Slasher Buddy. Please go feed yourself. 27? Oh my god. Was that okay, Irish Queen? Yeah. Oh, thank God it only happens once, right? Oh, he's not a tunneler. Oh, he's so hot for that. I still have, what is it called? Yeah, I was 17 too. Tonsils. I still have my tonsils. Also, I have a question. Is this like something I should not talk about? Like, are these like, is this like a triggering topic for people? The teeth and the tonsil thing? Is that, should we move on? I just want to make sure that everyone's like, okay. Because if you guys want to move on, we'll move on. But, oh, you were typing. Okay. Yeah, I've heard growing back. You hit your... Was it like the door? Like getting into the door? No, I've heard that tonsils grow back. I've heard that. Gotcha, okay. Okay, so this isn't like triggering or anything? They were the size of quarters? Okay, English, I've got to be super honest. I don't know if that's big or small. I love how I know when Spades is typing in chat because Ada stops moving. You think you're good? Okay. I hope you guys will be like, hey, can we move on or something? If this is like a gross topic. Because I know a lot of people are like not crazy about teeth. I know people are not crazy about like surgery and things like that. So if this is like a sensitive topic, I don't want to like keep talking about it. So hopefully you guys are okay. No way! Troy, let's go! Can we get some W's in chat for Troy? Troy, we excited? They're supposed to be the size of a peanut? So what would that be, English? Like 4 or 5 times the size? Do you know why? Why they were so big, English? What makes tonsils so big? I've never had my tonsils removed. I don't know if it's something I should get removed. I don't know. Something around there? Yikes. Oh, he lost you. Oh, he has no clue. Oh, he has no clue. He has no clue. He's lost in the sauce. Please! Yay! Yep, yep. Thank God for sprint burst. Am I right, homies? He didn't kick my gen, so I'm gonna go back to my gen. Really, English? Okay, so did that fix your issues? Cool. Troy, I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. Shit. Oh! Oh! What? No way. Ooh. Yeah. So close. I mean, like an inch out of the radius. I think the reason to get them out is because they're causing problems. I don't think I've ever had problems. I don't know what would be tonsil problems. I'm so happy for you, Troy. Yeah, I remember as a kid, everyone like had like the best time getting their tonsils removed because they could eat ice cream. Oh, sorry, I didn't do that. I had AT&T. Oh, I was like, what? Adenoids? What the fuck is an adenoid? Tubes for my ears. You couldn't talk for a week? As a kid, that's probably miserable. Tonsils like gallbladder? Oh, I see, I see. Don't know. Digesting lizard? Oh, I just realized I don't have lizard turned on. Hold on. There we go. Gotcha, Oracle. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do sprint burst, but okay. There we go. Hopefully that worked. Oh, we gotta go. Lizard. Oh, thank God we went the different ways. I was really hoping that would have hit. Oh, I'm definitely dead. Like, there's no way I survived this. Alright. There's no pallet here. Yeah, we're screwed. Unless there's a pallet here? No. Yeah, I'm just screwed. Yeah, that's unfortunate. See, that's why I left spades on that night game, because I knew I wouldn't escape any other game. I just have really bad luck when it comes to DBD. Like, I am always either the first person to be found, always the first person to be found, or always the last person to be found. Like in the game, like when it comes to the door. That's just how my luck is. I've unleashed the lizard. But that was a fun game though. GG's. Hey, at least I made it to the door, right? Exactly, Boris. Yeah. Ask you a question, but I'll save it for later. GG's. To be fair, I love going against spring traps, and very seldom do we get Matthew Lillard spring traps. You salvage? Yes! Actually, I love that. I am Chip. I really am. I really am a bad hider. I'm a good seeker. Not a good hider, though. Slasher Buddy with the 5 gifted subbies. I made like a semi-derpy cat. Like it's a derpy ditto cat. What is game night? There's probably not a lot of people that are going to get that reference. Do I need to do an ad? Oh, I probably should do an ad now. Hey, Jasper. I hope you had such a good time, Salted Loki. Is that what the goal is? Yes! So this is for being able to purchase the Conquer Lord of the Rings challenge. All 8 medals, which is whatever that price is. It's like probably like, what, $348 bucks? That's how much it is with tax for me to purchase it. Oh, Slasher Bunny, I forgot to show it, sorry. You're a semi-derpy cat, so you got like derpy eyes, but like ditto face still. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subbies. But yeah, that's what the Ko-Fi is for. It's also my throne too. No, I didn't, Shoopy. I'm gonna do an ad now, so there's no ad in game. I'm also gonna move my fan out of the way now that I'm not using it anymore for the treadmill, walking pad, whatever you want to call it. So let me move that out of the way. Make a mess, boo. Do we do another shot for the gifted subs from Slasher Buddy? Oh my god, I was actually so mad I forgot to try to buy his Ghostface vodka. I don't even know how much it was. But I saw that he, like, released his Ghostface vodka. My brother has his Dungeons and Dragons one. It's so dope. I took a video of it. In his bar. My brother has a bar. Like, a basement bar. And it's such a cool bottle. And apparently the Ghostface bottles were, like, also signed. Ugh. So peanut butter and jealous. I totally forgot to, like, set an alarm to buy it myself. But let me take a shot of Pink Whitney. Which also has some pretty Pink Whitney. Also has some edible glitter in there. But this is for the 5 gifted. Thank you very much, Slasher Buddy, for the 5 gifted subs. Oh, also, with the throne and the Ko-Fi, I am combining the totals. I think it's like $5 has been contributed to the throne so far, and then however much is in the Ko-Fi. Whenever we hit that total, I'll close them and combine the total, so I'm not like double dipping. But I did cross post them, and when you scan them, it loads you into an online game of Mafia. Shut up! No, it doesn't. On the Ghostface bottle? Is that what you're talking about, Joopy? That's crazy. Cheers, Pink Whitney. Oh, gross. Yuck. Oh, it's so gross, chat. It's really gross. I don't like lemonade. Oh, I don't like lemonade, but I love lemon. Like, I love this. The face you made should be an emote. Well, if someone clips it, I'll think about it. I'm not gonna clip it. I don't want to see that face. It was probably a really gross face. Oh, Pink Whitney is so gross, guys. Now, I love sweet things. Like, think of all the G Fuel flavors that, like, are my preferate. Like, I love sweet things. But Pink Whitney just tastes like ass butt. I don't know, man. We turn to her. I love that. Where'd the croachable go? Wait, what? Where'd the what go? Fabless and aimless fabulousness. Oh, she's in my oh, she's been over there for a couple months. I think like six plus months now. She's on my my gift. I'll send you a snap. She's on my gift shelf. I got you. No, you're so good. I'll send you a picture. This isn't all of it, but here's my my gift shelf, and there's crochet clefable, who I love, by the way. Also, Spades. I read a tweet the other day where I meant to send it to you, but you know how my brain is. Someone tweeted out, if anyone ever crochets you something, you know that they love you. And I would just like to thank Space System. Oh, do you guys want to see it? Hold on. Spades crocheted this whole ass clefable for me. Whole ass, like, look at this. Look at this! It's so cute! He's so cute. So, yeah, that tweet made me think about that. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. I like that a lot. Oh my god, you'll get, okay. So, yo, Pink Whitney, I have people that will only get Pink Whitney if you sponsor me, so, ladies! We're getting different maps and different killers, like, every single map, or every single round. This is so cool. I love the variety. Spades? Oh! It's another spring trap. Well, still, variety. On the map, at least. Whoop. My chin. Oh, two-tap. Just like me. I like getting this gen done, though. Variety is the spice of death? Usually I hear the opposite. Variety is the spice of life. We finish this gen, right, Dwight? We finish this gen? Good submissive, Dwight. Good submissive, Dwight. Yes, good boy. Good boy. I think that was really important that we got that gen done. Oh, yeah? Yeah, Raven. Yes! And we get our conviction up, too. It is a shame that the only time that we would have had, like, the best conviction value would have been when we got, moried by the Karasu. That would have been the best time to have used. Conviction. It's weird that that's not giving me the chance to spy on him. Huh. Interesting. You left me? Oh, well, good thing I got out of that screen then. I was trying, and, like, he was in camera. Like, I feel like that and Ghostface's peeking thing are, like, little bugged as Survivor. Like, I feel like that should have counted. Like, if he's on screen, he's in the middle of my screen, I feel like that should have counted, but I don't know anything. Oh, oppression! Ah, poops. That's good. Oh, he has Foxy's hook. Okay. Okay, I was like, how did he get there? I was like, oh, okay. Alright. No, I'll put open lobbies in the title if I'm doing open lobbies. But I'm just playing with spades right now. Oh, he has celebrate too? Oh, shit. Okay, good to know. So he's gonna be pretty liberal with throwing the axe is what I'm hearing. Gotcha. I do have conviction, but I'm not, I don't know if he's gonna be slugging. He doesn't seem like a slugger. But also, hi, King Hal. I love this, whatever we have going on spades. I love it. Oh, I was gonna say this earlier, and I forgot, but I do want to redo my Ada cosplay. Not because I've lost weight, but I think I would like to just do it again just because. But I do still need to find my Lady Dimitrescu cosplay, because I swear, there are things I need to catch up and mustard on from our, I think it was my birthday subathon. And I'm so sorry that I haven't finished everything yet, but I will. It is, there are things I have on my list of things I still need to do. We still need to do Pickapalooza as well. Picklepalooza 3.0. I did just buy something special for that. Here, I'll let you guys get a little taste. Not literally, but do you guys know what cheese poofs are? Like those like pop peanut butter pops, pop them in your mouth, pop. Like, you know, like those like cheesy poofs. I saw on Amazon they had pickle puffs. So they're cheese puffs, but they're pickles. You know what I mean? So they're pickle flavors. So I got that. Oh, Spades almost was able to finish that gen. I think if I didn't have Sprint Burst, I would have gotten done. Damn, that was my bad. That was my bad times 100. Also, hi, War. War never changes. War, good morning. All right. Oh, damn. I was gonna be like, if he keeps walking, I'll just go do the gen. Pop peanut butter pops. Pop in your mouth. Pop. Oh, he gets me here. Yeah, he's definitely really relying on that haste. Like, really aggressively relying on that haste. That's alright. Oh. Damn, I got face fucked. Oh. Oh. I got, fat shame. That's what I'm trying to say. Made by Vlasic? I actually don't know if it's made by Vlasic. That would have hit me. Oh, at the pallet? Oh, maybe. So what? He has oppression, and that's all I know that he has right now. Alright, I'm the only one on Death Hook, to the shock of absolutely nobody. I'm gonna try to play a little bit more safe. I think that's what I think that's just like how my playstyle is. I just like don't care about playing safe because I'm a very impatient person when I'm playing. Like I play for speed. I don't like taking my time, and that's just like that's my problem. So like, and the thing is, and this is nothing to do with like spades. This is like just I usually play solo queue, so this is like nothing on like my teammates or spades or anything like that. But like usually when I play with people in solo queue, so not including people that like I know / play with, they don't do gens, they don't do hooks, they don't do unhooks. And so I feel like as the autistic people pleaser in me, I feel like it's my my job to do that. And especially since I have like the Twitch shirts on, like people expect like a certain like skill level. And the thing is, I don't play this game that much. I really don't play this game very well. I have a lot of hours, but like a lot of it isn't from me playing the game. It's really just me like dicking around and like really I really just spend this is basically like I use this time for Play Dead by Daylight as a just chatting stream with you guys. And so I think that's why, like, I don't really survive or do very well in these video games in Dead by Daylight is because I don't play strategically. I play in a way that, you know, cucks me more than, you know, than other players play. Because other players will play a lot more conservatively and play a little bit more, I'm not going to say selfishly, but they do play a little bit more selfishly, and I don't play that way. I play in a way that does force me to be the... Oh, I didn't realize this was gone. Well, goodbye. I don't play... I play in a way that forces me to... Yeah. That forces me to be in chase more often. That forces me to... to be chased more often. To... Oh, this is such a good Mori. I haven't seen this Mori in a long time. Good Mori. Good Mori. And so, I don't know. I think it's just how, like, this is how my playstyle is I play to have the attention of the killer the most. And I play I guess play more dangerously than other people. And I don't have that skill level that protects me from playing that playstyle. I haven't played in almost 2 years now, and the idea of coming back is incredibly daunting because I have no idea of how the new perks and new killers. Me, Joopy? But I have kept playing for this entire time. I still have no idea what I'm doing. Come from playing the lobby 7 DB, but truly, because I cannot tell you how many times I've left my game open after stream and then not played again for like a day or two. And so my DBD will be open for like 24 hours, 48 hours. Because I just left it open after stream because I forgot to close it. Like, I can't tell you how many times that's happened. Oh, yeah, we gotta see what perks he has. I also try to get clips, too. That's my thing. It's like, I like to get, flashlight clips. And so that's another thing that we'll do. That will, So, I think a lot of people will, like, criticize me and have criticized me to my face or behind my back about how I don't deserve to be in the DBD creator program because I'm not good at the game. And it's just like, I just play this game to have fun. Like, you don't have to have, like, a certain kill to death ratio in order to be in the creator program. I don't know. People are weird. Oh my god! 69! While your computer is having issues? I don't think it's that. Haters gonna hate? They really will, yeah. They'll do anything but care about, like, what they're doing themselves, you know? Have you no backbone? Let me get another blue kitty cat post-it. A blue? I'm trying to die. Spades. You are so good. I'm pretty sure we had, like, what, 1 gen left or something, too. Oh, whoa. Take your time. I'm big chillin'. What the fuck? Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Okay. We got them all. I agree, Oracle. It's like, I don't know. Let's bring up Resident Evil, for example. Like, a lot of people are calling other Resident Evil players tourists, which is so funny. It's like, I don't know. It goes back to that whole hipster thing.
Kiss.
Yo! Boot Bud, thank you for the 2 months! Enjoy your 90? Count them. Your 90 emotes to add free view and your sub-badge. Thank you so much for 2 months. What the hecky? Oh my gosh, that means so much to me. Thank you so much. No, I totally agree. I think it goes back to, like, people who, back in the day, like 20 years ago when Guitar Hero first came out. Oh, I am no longer in the server, so I can't see their perks. Okay. Where people would say, like, oh, where did you hear this band song from? Oh, you heard it from Guitar Hero? Well, you're a fake fan. And it's like... And it's like, oh, well, you only like this band, or you don't like this TV show, or you don't like this game because it got popular? Well, you're not a real fan because you only liked it because it got popular. It's like, well, if you were a real fan, you would be happy that your IP is getting the attention that it is and it's getting more fans, because more fans equals more money. So, who's the fake fan now? Bitch! So, I don't know. Yeah, honestly, Jupy's just people are just fucking stupid. Also, I got kicked, Spade, so I might have to have you join me or me join you. I have to force go make a game. Oh, really? Oh, okay, so not just me. Enjoy your DVD date with Spades and find out. Have a say good night, Boar! Oh my god, Boar, I hope you have the best night ever. Thank you for the, what was it, like 53 months at tier 3? Thank you so much. Everyone say good night, Boar. Oh my god, Raven. That's it. That's it. Yeah, and Sushi Guy, back in the day when Guitar Hero first came out, people would literally, like, this is like before internet, but like before internet cancel you for enjoying something from Guitar Hero. Yeah. I don't know. But like you said, Joopy, it's like the gatekeeping thing is, it's ridiculous. Like, why do people care so much about what other people like or don't like? I just don't understand. Like, what does it matter? What does it matter to you if I like Resident Evil or if I don't like Resident Evil? You know? Oh, yeah, Space! Exactly! Exactly! Like, I don't know. Why don't we worry about the president who's fucking children? Like, let's worry about that! But no! Let's care about how many Resident Evil games that we've played or have not played. Sorry, I know, I'm Raven, I'm so sorry, I probably should have, like, not said that, but it is the reality of this country, unfortunately, but I really didn't mean to go that extreme, but let's be honest, there are so many more important things for us to be caring about, and we're gonna care about what Resident Evil games people have or haven't played. I think that's not really what the problem is in this world. I agree, Oracle. No, I'm sorry, Raven. I should have been more conscientious of my sentence there, but yeah. Let's take a shot. I'm joking. Oh man. I'm really glad for this community that we've cultivated, though, because I can say things like that and people won't call me like an idiot or what's it called? What do the people call me? What do people call us? Libtards. That's what they call us. That's what they call us. Like, I'm really glad that we've cultivated this community. Also, I was using that in quotations, not like, I'm not trying to like, I'm not saying that word is okay. I'm like saying that as like, that word is not okay. Obviously, as an autistic person. I'm really glad for the community that we've cultivated. Truly. And it's all because of you guys. Wait, Leanne's Moans, it's your birthday. You want me to take a shot? Leanne's Moans gets to answer in Leanne's Moans only. Yes or no? I'll avoid no pauses. Yes? Okay. Do you have a preference, Leanne's Moans? I have Malort, vodka, whiskey, and I have rum. Oh, and Biggie Balls. But Spades, like, I understand to a degree. That's that gray area, I think, where people have the no politics. I understand to a degree where people will say, please don't talk about politics here. I understand that to a degree. I think they're still wrong for making that decision, but I understand why they have it. I still think that they're wrong for having that decision. Oh, Biggie Balls? There, let me show you. So, if you've ever seen a Buzzball, the Biggie Balls. Malort, I got you. You do a shot with me? Oh, cool. I agree, Spades. I totally agree. Because at that point, I think that they're choosing money. I think they're sacrificing their, how does one say? They're sacrificing their morality and choosing money over, just because they don't want to offend another political party. And I think the thing is that our lives go so much further than, oh, are you Republican or Democratic? That's not here. You can be Republican and still be a good person and still be in this community. It's basically, do you, like, that's not where the line is drawn. It's, do you believe that all humans should have the same equal rights? And in that case, I think, like, you don't have to, like, support trans, but you can just be not anti-trans, right? Like, I understand that people might not understand gay communities. I can understand how people might not understand trans communities. I can understand how people might not understand certain things. But as long as you're not like anti them, then I support that, right? Just don't be anti-human. I think that's what it is. Like, you don't have to understand it, but just don't be anti, right? Because I can understand how some people are just uneducated or just don't understand or just are products of their families or are products of their regions or are they're limited because they're uneducated. But I think no matter your education, no matter where you live, no matter who you are, who you know, what race you are, what gender you are, I think at the end of the day, you can still be pro-human. Exactly, Joopy. Cheers. Human rights are not politics. Agreed. On that note, happy birthday, Leon's Moans! Oh, Leon's Moans, why am I not playing Leon for you? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting off my high horse now. If you're uneducated on certain things, this is a willful choice. Like, you, Pixel, are great about, oh, hey, educate me on X. What pisses me off is that people who make zero effort to educate themselves when it's not that hard to do with the resources we have at fingertips. I agree. Boris, don't be nice, Malcolm. Leon! Yeah, someone remind me to play Leon after this for Leon's Bones. Ooh! Oracle, oh my god. Fun fact. Oh, maybe Piggy? Fun fact, one of my favorite classes in college, Oracle, was my sociology class. Oh no, you're totally good, Leon's Moans! Enjoy your BG3. I'll still play Leon's Moans for you in honor. Whether you're hearmst or nomst. Leon from the hit game Fortnite. That's the vapor. It's called a maybe not. Shut up. Oracle, wait, hold on. Oracle onto something here? Where is this piggy? Oh, should we stop this? I think we should stop this. Oh, no, you're good, Leon's Moans. I'm here for you. Whoa, piggy! Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, Lightborn. Lightborn. Alright, well, good enough. Oh, man. Yep. Irish Queen, you're Gucci as a coochie. No one has to give their thoughts or prayers or whatever. You guys are totally good. You guys, I totally understand. I understand that this is not a comfortable topic, and I think that's like a privilege that some of us have or don't have, is that we have some of us. Yeah, it's a privilege that some of us have or don't have to talk about this, and I understand. Yeah. I don't know. No, you're good. You're good. You guys do not have to have opinions on this in order to be in this community, or to be enjoying this community, or be welcome in this community. You can take the bot. I don't give a fuck. Take the bot. I don't give a fuck. She's just bloodlusting. Just bloodlust maxing. Oh, I don't make that. Oh, so close though. I do have conviction. Nah. Yo, Loki, welcome home. I hope you had the best night tonight. That or just say nothing, you know? Like, there is no obligation to comment on conversations like this. And I do apologize if I do make anybody uncomfortable. I just think it is important to talk, like, you know, to make points sometimes, you know? You could have a bunch of oozes? Oozes. Did I not drink after that shot? Oh my god. Alright. Oh, why me? What did I do? She said, we have 2 bots. I want a tunnel. 2 bots and it's tunnel time. We have 2 bots in this game. Let's tunnel time. As a previous pig main, we don't what's the word? We don't claim her. Because at this point, just go for the bots. Unless I know well enough to go toe-to-toe. That's fair. Totally fair, Oracle. And that served me well. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, I think it's just best if I just go. Yeah. Because if I'm playing killer, I'm going for the bots before I go for the homies. You know what I mean? Yeah, know what I'm saying. But again, the killer can play however they want, but I can still judge how they play. They can play however they want, but I'm still gonna judge. Spades, you're good. You're totally good. Reason playing with killer, always bots first. Exactly, Boris. It's like... Like, especially at the beginning of the game, right? Well, I always do bots first. If I have to do all 4, I don't think I'm getting out. That's right, we're here for a good time, not a long time. If I have to do all 4, this might be a problem. Ooh, actually, maybe. If I can get this one immediately without being disrupted, we might be okay. I'm in shock. So open my mouth a lot. Listen, you sound pretty fucking educated as far as I'm concerned. Hey, let's go! Let's fucking go! Ah! Why are the bots sticking around? Yeah, thanks a lot, Ace Visconti _02. She could also just be doing double hooking, right? She could. Benefit of the doubt, she could just be double hooking. Guys, I keep seeing my new Fallout Pip-Boy shaker at the corner of my eye. And it just keeps getting me, like, really, like, hot and horny. You know what I mean? Oh, you know what? I should probably save you, because I doubt the bots are going to. Giggity! I'm so happy with it. I'm so happy. Yeah, actually, she could have been just double hooking, actually. Again, killers can play however they want. Their job is not to make me have the most fun. I'm just saying, I would go after the bots first. So, like I said before, if you're expecting an okay being comfortable with every conversation, you are bordering on, if not ignorant. No, I agree. And privileged. Of college regents for scamming students with legal citations that may have become a folklore amongst the employees. Sorry. Oh, okay. I don't know. For the college of it, the world isn't comfortable, and to pretend it always should be is not good. Yeah, that's the thing here. Take her! Take her! Oh, she won't. She wants me. Okay, so she is playing like that. Okay. Yeah, alright. You know, it is what it is. She can play however she wants. Oh, I forgot she had Lightborn. I totally forgot. My bad. Oh, missed. How did that hit? Alright, she just... Yeah. Especially right now, Spades. To pretend that everything's Gucci is a coochie. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I do my best to be educated, and the end of the goal is to help and protect people because I don't care for bullies. Oh my god. Bullies fucking suck, man. Like, I say this, it has to be almost every stream now. And I'm sure you guys are like, God, Pixel, get off your fucking soapbox. But no! I just don't understand. How easy is it to just...
Help is on the way, dear! This is not fun!
Bitch!
On the way!
What? Shadowhawk, you streaming? Holy! What the fuck were you doing? What were you doing, Shadowhawk? Oh, no way you were playing Outlast Trials. And why am I not following you? Oh my god. Guys, everyone go follow Shadowhawk. Everyone go follow Shadowhawk right now. Thank you so much for the raid! I don't know what I was doing. Uh-huh. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in! Oh my gosh! Everyone go follow Shadowhawk right now. Oh my gosh. I didn't know you were streaming. What the heck? Why didn't you tell me you were streaming? I'm joking. I hope you had the best time, guys. Everyone go follow Shadowhawk. Shadowhawk is such a homie. And has been following us for almost 4.5 years. Almost 4.5 years Shadowhawk has been following me. So you guys need to go follow a true OG. That's right. Players can play however they want. I don't know if she's got a challenge or something. I don't know. Or maybe they just want to fucking kill. Ugh, it's fine. It is what it is. My fun is not their priority. Really, Shadowhawk? That makes me so happy. I'm so glad you're a stream. I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. yeah, you're like, what's the point with 2 other bots? Because no, or I think everyone else is still alive, right? I was the first death, I think. Yeah, but let me get my soapbox for a second. It's like I'll never understand why people have the desire to bully. Like, I'll never understand bullies. To the day I die, I'll never understand it. Like, if someone says something that I don't like, or if someone looks a way that I don't like, or if someone does something I don't like, I don't care. It's like, I have no desire to tell them that I don't like it. And I think that's a narcissism thing. I think bullies are all narcissistic and also self-loathing, because most narcissists are self-loathing. Most narcissists, people think love themselves. I think it's the opposite. I think most narcissists actually hate themselves. And I think that most bullies are narcissists because they hate themselves so much that they have to take it out on a scapegoat, which is they're bullied. They're bullied people. And I'll never understand, like, I will never think that I am so important enough that my opinion needs to be made known to the world that I don't like this and you all must know it. Oh, your makeup sucks. I need to tell you that. Oh, you're fat. I need to tell you that. Oh, you're too skinny. You need to eat a sandwich. I need to type that. Oh, your political affiliation sucks. I need to tell you that. Like, I'm dumbing this down a lot, by the way. But I'll never understand how people have that mentality where it's like, if I don't like something, I need to make it known to the world that I don't like it. And you're told at a very young age, if you have nothing nice to say, don't say it. So bullies are one of 2 things. Either they're super narcissistic or they're super fucking stupid. It's either one, the other, or both. Misery loves company. Yeah, they're super self-loathing. Agreed. Also, hi, a Melodel. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kids. Also, why not both? Probably both. Yeah, they're narcissistic and they're super fucking stupid. Give every bully an IQ test. I'm sure they're gonna fail them. Of other bullies, often their own parents. I won't go that far. I think bullies are not just made. Because the thing is, like, I know. I disagree. I humbly disagree. I think that some people who are bullies, some of them might have had bad parents, but I disagree. I don't think correlation means causation for that. I disagree. I dress sort of sloppily mostly because if people are mean to me, then I'm dressed like that. I don't want them to speak to me at all, and that... Wait, what? I'm sorry, Oracle. I don't understand your sentence. I'm so sorry. Me too, Irish Queen! Oh my god. Every time, and this is coming from someone with a severe anxiety and agoraphobia, every time I interact with somebody, a stranger, I'm complimenting their nail polish, their makeup, their hair, their outfit. I'm choosing something to compliment them on because I know how far that goes. Like, it was hard for them to be empathetic towards other people because they seemed nice in the time when I was like super empathetic. I could understand how hard it is for everyone. Yeah. It's scary, isn't it, Leon Stones? Gabway! Mwah. Think about the forehead kiss. Hey! Oh, okay. Okay. I'm sorry to understand it. I'm sorry. I've never said I was a smart man. And someone who doesn't even know you says something to bring you down. Never let the nobodies in your life feed you their nobody literally their nobody mentality. What's up, Caesar's Luncheon? Oh my god, I hope you're doing so good. No, I appreciate you guys explaining it because I never said I was a smart man. Also, Caesar's Luncheon. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, also, I am yapping because an ad is playing right now. So an ad is playing now, so there's no ad in game. Oh, Irish Queen, literally. Although, I don't care what people wear, right? As long as like they're covering their bits and pieces, right? Their bits and pieces. What I don't like is like that like really aggressive PDA. Like, if you gotta feel up your partner in public, go to hell. Like, I don't want to see that. And I'm not just saying that because I'm asexual. I'm saying that because I don't want to see you feeling up your titties or your pee-pee or whatever body parts you're feeling up. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see you grabbing ass or grabbing tits and grabbing all that. I don't want to see any of that in public, you know? Like, the worst part, I know every single person has seen this. When you're waiting in line for roller coasters, tell me that that's not the horniest group of people that you guys have ever experienced. I have never seen so much softcore porn while waiting in line for a GD roller coaster. Like, couples in roller coaster waiting lines drive me crazy. I don't know how to say it. No, Saphira, no, you! I hope you're doing so good. Oh, I'll hold hands, and I'll do, like, a peck, but, like, you know, you're not gonna see me making out with somebody in public. A solidarity! Y'all are riding roller coasters? Oh, really? Irish Queen? Oh, I bet you see it all. Saphira, literally know you. I hope you're doing amazing. Also, I saw your kids, Girl Scout cookie sign. So cute! I love it. I love it so much. Enjoy your turkey, Saphira. I hope you're doing amazing. Emotional roller coasters. Oh my god, I didn't ready up. I'm sorry, Spades. I was waiting for the ad to finish, and I should have readied up before then. Sorry. Ads are done. Ads are done. I have a friend that hates that behavior so much they'll make a show of recording them with their phone saying, "Wow, thanks for the free porn." Ooh. Oh my god. I would be so scared to do that because I hate confrontation, but, like, also good on your friend for doing that and calling them out. Okay, thank you, Spades. Thank you for understanding. But yeah, I don't understand, like, why you gotta have, like, a whole porn show while we're waiting in line at Six Flags. Like, I don't understand it. Like, hold hands, do a peck here and there, but you don't have to full-on grope his pee or grope her boobs, like, while you're waiting in line for a roller coaster. Your ads are done. Ads are done! Yeah, Salsa Loki. I'll jump in when someone else is getting getting hurt, but like I won't defend myself. When's the last time I went on a roller coaster? I actually don't even remember. Am I crazy? Am I crazy Minecraft server? In front of my salad? Ooh. Yeah. I'll hold hands. Yeah. People are the worst. God, I just hate people. We need another plague. And not COVID, right? We need a plague. Oh, I need Leon! Thank you. Oh shit, I don't know if I have a build for him. What is this build? Alright, this is the build, I guess. Alright. Alright, Leon it is. Thank you. I totally forgot. Thank you, guys. Leon! Leon! Yeah, Alice, I don't know what I would do without you. Yeah, RE9. I think Grace would be cool. Yeah, Shadowhawk, that's a long time ago. It's been a long time for me, too. But I don't think it's been that long. Millennial music! Chocolate rain! That's fair. Welcome back, Alice. I did not bring map or hatch. I brought luck. I brought luck, because that's all I have on Leon. I really don't have a lot of Leon. Necromorph, I agree. The voice actress for Grace deserves every flower that could possibly come her way. Freddy? Anybody create Minecraft server? Oh, I don't have Sprint Burst. I gotta remember that. Numa, yeah, keep portelo. Whoa! That hit! What's the radius on that? Oh! Who put that wall there? From Mars? He is on console and has 88 ping, so that could not have helped. So he has Hex Plaything and Mindbreaker. Raven, I never check my Discord or my TikTok messages. I actually had someone, I'm not gonna say names, but I did have someone passive aggressively call me out on Twitch for how like I don't respond to TikTok messages. And and this was like a month or so ago, and I never like acknowledged it. But it did bother me, and it does still bother me that they said in my own Twitch stream how they're upset that I don't. And it's like, it's not even like I'm not like friends with this person, you know? It's like, and this person's upset that I don't respond to their TikTok messages. It's like, if you guys only knew how many messages I get sent on my 2 TikTok accounts. I have 2 different TikTok accounts. I have my alt and my main account. And if you guys knew how many times, oh, that is not what I meant to do. How many times I get sent messages. I got a 1. Are you gonna kill? I want to kill myself. On my Bardic Inspiration. Holy. But if I watched every single video that you fuckers send me, and I mean fuckers like in like a positive way. I mean fuckers in a very positive connotation, by the way. What the hell? I mean it with love. You know what I mean? But if I watched every fucking video that you guys sent me, I would literally never get off my phone. I'm ready to go next. So I can lick my screen. Wait, what suit is there? I might need to look. This is my RE4 outfit, right? This guy is definitely playing for his ping. Responding to text is just abnormal. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Okay, Loki, that's fine. Also, mod's gonna pass. All mods can message me. I'm not gonna respond to them every time because of my brain, but I do. I don't mind if mods message me. Mods get a free pass to message me anytime, anywhere. Ah, thanks, Trans Girl. But yeah, there's actually a few mods I still need to respond messages to, because I'm a bad person. I don't know how to read messages. Oh, should I go do mine? Oh, that wasn't mine. Let me go do my plaything. Leon, shut up! You're so loud. Leon! Oh, it is Penti Muento? Sorry, Ada. I'm about to die. We are about to die. Salute you. Oh, Ada. Oh, you're so hot for that. Bitch. Thank you. Bitch. Listen, I want to be in this game for longer than 30 seconds, Freddy. Alright? Chill on it. You should try G Fuel? You guys should try G Fuel! I hope Leon and Ada are married now. If you're talking about this Ada that's in my game right now, I absolutely am married to her. Thank you very much. You know what, Shadowhawk? I was watching Slothbag stream earlier, and that's the reason why I wanted to play TBD earlier. Oh, really? Shadowhawk, they're so cute, though. I love that for you guys. Really? Shadowhawk, what's your favorite one at the moment to be drinking? What's your drink of choice? A Negroni with Prosecco in it. I don't even know what that is. Oh shit, okay. I should be here.
Lizard.
The Perfect Cell one? What is that? Oh my god, just have like a little slutty little moan. I think you should. Random Leon moans on command. I think Leon's moans would enjoy that. Oh, there's no way I get here. Unless he comes here and I double cracker him. No dice. Damn. Blueberry and vodka. That sounds delicious, actually. Oh! Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Oh, everybody's death hook except for Jorge King. Oh, and now I have conviction. I'm a hoe for lizard ladies. Oh, I just realized I can get a flashbang. Let me go find a locker. Any lockers in chat? Are there no lockers over here? Ah! Ah! Right. Chance girl next door. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Damn. Not me dying because I was looking for a locker. How unfortunate. That's what I'm saying. I have like literally the worst luck. Don't I? Which game is this? A Dead by Daylight! Never seen me play TBD, DMC? Or DMAC? Oh, you know what? I haven't put my DBD creator badge on. There you go. Do you know how many people get surprised when I say that I'm an Eerie creator in the DVD creator program? People are... No, you're totally fine, Irish. You're still awake? Should I not be? Should I go to bed? It is almost 1. I just noticed. Should we go to bed? Should we go to bed? Yo, Necromorph! Thank you for the 4 I can see. Bed? Ew. Well, I'm not gonna go to bed. I gotta be up for a while. But we can end stream if you guys want. Check for a Leon suit. Okay, what I think I know which one you're talking about. It'll probably be a mimic. I think I know which one you're talking about. Is it this one? I don't know why this one doesn't do it for me. Maybe because he looks like he's like 12 years old. You know? He looks like a baby. Like, this skin is fine because he doesn't look like a baby. But this skin, I don't know. Yeah? See, from the neck down, he looks fine. But from, like, the neck up, he looks like he's like a 12-year-old cosplaying as Leon. And I think that's why I don't like it. I think that's why I don't like it. This one is fine because he looks like he's an adult. He looks like an adult. I don't like any other ones. Oh, hold on, go back. To this one? See, he looks like an adult here. Naked! Wait! JRD, are you telling me to do a, like a no perk? Thank you, Dead by Daylight, for the RXLs. Yes, ma'am. Alright. Only because you asked so sweetly. Alright, we'll do one more game. One more game? Change out the head? Can I do that? Oh no, they're fixed sets. I don't think you can. Alright, so we'll do this, and then we'll do loadout. Naked. Happy birthday! Wait, is it the 6th or the 7th, JRD? Also, Oracle. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kiss. See, guys, everybody go follow JRD. JRD is such a homie. Also, is the proud owner of Gunner glasses because they won a giveaway. Is it the 6th or the 7th? Yo, happy birthday, JRD. JRD, hope you're having the best birthday ever! Everyone go follow the homie. Leon as a middle school debate bro. RE4, I love the RE4, Leon. Happy birthday! I'm doing great as long as I'm streaming, but as soon as I'm not streaming, I'm terrible. Have a good night, Oracle. Oracle, ever say good night, Oracle? No, you're totally good, Spades. That was a fun game. It's just like, I'm just so tired of being bad at the game. You know what? Maybe I'll live longer now that I have no perks. Alright, LG. LG, no review. Oh my god. I bet, Tiny Tiger. I totally bet. When do you move again? Next week? Oh, also a reminder. I will not be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be live on Sunday. I appreciate you, Oracle. Oracle, I appreciate you being here. I hope you have the best night ever. No stream tomorrow. Stream on Sunday. I don't know what time. Keep an eye on the Discord. / Twitter. There you go. What do you got planned for your birthday, Jared? Are you doing a special stream today? / tomorrow, whatever time zone it is for you. Thursday. No way. That's so exciting. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you, Tay girl. Kinda not really? What do you mean, kinda not really? Guys, if I ever say that I want to take a week off, tell me that I'll never do it ever again. So my Saturday's ruined. Shut up! I'll stream longer for the weekend if we hit a goal. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, Tiny Tiger. Mentally ready. Hey, at least you're mentally ready. You know what? I'll take it. What is the base time that you think you'll stream for, Jarity? 6 hours? 12 hours? 24 hours? Leon and Ada sitting in a tree. F-U-C-K-I-N-G. 6 base? Slay. Really, Spades? That's good to know. I appreciate you. And I know you say that, but I'm going to need you to keep saying that because... I won't believe anybody. Mandy! Mandy thinks I'm afraid! Oh my god. Alright, without spoilers, how are we enjoying Requiem? Are we loving it? Is it the best time ever? Yo, welcome in, everybody. What's up, Tristet? Happy weekend. I'll do 12 today and Sunday. No way! I hope you get your goal, Jarity. What's the goal? Thank you so much for the raid. I'm loving it so much. Oh my god, that makes me so happy. You know what? I think after I walk the dogs after stream, I might play a little bit of R.E. Requiem. Holy shit, nipples. It's your Monday? Oh my god, you scared me for a second, Tristat, because I was like, it's Monday, and I was going to be like, excusez-moi, but it's your Monday. Well, I hope you had the best weekend ever, Tristat. Everybody go follow Mandy! Mandy, please! And Raiders, please go get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. And if you guys don't know, anytime someone resubs on a year anniversary, they get a Pokemon card! You're a Pincurchin, and I'll put you in my binder after this game. Yes, I did finish my first playthrough. And it was awesome. Oh, I have no perks. Ew. Guys, I'm so bad at this video game. But towards a PC? Oh my god, what? Are you trying to build like a whole ass new PC, Jarity? Or are you just looking for certain parts? Also, I'm sorry if I'm like interviewing you. I haven't been watching Twitch for a while, so I miss you. Full upgrade? Fair. Fair, fair, fair. Put me in your bed? Yeah, and especially with, what's it called? RAM. Ramming you up your ass with how expensive it is. Holy! Like, getting RAM now would be how much it would cost for just a base PC. Isn't that, like, insane? So any hopes and dreams I had for upgrading my PC are toast. So I'm gonna stick with this PC. Seriously, yeah. 700 minimum, and that's like for like what, 12 gigs? I would assume. I would assume 700 minimum is like for 12 gigs. I would assume, and that's an egregious price. Because usually, back in the day, like I would say, like at least minimum 3 years ago. Also, thank you so much for the follows. Oh my god, guys, I do have anonymous follows on, so thank you so much for the follows. I do see you and I do appreciate you, but I won't call you out. But I do thank you guys so much for follows. I really appreciate it. Exactly, Sushi. RAM dues. RAM used to be like the cheapest thing. On God, it used to be the cheapest, most easiest thing to get for your PC, and now it is the entire PC build. Like not quota, budget. The entire budget goes to the RAM now, which is super unfortunate. You don't see anything, Mr. Doggy. Yeah, it's because of all the AI data centers, Ty Tiger. All the AI data centers is what makes is what made the prices go up so much. It's super unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's the reality that we live in now. I also read that you can't even get Steam Decks anymore because the Steam Decks are so hard to resupply because of the shortage on RAM. With my whole chest, fuck AI, real. JRD, I used to be part of the NZXT partner program back before they abolished it. And actually the monitor that I'm playing on right now is an NZXT monitor that they sent me for free. It's the NZXT Canvas 24. 27. 24. 24. It's the NZXT oh, it's a 24 or 27, I can't remember. But they actually did send me this monitor for free. They sent me 2 microphones for free. But I would love a PC. Oh my god, right, Sushi? Buying a new PC, like a gaming PC is probably like, if you want one that could play in high graphics and stream, you're looking at about maybe $5 grand to stream and play on the highest graphics. Minimum $5 grand. Guys, remember like a month ago when I tweeted at an NZXT asking for them to work with me to upgrade my PC because my PC's power button doesn't even work anymore? And I got reamed in the comments telling me like to go kill myself because I was asking to work with them to make a video and make high content for a sponsor with them. That was fun. Deleted that. Plaything. What'd you call me? Yeah. Like, getting told to kill myself because I was asking a company to work with me on a sponsored post is egregious, if I do say so myself. Oh, did he see me? Yeah, he saw me. Oh, he missed. Yippee. What is this baby Z-wall I got going on here? Medium bolt! Thank you. Are people so lawful? I agree. I agree. I agree. Did I make this? Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir. Right? Oh, let me snooze this ad really quick. Oh, hello, Addy. And be worse. People suck. Again, it's like, just, you got something nice to say, don't say it. Whatever. Honestly, Charity, I'm gonna start not putting perks on more often because this is the longest I've lived. Oh my god, all the gens are done. When the did that happen? Anywho. I'm gonna start putting no perks on more often, Charity, because apparently this is the strat that works. What the fudge? What the fudge? No perks, no item, no add-ons, or no offering. What the fudge? Do we leave Ding Dong? I think we should leave Ding Dong. Also, haven't even been hugged. Goodbye! I don't know where the other door is. I can guess where the other door is. Oh. Do I leave? Did you really? Boris, shut up. Oh, hello, lovelies. Yo, let me get my conviction. I'm joking. Oh, okay, we're good. No way! Our only 4 out of the day, and it's no perks. I'm gonna shut the. Everyone go follow Charity! One, because it's their birthday, and 2, it's the only reason why we're able to 4 out today. Imagine putting a content creator for marketing themselves or marketing content for a brand that they work with. Something that has nothing to do with them. People, it's exactly. Log off. Real. I don't know. People just suck. GG's! I don't know, man. People are weird. A broken pool cue. Shut up, Boris. That's dope. That's like an item that you'd find in Fallout. Also, guys, Spades, thank you so much for the games. Everyone go tell Spades how hot and talented and handsome they are. Leon's Moans, happy birthday. Benny Situation, happy birthday. JRD, happy birthday. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let me put my points into Ashley J. Williams. He is Prestige 87. Diabure! Oh my Lanta! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! Space, I actually just did. Diabure! Oh my god, I literally just got gifted a sub to your channel earlier. Hello. Also, sorry for the jump scare, but we are Prestige 88. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We are Prestige 88 on Ashley J. Williams. Disgusted. Yo, Diabure! Thanks so much for the raid. What's up, Aztec Warrior? Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were doing like a juicy long stream today, no? You have more mic charms? Hold on, what do I have? Oh, wait. Wrong scene, sorry. What's up, Ghost Memories? 12 hours. Holy shit! Oh my god. Everybody go follow Diabure! And Diabure, go. Get out of here! Go get your post-stream self-care. Go get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please go take care of yourself. Thank you so much for raid. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is PixelxKitten. I play a lot of DBD and a variety of other games. I play a lot of video games poorly, and I stream on the internet. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. Here's 50% of my dog population. Here's 33% of my cat population. Sorry, Jasper. Oh, sorry. He was sitting on my G Fuel boxes. No, please go take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. She's running on E. Yeah, little Svera. I agree. DM, you need to go get your post-stream self-care. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome in, Raiders! Also, I do have anonymous follows on, so don't worry if you follow. I won't call you out unless you want me to. Do you guys want to say hi to Boo? Boo, do you want to say hello? You disturbed his peace? I'd do it again. You want to say hello? You want to say hello? Big boy. Big boy. Come on. Hello, this is my dog. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Oh, that's new. Oh, I kind of like that. Oh, is my camera blurry? Hold on. Is it blurry? I don't know, Spades. He's so cute. Oh, Alice, the hottest, most tallest, most handsomest, most amazingest Alice in Wonderland. Ah, Alice with the big booty. Also, not me using your old name, by the way. Alice, you were also my favorite person in this entire stream right now. Look at this big boy. Look at this big boy. Thank you guys so much for the raids. Sleepy puppy! His tail is going crazy. Did you not just steal the VIP? You know what that means, Space? It means you lose your mod. No, he's got the same I have the same mic charms and the same collar. But I got this the gay flag was from Aya. I got these little clicky things from TwitchCon 2 years ago. These are from... This is from Lecky. I believe these are from All Good. I might have to double check. I can't remember who got me the Clefairy. I'm a bad person. No, you're totally good, Tiger. Yeah, I think Spade should lose his mod. Their mod. Sorry. Every time you lick me, I have to lick you back. You know that, right? New pronoun. Oh, wait. Are we blurry again? Sorry. My camera doesn't know what to do. I don't know why, Spades, but I default to calling you, like, he, him. And that's so funny. Like, I know what your pronouns are, but I can't stop calling you he, him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Spades. It's just, you're just so hot and tall and talented and handsome. His tail is going nuts right now. It's so cute. I'm sorry. I can't tell if my screen is foggy or not. Is this still foggy? H-I-M! His Infernal Majesty. Oh, do you really, Spades? That's good to know. I don't know why. Pay no money. Sorry, my frozen turkey is chilling. Have you uploaded VODs? I think I have like 3 VODs I need to upload. I think I have like 2 or 3 VODs. I think today might be the 3rd one I need to upload. Okay, Spades. Okay. Good to know. Androgynous overall. Okay. Yeah. Oh, also, shout out to the manspreading. Manspreading. Give me... Close this. Close this. Close this. Okay. I'll just scoot in so you guys can't see it. We are about to end stream, though. I don't know, Spade. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you he, but it just slipped out. I'm so sorry. Are we sleeping? You know what's funny? This eye is open and this eye is closed. So it's like he's like acting like he's asleep to me, but he's awake for you. Ha! That's funny, Rootsy, Raven. You doing it again! This eye is open and this eye is closed. I can see you! I can see you pretending to sleep! Your boy! Is there something in your eye? Is there something in your eyeball? Why aren't you opening your eye, Muffy? So cute. You're so cute. Your fingers in his eye? Do you want to go outside? Do you want to go outside? Oh, there it is. Do you want to go outside, boo? You want to go outside? You want to go outside? Ew. What are you doing, Muffin? Ew. Alright. Charming. What's up, Jackie? Yeah, he loves, do you want to go outside? What's up, Zex? Zex, happy weekend. Also, thank you for these screenshots. What the hecky? These are so cute. Oh my god. Sultan Loki gets the breast screenshots of me with Boo, and they make me so happy. You'll get... Oh, that's true. That's true, Raven. Yeah, it's been really wet all day today. You hit a hairball? I think you did. Alright. Let us find someone to raid. What do we think? I can move mountains. I can walk a miracle. Walk a miracle. Oh, oh. Nothing but death to us. Oh, should we do some marbles? Oh, yeah, let's do some marbles. Alice, what would I do without you? Guys, it's been 84 years since we did marbles. Yeah, let's do marbles first. Marbles, then raid. I've been on vacation from work all week, but I gotta go back Sunday. Ew. Ew. Oh, work from home? Oh, I'll take that. Get you out of my head. Marble Rebels. Good night, Raven! Everybody say good night, Raven! Have fun with your husky. 84 years. Alright. Everybody, exclamation point, play! And then I'll have you guys do a poll once I see how many peeps and poops are gonna be playing. Parsley! Play, lol! Play! Oh, wait. I can't remember what button. Oh, here it is. Alright, we got 12 peeps and poops! I'll wait a couple more seconds, then we'll, Parsley is probably the best one. I got 13 people so far. Alright, let's see what a prediction. Oh my god! Holy! Oh wait, we're gonna do prediction. That's what we're doing. How many balls will live? 0 to 6, 6 to 7. Or 0 to 6, 7 plus. Yeah, that's a good one. Alright. Guys, get your points in. How many balls will live? 0 to 6 or 7 plus? Marbles in forever. Let's see. You, I think, just have a basic bull, Tiny Tiger. I think, maybe. I can type something research papers. I can type still. Wait, what? I don't know. There's. I write. I am a doctor. What is I am a surgeon! I am a surgeon! That's the thing. It's like something called like the good doctor or something, right? I am a surgeon! If there's a poll, I go all in every time. Do it, Jackie. Spades doesn't remind me of. I write research papers! I am a surgeon! Oh my god. That's what she said! I am a sturgeon. Ooh, I catch those a lot in Animal Crossing. Alright, 10-second countdown. Exclamation point play. Get your balls in. I've never seen that show. I've heard that he's supposed to play like an autistic doctor, but I've heard that the actor isn't autistic, so it's like, it's not good. I have heard mixed reviews. Yeah. Usually if, like, it's not written or played by an autistic person, I have no desire. You know who's a good representation? I'll give you 2. 3. You know who's a good representation of autistic? That probably wasn't, like, meant to be, but it is anyway. Bones. Bones is pretty good. It's very stereotypical. Yeah. There was that one autistic doctor in Grey's Anatomy. Wasn't crazy about her either. Like, I think that her character, I liked her character. I didn't like her representation. It was too black and white of representation of autism. I've never seen The Good Doctor, so I can't make any decisions on that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think, oh, Spy Sushi Guy. I think A lot of people will say that, oh my god, Bravo Penguin, you fucking hacker. Holy shit. A lot of people will say Katniss from Hunger Games is autistic. I think the jury's out on that. I can see both. Bravo Penguin, holy shit. Oh my god. What else? Oh, wait, who just died? Oh, Raven, to the shock of nobody. I agree, Spades. Like, that's why I'm just like, Pixel, come back! Oh, land in the bucket, land in the bucket. Oh my god, I thought it did. I thought it did. I thought I landed in the bucket. I got so excited. Oh, it's Benny's birthday and you didn't let Benny live. That's crazy. Oh wait, Leanne's mom's died too. How many people lived? Oh, we got our prediction. We got 7+ people lived though. Hey, you know what, Spades? At least you lived. At least you lived. GG's. Irish Green, you did die. Sushi Guy, Tiny Tiger, Essential Irish Green, Raw Raven, Pixel, and Benny. R.I.P. Leon's Bones didn't even enter? I'm joking. Alright, so let's end this prediction. GG's to the 7+ believers. 7+ people lived. Let's do one more prediction. What's up, Kono Tomo? Kono Tomo, I hope you're doing amazing. Also, thank you very much for Lurky Turkey. Let's do one more. And then we'll raid. And then we'll do another random track. Alright. Exclamation point play! Give me your balls. What other mainstream media has like alleged autistic characters? I know Bones. Bones, I agree, super autistic, and I think that she has I don't know if she was written as being autistic, but I think she definitely comes off as autistic. And I think Gray from Jurassic World. Which one is that one? Monk? Never seen that. House MD? Which character from Mouse is autistic? I know it might be cliche, but I do think the Sheldon. Okay, so I know there's a young Sheldon show, and I know there's the Big Bang Theory. Which one are you talking about? Younger brother? Can you give me like an actor's name? I don't know if I've seen it actually. Oh, you think Asperger's? Big Bang? I've never seen Big Bang Theory. I think I've maybe seen like one show. But I think from the clips I've seen, I can see it. What's up, Miss Draco? I've never seen... I'm not very familiar with those shows. Dr. House, though, being autistic? That could be interesting. So, Raven, I've heard that Asperger's is, like, frowned upon in the autism community. Like, people... Like, Asperger's is trying to, like, get weeded out in the autistic community. Oh, there we go. Spades, thank you for explaining that for me. It was like, I'm pretty sure I heard that, but I wasn't sure if it was true. Cool, thank you. Where Wilson specifically argues to Cuddy that he has what is called interesting. Well, and again, Degna, that is an old show, so. Okay, that's what I heard with Asperger's. Okay. Interesting. All right, we got 12 people in here, guys. Exclamation point play. You guys got a 10-second countdown. Irish Queen, I'm not gonna lie. We're not gonna delete that message or anything. I think that's a... We're not gonna delete the message or anything. I just think that's a very... Personally, I feel like it's a very ignorant thing to say. I think that more people are understanding that there are tools available to them. No, you're fine. And because you're not the only... The thing is, the reason why we're not deleting that message or calling you out or anything like that is because I think that a lot of people have that opinion that, and I quote, everybody and their mother has autism now. I think that's a very ignorant thing to say because people will say that only because we're being punished for having more knowledge and having more tools to diagnose ourselves with autism. Like, let's think about it. Let's think of all the boomers in the world that collected stamps, that collected trains, that have all these like let's go back and let's think of Storage Wars, right? No prediction? There's a prediction. Yeah, predictions already ended. Like, look at all the people that are in Storage Wars and all the people that, like, had, oh, God, that had their collections in Storage Wars. Like, let's think of that, all the boomers that had that, right? Oh, my God, Treppin'. Heckin' hackers, man. Like, all those people that definitely would, whoa! All right. Well, that would have been diagnosed autistic, if they had the tools and the knowledge back in the day. And so... Again, not calling you out and not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying, oh, Alice won! I'm just saying that more people have, especially with our technology, have more tools to be diagnosed and to be aware of autism as a disability and as a mental illness. People have more tools to learn about it and be diagnosed about it and be aware of it in this day and age. You lived? Must be nice. I'd agree with the old marble. Well, top 3, not bad. Did you really? 8th both times. Yeah, exactly. And especially for AFABs too, Rootsy. Oh, really, Jack? I've never heard of that show. We have expanded the diagnostic criteria due to more education knowledge. That is why there are more cases. It's the same logic as why left-handedness saw a spike. There were not suddenly more left-handed people. We just stopped punishing them. Yeah, my cousin is left-handed, and he actually had a stutter when he was younger because he was forced to use his right hand back in the day because it was considered like a sin for him to be a lefty, right? Exactly, Joopy. That's why I will never criticize people and never be one of those people, oh my God. If I ever see anybody in this community say hashtag actually autistic, oh, I'm going to educate the fuck out of you. Because saying the term actually autistic is like the most ableist thing you could fucking say in this community, especially in my community where I am like so openly autistic, because it is so hard and almost nearly impossible for a lot of people who are adults who are AFAB, assigned female at birth, who are actually literally autistic people to get diagnosis, because not only is it expensive, not only is it mentally draining, also not only do doctors still have a lot of prejudice against women who are adults. It's very difficult to get diagnosis. So I will always support people who, you know what, if you suspect it, and if it gives you peace of mind, and it gives you clarity, and it gives you that feeling of knowing what's wrong with you, good for you. You know what? And it's just, I shame on you. Shame on you if you use the term actually autistic, just because you happen to have mommy and daddy take care, you were so privileged that you were able to have mommy, good for you that you were to have this privilege, or you were able to get diagnosed when you were a kid, or you were able to get diagnosed because mommy and daddy were able to pay for it. Like, good for fucking you. I'm so happy for you, but don't you dare use your privilege to tell people that they are not valid in their autistic self-diagnosis or diagnosis because they don't have the same privileges as you. Oh, I'm fired up. Oh, I'm fired up. Oh! She's fired up! She's fired up! Sorry. Oh, I'm mad. Oh, I'm mad! Degna, maybe a little bit of both. Maybe a little bit of column A, maybe a little bit of column B. Sorry. Also, next month, April, is Autism Awareness Month. Same, Tiny Tiger. Same. Sorry, I burped. Sorry. Oh my god. Didn't even do a test diagnosis, just looked at me for 20 seconds and saw I could look him in the eyes. Really? But the thing is, like, I've trained myself to look people in the eyes because I know it's rude to not look people in the eyes. It's our month, baby! Why you got me out of my locked in with the squeaks? I'm listening to the squeak. Oh, I'm sorry! Sorry, lazy. Oh, no, Dagna. I hope you can get that figured out. That sounds miserable. Which comment? Put it in the chat. Sorry. I'm trying to end stream, but like, this is a good conversation. By the way, I don't blame anybody for this. I think this is a great conversation to have. I'm very happy that we're having this conversation. Truly, I'm very happy with it. Was that one of the female bartenders going to make eye contact? Oh my god, how obnoxious. Sorry, I needed to calm down. Like, I needed like a stress ball, but I didn't have any, so I just went with a toy, a dog toy. Really, Tiny Tiger? Really? Oh, Alice. We all laughed about it. Good. I'm glad that you have that support system with you. Oi, chamoy. Thank you guys for letting us have these conversations, by the way. I'm glad that we can have this conversation. Oh, I missed that second one, Spades. Whom's can we wait? Loki, I think it was a good thing to talk about. I don't think it was meant with bad spirits. I think the eye contact one is like not a good one to use as a diagnosis because like I have trained myself to look people in the eye because I was taught at a young age of how rude I am for not making eye contact. And if I've been made aware of how I should be making eye contact. And so I think so hard about my making eye contact, but I also am aware of how I can't make too much eye contact. And so I make eye contact, but I also look away so I don't make them uncomfortable. So I oftentimes will miss what people say because I'm calculating how much time I should and shouldn't be making eye contact. I agree, Spades. I agree. I agree, Degna. I agree. Real! That are minoritism traits that I have, like learning how to walk on my toes. Oh my god! The toes, yeah. Oh my god. I'm like... Exactly, Loki! Exactly! Yeah, Alice, yeah. Can we have a stream where Spades opens the DSM and goes over random disorders and stigmas? Yes. If you're fluent, it's not the same as neurotypical. Neurotypical native fluency is a crazy sentence, but I love that. Spades, I think I remember that. It's been linked to it. Again, it's not like an end-all be-all diagnosis. Tiger. Sorry, I didn't, like, finish my sentence. I think I was streaming that day, Spades, and I think I missed them. Yeah, tiptoeing, walking. Exactly, Rootsy! It's like... Yeah. Yeah, oh my god, Alice! The tics I get during meltdowns and shutdowns. Okay, I'm sorry. I promise I am trying to end stream. I promise I'm trying to get you guys out of here. Oh my god! Mads, I didn't put you in my binder! I'm sorry. I said I was gonna put you in my binder and I never did. So, there's this scene. Raise your hand if you've seen Smile 2. I just watched that movie the other day, so I need to know how many people are gonna understand this reference. Yes. Oh, actually, you know, Mandy, I didn't say it. Yes. No. Mandy, thank you for the 2 years. Oh, thanks, Degna. You want to saw the first one? I wonder if there's... Okay, so there's a point. This isn't a spoiler or anything. It's... Smile 2 is literally the same thing as Smile 1, just with a different person. There's this point where the person who is inflicted with the smile contagion in Smile 2, there's a point where she is so, like, stressed out that she's, like, packing up her bathroom because she's trying to, like, leave and, like, just do her own thing because, you know, this demon is possessing her and she's, like, freaking out, right? There's this one point where she is doing the scene where in the bathroom. So anyone who's seen this movie, this is the scene, and this is almost verbatim what an autistic, I'm gonna call it a freak out because that's what I call it. I'm sorry if that offends you, but that's just what I call it. It's like, it's my freak out. I'm literally freaking the fuck out when I'm overstimulated, burnt out, and I'm like, this might trigger some people. So if you guys don't like self-harm things, or just turn off the stream, because we are going to end stream soon, so you guys just turn off the stream. There's a point where the main character who's afflicted by the smile contagion demon, whatever you want to call it, is like packing up all of her things in the bathroom, and things aren't going in the way that she wants it to go. Like, they're all going everywhere because she's packing them up so quickly, and she's like frantic, and she's overstimulated. She's shaking, she's overwhelmed. And she has this accident where she has this incredible back pain. And so she's trying to open up her pain pills, and they, like, go all over the place. And that was, like, the straw that broke the camel's back. So her pills are all over the place. She can't get her pills. She's trying to, like, take over this pain that while she's dealing with this demon that's taken over her life. And she screams, she throws something at her glass shower door, breaks the shower door, and she has, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of this condition, but when you rip out the hair, you constantly are ripping out your hair, which is a self-harm thing. I'm sorry, it's like something. Someone I'm sure in chat knows about it. Trichotillomania. Yeah, that one. So she has that condition. That's not a spoiler. It's just how this character, it's just the thing that this character has. She's constantly pulling out of her hair. It's part of her PTSD and trauma that she has. I self-harm, and yeah, everyone's waiting for Spades to type it. When I get to that point in my autistic freakouts, I do self-harm, whether it's by punching, or kicking, or self-harming, and that was. I'm trying not to get emotional right now. That was the closest thing I have ever, in media, that I've ever seen to someone representing what it looks like when I personally have my autistic meltdowns or freakouts. Like, it, and then after that, after she pulls out her hair, she falls into herself and just starts sobbing. And it's like, on God, exactly what it is for me when I have autistic freakouts. Like, when I'm, like, already burnt out and I'm already overwhelmed, overstimulated, and something happens, like, I see my cat has pissed on something. I'm looking at Jasper right now because he pisses on things, and I'm freaking out. I'm overstimulated. My dog just tripped me. I just saw my cat pissed on the wall over there, and that was my last straw. I'm punching things, I'm screaming, and I just completely just start bawling and shut down. So, like, that scene right there is, like, the closest thing that I've ever seen in media of, like, an accurate representation of, like, an autistic meltdown. And it's like, I've never felt so seen. Oh, but yeah. Sorry. That was, like, a whole huge rant. Also, big stretch. Big stretch. Oh, good stretch. Holy. We're getting so real today, guys. I'm trying not to apologize for it because I don't think that this is something to apologize for. Oh, post 950 mile stretch. Thank you so much. Good stretch? Hell yeah. I might crack my back too. Thank you, Tiny Tiger. I like it too. I like that you guys let me do this too. Buy one, get two free. Shut the fuck up. I just cracked my back earlier, so I don't think it's gonna crack again. Ooh. Got a little bit of a pop. Comorbidities? Wait, are you making a joke or is that an actual thing, Degna? You only got 2? What was it? Moon Quartz? Pick a struggle? When I was in the Dead by Daylight, what was it? The Pride event. Into the Rainbow event. And I was introducing myself. I've been clinically diagnosed with anxiety, ADHD, and autism, but I was also diagnosed with depression and PTSD. And someone in the chat said, "Damn, ma, pick a struggle." Like, and I quote and unquote, "Damn, ma, pick a struggle." And so Moon Quartz and me, like, we think it's like the funniest thing ever that someone said that. Occurs together the proven frequency, e.g. having depression increases chances of anxiety. Oh, okay, so it's like one denotes the other. Okay, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Every day in focus. Listen, wait, where are my Dungeons and Dragons dice that I got? Yo, boo, that smells ass. He's eating his, like, ox horn, and God, it smells like butt. God, gotta catch more. Oh, yeah, and, like, ADHD and autism are together. I was gifted them off my throne wish list. I want to say it was Captain Marvel that gifted it to me. Oh, there they are. Captain Marvel also, shout out, from my TikTok, also gifted me something from my, a Lord of the Rings item from my throne wish list for completing the Lord of the Rings, or the Hobbit walk. So thank you so much for that, Captain Marvel. I really appreciate that. So they're Dungeons and Dragons dice, but they have the Eye of Sauron in them. I don't know if you guys can see. I did a TikTok of them. Got that ribbon! You love them? They're my... And oh, you know what? I wish I made a command of them. But there is a TikTok of them. Oh, sorry, it's blurry. I made a TikTok. I made a roll. My very first roll... it's a 15. My very first roll on my brand new D&D dice, on my D20, was a natural 20. Oh, really? Rootsy, that's good to know. But yeah, 15's pretty solid. But yeah, my first roll of my dice, my brand new dice, was a natural 20. And I thought that was the coolest thing. So I made a TikTok on that. Maybe even an Instagram too. I don't remember. Are you kidding me, Shadowhawk? Thank you so much. Hi, Tomato. All right, let me raid out because an ad is about to play in 3 minutes. So I'm gonna raid out before we start an ad. I know who we're raiding. I know who we're raiding. I know who we're raiding. We're gonna raid Bree. Earth to Bree. Are you ending stream? Don't end stream. I hope she's not ending stream because she is streaming Pokopia, and Pokopia has the new Twitch badges for subbing to a stream. So let's. I don't know if she's ending stream. I'm gonna try to raid out as quickly as we can because we got to make sure that we don't do it before she ends, and I want to try to see if we can get those sub badges. I'm gonna get the sub to somebody so I can get that Ditto badge. But seriously, from the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys for allowing me to have these conversations. They really mean the most to me. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support for my Hobbit walking challenge. I'll post out the TikTok tonight for everyone that was like, "Hi" on TikTok. I'll post that out tonight. And I will create some sort of new walking challenge starting tomorrow. Also remember, no stream tomorrow, Saturday. I will be streaming on Sunday. I'm not sure what time. So keep an eye out on Twitter and Discord for when I go live. Everyone say how hot and tall and talented and handsome the mods are. Mods, I don't know what I would do without you. Thank you so much for everything that you guys do in stream and off stream. I love you guys so much. Enjoy the rest of your weekend if I don't see you. And I love you. Truly. Thank you very much for the subs, the wubs, the titties, the bitties, the raids, the follows, the wallows, the lurkies, the turkeys. I love you guys. Bye-bye! So much. Oh my god.
Continues to leak.
I also am leaking.